8 Part I. Getting started with marketing automation. There are also many other ways to refer to the processes that marketing automation encompasses. Each company that sells marketing automation software calls it something slightly different, and even the analysts call it something different. Here's a list of terms you may hear in place of marketing automation: demand generation, lead performance management, revenue performance management, automated lead management, CRM, lead management. Marketing automation, or whatever name you call it, really consists of 3 parts. The first is lead tracking, which consists of tracking a lead across all marketing channels. The second is automated execution, which enables you to have automated processes take place either as marketing campaigns or as internal changes based on these tracked actions. Finally, the third part allows for closed-loop reporting for proving the value of your marketing efforts down to every dollar those efforts bring in. Full marketing automation versus piecemeal marketing automation. Marketing automation has many levels, an idea that you need to grasp before you dig deeply into this book. Currently, many options are available to help you automate marketing activities. Depending on your goals, you may just need a single tool to add to your existing toolbox, or you may need to replace your entire toolbox with a full marketing automation platform. For example, say that you're using a form on a website and you can now easily have form submissions dropped right into your CRM without your having to lift a finger. This is an example of a single automation. A single tool can do this for you if this is all you require. I call a single tool working to do one action piecemeal marketing automation. But if you need those form submissions to score your prospects so that you can determine who is the most sales ready, you need a full marketing automation platform. Removing tasks is considered a level of automation, but it is a single point solution and doesn't meet all 3 of the criteria I mention in this chapter to qualify as full marketing automation. As you go through this book, determine whether you need just piecemeal marketing automation or full marketing automation. Making this determination will help you to ensure that you get the tools you require and don't buy a technology just because it is a hot buzzword. Chapter 1, Introducing the Concepts of Marketing Automation. 9 When thinking of marketing automation, many people may be confused, wondering whether it's a technology or a way of marketing. It's actually both. Marketing automation is just as much a new way of marketing as it is a new tool that most companies have never used before. There are also many levels of marketing automation. Throughout this book, I cover all levels of marketing automation and show you how to implement the new technology while thinking about marketing in a new way. Recognizing the relationship between marketing automation and online marketing. Marketers are running the majority of their campaigns online. This fact makes many marketing activities easier to execute and track, but also adds a lot of technical challenges. Marketing automation and online marketing have a symbiotic relationship. Think of marketing automation as an extension of online marketing. It needs online marketing to work, just as online marketing is made more effective by marketing automation. Online marketing usually consists of many different channels and types of campaigns. Here are the marketing campaigns that can be made more effective with marketing automation. Search engine optimization. SEO marketing automation allows for the tracking of each keyword, and full closed-loop return on investment, ROI, reporting on every keyword. Search engine marketing. SEM marketing automation provides full lead tracking so that you can see each person and every paid advertisement that person has engaged with. Email marketing. Email marketing changes with marketing automation because you don't have to send blast emails, which are individually executed marketing pieces not tied to other prospect interactions. With marketing automation, you gain the ability to execute automated, personalized lead nurturing campaigns that may last for months and dynamically change based on people's interactions with the emails they are receiving. So you move from a manual execution and scrubbing of lists to an automated campaign that can optimize itself for best results. Content marketing. Marketing automation gives you the ability to track every piece of content and see each person in your database who engages with your content. Trade shows. If you attend trade shows, marketing automation gives you the ability to track each lead from your booth and prove full ROI on each trade show. 10 Part I. Getting started with marketing automation. Social media, tweets, blog posts, LinkedIn, Facebook, and all other social media channels can be tracked and reported on. So you can prove the ROI on social media down to the tweet and demonstrate how it influenced your last closed deal. Website, you can drive more value out of your website by knowing every page a prospect looks at, helping you to identify hot leads based on the prospect's level of engagement with key pages. Marketing to the modern buyer. A European study in 2013 noted that the average consumer is in front of a screen 12 hours a day. More than 294 billion emails are sent each day, and more than 2 million new blog posts go online every day. The Wall Street Journal reports that more than 42% of holiday shoppers in 2013 did their holiday shopping online. Clearly, with the amount of time people spend online, if you're not online, you're going to be left behind. Most of this is not news to you. You probably have a website, an email tool, and a Twitter account. You have started to blog and create content for your website. You've learned about the benefits of SEO and optimized your content for search results. The next sections explain how to engage with the modern buyer in more granular detail so that you can easily see how marketing automation helps you better engage online with your consumers. Feeding the need for content. Content marketing has become another buzzword in the marketing world. It has sparked the New York Times best-selling book Utility, by Jay Baer, and spawned new institutes such as the Content Marketing Institute. Content marketing even changed the way Google's algorithm ranks websites in natural searches. The internet is now made up of content, and marketers are clued in. We're creating more content than ever before, and it's because we have to. Today's buyers want to get help and are looking to your company for that help, and they should be getting help from your content, too. This is one of the key messages Jay Baer puts forth in Utility. It's also the message of Joe Pulizzi, founder of the Content Marketing Institute. Your content needs to be helpful to get people to engage with it, and you need to provide a lot of it, as well. Chapter 1, Introducing the Concepts of Marketing Automation. The need for all this content has put a strain on a marketer's day and made distribution of content a massive problem. Marketing automation helps to solve a lot of this content problem by giving marketers an automated way to distribute their content and by opening up more time in their day to create more content instead of managing a database. The need for content isn't going away. Content is only getting more important, which means that the problem of distributing content, and following up with people after they have engaged with your content, is only getting harder as well. Marketing automation makes content distribution and follow-up very easy. With the new release of Google's Hummingbird, the content imperative has been driven to a new level. Hummingbird is the latest release on the Google algorithm for sorting search engine results. It now puts more emphasis on content, helping people answer questions rather than just supplying keyword matches. Most marketers are creating many forms of content. Here are just a few of the many types of content you should be considering: webinars, videos, infographics, white papers, research reports, surveys, ROI calculators, how-to guides, buyer's guides, ebooks, blog posts, newsletters. 11 Prospects are searching for answers. People are beginning their research process on Google. Many marketers have turned to search engine optimization, SEO, and search engine marketing, SEM, to capitalize on these searches and help drive more leads into their pipeline. Chapter 1, Introducing the Concepts of Marketing Automation. Consumers are engaging over a life cycle. The concept of the buyer's life cycle is nothing new. It has been written about for years, and even implemented in just about every organization's sales department. I imagine that your sales team has opportunity stages during which salespeople talk differently to a buyer and have different goals to meet. This same thinking has not made its way to the marketing side of the house because there used to be no way to track a buyer's life cycle before that buyer was in the hands of the sales team. Marketing automation has changed the situation with lead tracking. Consider how a buyer purchases things. This becomes the basis of all modern buyer theory and marketing theory. Dissecting how a buyer buys tells you where to market, what message to use, and what your next marketing move should be. When you do the research, you'll find out a few key things about the modern buyer, such as the following: 93% of all buying journeys begin online. Search Engine Journal states that 93% of all buying cycles begin with a search. This may be a search on Google, Bing, Yahoo, or other search engines. Buyers don't want to talk to you right away. Buyers searching online don't want to talk to a person right away. They prefer to gather information and then talk to the companies they feel are the best to talk to. This is why content marketing and online marketing have become so important. Buyers are hyper-educated. The amount of information we are putting online has educated consumers on a completely new level. Buyers now hold the power of the sales process in their hands. They can read every tweet and review and find out all the pros and cons of your solution before they talk to you. Buyers are hypersensitive. With more than 294 billion emails sent every day, buyers are not engaging with emails or content unless it is 100% relevant to them. This is another reason that automated marketing has increased companies' bottom lines. By tracking leads and automating communications, companies can now get relevant with every communication they have. Buyers go back to Google 2 to 3 times. The buyer's life cycle was proved in a study I conducted in 2012 and published in an article on clickz.com. The study found that buyers go back to search engines 2 to 3 times before they want to engage with sales and enter the sales cycle. The concept of a buyer's journey helps marketers to be relevant with their communications. Marketing automation is the tool being used to stay relevant over the buyer's journey and the sales cycle. Understanding the fact that there is a journey is the first step in tracking where someone is in his or her journey. That tracking takes place through marketing automation. 13 Chapter 1, Introducing the Concepts of Marketing Automation. The main challenges of social media marketing are managing the massive level of communications, and proving the value of your efforts. Marketing automation has been the driving force for many companies to prove the value of social media by giving companies the ability to keep a consistent message across channels, tie social activity to actual revenue generated, and easily manage the multitude of social activities through automated programs. 15 Marketing in the ultra-connected world. Mobile doesn't really change marketing all that much. Before you dismiss that idea, hear me out. Mobile is just a device. Getting access to someone via mobile was a challenge in previous years. This is not the case now, with 42% of all email being opened on a mobile device and the large majority of social media being controlled from a mobile device. If you market internationally, consider that more people have cell phones than have electricity or access to clean drinking water. If you look at the world this way, it's easy to see why mobile will soon be the #1 device your content is being read on, rather than being a different channel that you have to master. The original idea for mobile marketing was to have an app because it gave you the ability to reach someone 24/7, with relevant messages to drive engagement. This is a great idea and works for many companies, but for many others, an app strategy is not a good idea. It's very hard to work your way onto a person's phone and keep that person engaging with your app if you're not pushing content to it constantly, but it is much easier to just send an email that gets read on the smartphone. So instead of creating an app, you should try to figure out how to get content into people's hands 24/7 in the most relevant way possible. Marketing automation allows you to turn people's inbox into your app that can push the correct content at the correct time and have it reach people wherever they are in the world. Just think of it as having automated emails being opened on a different sized computer. Speaking of the iPhone, Steve Jobs said something to the effect of, "This isn't a phone, it's a computer that can make phone calls." Think of your mobile strategy in the same light. Consumers are using their phones as devices to access your content, speak with you, or learn more about you. Marketing automation, through its ability to track every marketing interaction, can help you keep up with your prospects and then automate the correct message at the correct time, helping you to reach your consumers 24/7 with relevant content. This is the real goal of a mobile strategy, and it's accomplished much easier with marketing automation than with an app strategy. 16 Part I, Getting started with marketing automation 18 Part I. Getting started with marketing automation business drivers. Describe the reasons for adopting the new technology. Make sure to include multiple business drivers. These should be very high-level objectives that align with your company's main goals. Scope. Chart the time required to identify a marketing automation solution and implement the solution. List the required resources to realize the value you describe. Costs. List all upfront and recurring costs. Include time to set up, costs of long-term use, future upgrades, and contract lengths. Benefits. List the gains you'll realize from using the technology. Think in terms of business benefits such as being able to drive more revenue faster into the organization, or being able to create a more predictable lead pipeline. Risks. Consider all risks, including the risk of not using automation technology. This is a great place to use case studies of others in your industry to show what the risk of doing nothing is. Strategic options. Detail all the possible options and explain the pros and cons of each option. Use an Excel spreadsheet to list and score each feature. Knowing why companies implement marketing automation. Everyone today is more social, more connected online, and more involved in reading online content than ever before. These are some of the key reasons that marketing automation has come to the forefront of the marketing world. With the increase in the amount of engagement, consumers are also expecting better engagement. They expect personal engagement, and the only way to have personal engagement at scale is through marketing automation. Today's marketers need the ability to manage content in all online contexts and prove the value of these efforts. Marketers also need to produce lots of different types of content for their prospects and customers to get involved with. Understanding how other companies implement marketing automation solutions can help to inform your business case. Here are some of the main reasons that other companies decide to get involved with marketing automation: generating more leads with the same budget. Marketers typically have a lot to do and not a lot of budget to do it. Companies with limited budgets use marketing automation tools to automate many of the manual tasks that marketing demands so that marketing departments can spend more time being creative and generating more leads. Chapter 2: Creating a business case for marketing automation. Proving the value of marketing efforts. Marketing is an expensive activity, so many companies demand financial justification. Marketing automation allows companies to track leads and report on the return on investment, ROI, of marketing activities associated with those leads by tying marketing efforts to the sales opportunities that result. The beauty is that this is all done automatically. Empowering marketing users to build online campaigns. Some marketers may feel comfortable working with HTML and CSS to design landing pages, while other marketers have no interest in touching the code. Many marketing automation systems include What You See Is What You Get, WYSIWYG, builders that help non-technical users create their own assets without coding from scratch. These features eliminate the need to engage front-end developers and can save your company time and money. Campaigns get out the door faster, and marketing users can make live changes to campaigns without waiting on another department for help. Managing the lead funnel more effectively. Most marketing departments have a lead funnel to communicate with prospects and determine when a lead gets passed to sales. With the full lead tracking capabilities of marketing automation, qualifying leads and passing them to sales when they are ready to begin a sales cycle is much easier. Aligning sales and marketing. Sales and marketing get along better when they have full visibility into lead generation, qualification, hand-off to sales, and follow-up. With marketing automation, sales and marketing can easily see which leads are not being followed up on and automatically bring those leads back into marketing campaigns. Consolidating multiple tools. Online marketing, customer relationship management, CRM, social media, mobile marketing, retargeting, email marketing. I could go on for a while. In a recent survey published by Salesforce.com, the best-of-breed companies use more than 10 tools each in their marketing departments. Consolidating marketing tools makes it easier to launch cross-channel campaigns and report on the results of all the marketing tools used. 1920 Part I, Getting Started with Marketing Automation. 14 Quick Stats in favor of marketing automation. When you compare the results of the various approaches to marketing, you can present to your company a compelling business case for using marketing automation. 71% of the buying process is now complete by the time a prospect is ready to engage with sales. Serious Decisions, 2011, Marketing automation. On average, leads that have been nurtured generate 20% more opportunities than non-nurtured leads. Demand Gen Report, 2008, Andrew Gaffney, companies with mature lead generation and management practices have a 9.3% higher sales quota achievement rate. CSO Insights, 2007, the adoption of marketing automation technology is expected to increase 50% by 2015. J. Famico, 2012, Serious Decisions, a quarter of all B2B Fortune 500 companies are already using marketing automation, along with 76% of the world's largest software as a service, SaaS, companies. Mathew Sweezey, Pardot, 2013, companies that excel at lead nurturing generate 50% more sales-ready leads at 33% lower cost. Laurie Wisdow, Forrester Research, 84% of top-performing companies are using or plan to start using marketing automation between 2012 and 2015. Gleanster, September, 2012, nurtured leads make 47% larger purchases than non-nurtured leads. Aberdeen, 2009, companies that automate lead management see a 10% or greater increase in revenue in 6 to 9 months. Gartner, the top 6 CRM marketing processes for a cost-constrained economy, 2009, sales. 90% of business buyers say that when they're ready to buy, they'll find you. Demand Gen Report, 2012, research shows that 35 to 50% of sales go to the vendor that responds first. Steve Watts, 2010, InsideSales.com, marketing automation platform users have a 53% higher conversion rate from marketing response to marketing qualified lead than non-users. Aberdeen Group, 2010, 63% of survey respondents indicate that the ability to set measurable objectives for each of their campaigns is the biggest value driver of marketing automation. Gleanster, 2012, 77% of CMOs at top-performing companies indicate that their most compelling reason for implementing marketing automation is to increase ROI. Gleanster, 2012, Chapter 2, Creating a Business Case for Marketing Automation. Starting the conversation about marketing automation. As with any new investment in technology at a company, implementing marketing automation requires a lot of steps. The first step is to get the conversation going in your organization, and this section shows you a variety of ways you can get people talking to start generating interest and momentum. 21. Identifying the stakeholders. The stakeholders for marketing automation are a pretty wide bunch of people. You've got your marketing team, your CRM team, your website team, and your sales team. Getting all these people together can be a challenge, so here are a few keys to identifying and approaching these stakeholders. Marketing team. This goes without saying, so I keep it simple. Your email, blog, website, social, mobile, and offline strategists will all need input on your marketing automation tool, so make sure that you include everyone on your team. Customer Relationship Management, CRM, team. Integrating to your CRM is a big aspect of marketing automation. If you do not have a CRM tool, you can use one of the many marketing automation tools that have a built-in CRM. If you do have a CRM, you need your CRM admin to be involved at each step. Website team. You must have a website if you use marketing automation. If you do not have a website, take care of getting that first. Your website will usually need to be updated with new forms, landing pages, and some JavaScript added to it. This means that your web admin needs to be involved in conversations so that he or she knows what changes will need to take place and whether these changes are possible with your current technology setup. Sales team. The sales team can be the most vocal, so you have to involve them. I suggest that you begin with your highest ranking sales staff and get them to buy in. It will not be hard if you can easily prove that their staff can cover more ground, get better leads, and close more deals. Do make sure to keep their knowledge focused on only the sales-facing technologies, such as CRM integration and sales enablement, and on what they will need to know and see. I would not involve them in general demonstrations, but rather have a specific sales demo done by your vendor just for the sales team. 24 Part I, Getting Started with Marketing Automation. Invigorating search engine marketing. Search engine marketing, SEM, combines placing paid ads on search engines with optimizing web content to display organically in search engine results. Connecting marketing automation to your paid search campaigns gives you three main benefits. Closed-loop ROI tracking. Closed-loop ROI tracking provides you with the ability to show the closed revenue each keyword brings in over a period of time. With marketing automation, closed-loop ROI tracking tracks every lead, giving you the ability to attach each keyword to a prospect record and continue to follow the lead until it is a closed opportunity in the CRM. You see the full closed loop and therefore know where each lead came from and the revenue it brought in, which in turn enables you to prove the value of each marketing channel. Better intelligence for sales, because every lead passed to sales through marketing automation has a full history report, including the keywords a prospect searched for. The sales department can use this data to improve its sales process. For example, if your lead searched for your competitor's keyword, a sales representative can assume that it is a competitive deal, and even know who his competition is. More relevant campaigns, because marketing automation shows you the keywords that are important to each prospect, you gain the ability to use this information for segmentation, nurturing, and changing your paid search campaigns to match the prospect's interests. These three main benefits of marketing automation for SEM give you the ability to prove your value, identify where your money should be spent, and increase the sales from your SEM budget. As a result, you'll spend less and get more. Furthering your investment in online marketing. Marketing automation does not work without online marketing, and online marketing is not as effective without marketing automation. You need to continue to invest in both to ensure your success. You should consider investing time for testing new online marketing methods and continually creating new content. Before you ramp up your online marketing campaigns, do the opposite. Consider putting your online marketing efforts on hold for your first month with a marketing automation tool. This will give you the ability to create a baseline from which you can measure future campaigns. Read Seth Godin's book Permission Marketing, Simon & Schuster, 1999, as well as Peppers and Rogers' The One-to-One Future, Doubleday, 1993, before you begin. These books lay out the foundation of modern marketing for you. 26 Part I, Getting Started with Marketing Automation. Keyword reporting is a basic feature in most marketing automation tools. Connecting a search term to a closed deal is very basic, and you can easily set up tracking so that every lead shows a history of search terms that follows the lead all the way to a closed deal in your CRM. This history of search terms leads to reporting closed business and connecting the cause of the business to every search term, piece of content, and web page. These features can easily give you the information you need to prove the return on your investment and take the subjectivity out of SEO. Reinforcing your investment in content marketing. Content marketing is one of the hottest topics within B2B marketing today. Creating content involves coming up with new content ideas, creating the content, distributing the content, and tracking its impact to your bottom line. Many of these steps are made easier with marketing automation, helping marketers show the value of content marketing in new ways that weren't possible before. Creating content involves curating, creating, and producing. Marketing automation gives marketers the ability to test different content, see real-time engagement, and host their online content. The real-time insights such as which content is being read by whom, and how it is influencing people's buying cycles, are insights that can be obtained only when a marketer has a marketing automation tool that can look at each person and his or her engagement with content. The visibility that marketing automation gives a marketer helps remove the guesswork from content creation. Marketing automation also is a single tool that helps people create and publish these content campaigns. Publishing your content is another time-consuming part of content marketing that marketing automation makes easier. Publishing content through email, blog posts, webinars, and nurturing campaigns all becomes easier when you can use a single tool rather than have to combine multiple tools to execute your content campaigns. Marketing automation allows marketers to create cross-channel, fully tracked, content promotion campaigns in a single step, saving a lot of time trying to connect disparate channels and tools. You can more easily publish content with deeper insights that provide marketers with better feedback than ever before on their campaigns. The feedback obtained is then used to help refine and curate as well as to prove the value of the content marketing campaigns. ROI reporting allows a marketer to tie revenue back to the content that either influenced or generated the revenue directly. Marketers can therefore prove the value of their more resource-heavy campaigns. 30 Part I. Getting started with marketing automation. 32 Part I. Getting started with marketing automation. Consolidate multiple marketing tools. If you are looking to streamline your marketing department, stay focused on integrations with your core marketing channels and on ease of use. Better align sales and marketing. If you are looking to better align sales and marketing, stay focused on CRM integration and sales enablement. Prove the value of marketing efforts. If you need more data to report on the impact of your marketing programs, focus on reporting and data collection. Getting into marketing automation is a process, and each step builds upon the ones before it. So, start small and go slowly. That way, your goals can grow with your tool. Don't forget, your world isn't going to stop to let you buy a tool. You will continue to evaluate solutions and take care of your other daily responsibilities as well. So, easing into it will help you keep all your hair. Setting realistic expectations. Gartner reports that companies using lead nurturing generate 451% more qualified leads than companies who don't. Although that is an amazing statistic, you shouldn't expect that you can buy a marketing automation solution today and generate an exponential increase tomorrow. Marketing automation is a discipline just as any other form of marketing is. It requires a full understanding of the technology, the techniques, and the consumer behaviors that drive higher levels of engagement. Setting clear expectations over time helps you judge your performance and pace your implementation. To set realistic expectations, keep the following ideas in mind. Marketing automation is a continuous process. Becoming proficient at marketing automation takes a lot of time, although the effort required to begin is small. Focus on getting up and running today, and then focus on improving over time. Don't try to be perfect at each step. Instead, improve at each step by getting a little better than you were before. Time is required to be successful. Whatever your goals may be, success will take time no matter what solution you choose. You have to spend a lot of time on the front end before and during implementation, and less time as you become more proficient with your tool. Consider spending a few weeks to set up your tool, and a few hours per week for making improvements after you're set up. CRM is a limiting factor. Your CRM is a major part of what you will be able to accomplish with a marketing automation tool. If you have an in-house CRM, make sure that you understand how your in-house capabilities will define your integration requirements. If you are using an off-the-shelf CRM solution, you need to understand your product's limits and connection types, have access to your CRM administrator, and know that he or she is ready and able to help. Your CRM connections will likely be the most complicated piece of your setup, as well as the most limiting if your CRM can't support the connections you need or the programs you want to run. I explain CRM setup in Chapter 5. Chapter 3, Choosing a Marketing Automation Solution. 33 Tips from Scotland's leading marketing automation experts on picking a tool. You may be asking, why Scotland? Well, consider that Scotland is a very small geographic area. Companies that operate in a specific geographic region are just like many businesses that have small addressable markets. These tips should help you see some key points for smaller companies, or those in international markets. They also show you the impact that marketing automation is already having around the world as it becomes an increasingly global trend. I've been fortunate enough to speak with McRae & Company, Scotland's leading marketing automation experts, and they have a few suggestions for companies just getting started with marketing automation. Tip number 1, ensure that you have executive sponsorship. First and foremost, marketing automation is the business response to the changing behavior of the modern customer. Whereas sales teams were once the gatekeepers of product information, these days the empowered buyer conducts her own research and speaks to a salesperson only when she is ready. Understanding the self-guided nature of the buyer's journey is essential to grasping the significance of marketing automation for an entire organization, and it's imperative that this message be understood from the top. In truth, nothing hinders a marketing automation initiative more than missing executive sponsorship. Without strong leadership, the investment appears inconsequential to many departments, and the necessity for alignment is significantly underplayed. At a time when executive teams are more ROI-focused than ever before, it's easy for marketing automation to be erroneously dismissed as yet another expense. Consequently, time and effort must be spent presenting the full business case to senior management to secure support and capture the imaginations of the rest of the organization as a result. If someone is not on board or simply does not understand the concept, it's crucial to address this in the planning stages and highlight the need for operational change in today's era of the empowered customer. Frankly, without a senior management mindset behind it, alignment will not succeed. Tip number 2, consider what you really need. As more vendors have entered the marketing automation arena, the temptation for small enterprises to progress with the first vendor they come into contact with, generally, those with the largest marketing budgets, can be easy to succumb to. This is always a risk. Rather than there being a one-size-fits-all solution, it's crucial to remember that most platforms are designed with specific budgets, resources, and priorities in mind. At the selection stage, it's important to consider areas like product complexity, market maturity, and sales cycle length. Tip number 3, develop a demand generation strategy with both sales and marketing. Many small and medium enterprises, SMEs, incorrectly view content creation as the most significant hurdle to overcome when planning for marketing. Yet, the reality is that prior to this stage, and perhaps even prior to the evaluation of a marketing automation solution, the marketing team, sales team, and executive sponsor should spend significant time crafting a demand generation strategy that aligns with the business objectives and considers precisely how a lead will move through an improved funnel. The better defined this strategy is in the planning stages, the easier it is to identify exactly the kind of content that is needed and to maximize its effectiveness. An all-encompassing demand generation strategy is the true king of modern marketing and should cover all areas from scoring rules, lead nurturing tactics, and renurturing loops to buyer personas, handover points, and key performance indicators, KPIs. This streamlining ensures that marketing's efforts are in line with the expectations of the sales team and underpinned by marketing automation, and it empowers small-staffed SMEs to achieve, and often outdo, the results of larger competitors. 34 Part I, Getting started with marketing automation. Determining the need for a custom integration versus an out-of-the-box connection. If you are using a popular CRM application such as Salesforce.com, Sugar CRM, Microsoft Dynamics CRM, or NetSuite, it's easy to find a marketing automation tool with built-in connections. If you are using a custom-built CRM or an industry-specific CRM, you probably need a custom integration. Either way, you have 3 ways to evaluate your solution based on your chosen CRM against your marketing automation tool, from basic to advanced, as follows. The level of sophistication you require, and your tools, will dictate which is correct for you. Basic, manual import and export. If you choose a marketing automation solution with this feature, you have the option of CRM alignment without any integration at all, but it limits your ability for dynamic interaction. This option is best if you have a custom CRM, no API option, or a CRM that is not supported by your marketing automation tools with an out-of-the-box connection feature. Manually importing and exporting requires a CSV file to share your data between your CRM and your marketing automation system. Importing via the CSV file type saves you 60 to 80 hours of custom API development and still gives you the ability to report marketing campaign ROI. This basic connection, however, limits your ability to pass leads back and forth between systems in real time. Manually importing data is also a great option to help keep your beginning marketing automation implementation simple while still achieving your goals regardless of whether your tool supports your CRM. Standard, out-of-the-box connection. Most CRM connections can easily be installed without a lot of IT support because the marketing automation system is ready out of the box, with connection features for non-technical folks. This is the best of the three options when you can find it. However, the more customized your CRM needs to be, the less likely you are to find an out-of-the-box connection that works for your CRM. Check with your vendor to see whether this is an option for you. Most complex, custom API integration. An application programming interface, API, is developer speak for a gateway that connects two software systems through a programming language. If you are not familiar with API programming, you need to find someone who is. This may be your IT team, or you may have to hire an outside consultant to help. Expect building out the API to take between 60 and 80 hours of custom work to integrate your solutions. This option is the best choice if you have a custom CRM and the resources to build the connections. Only about 10% of companies choose this route because of cost and complexities. 36 Part I. Getting started with marketing automation. Don't overbuy. Here's why it's easy to get trapped into thinking that the more technology you buy, the more efficiency you will gain. That line of thinking can get you in trouble and cause you to overbuy and spend too much money on features you won't use. To avoid overbuying, understand your team's level of comfort with technology. If you're on a very tech-savvy team, a more complex solution might be a good fit. But if your team is not tech-savvy, stick to a solution that will allow you to execute your current campaigns using a less complicated approach. Remember to stay focused on the main goals you are trying to solve with marketing automation and you'll end up with the right level of technology. Other integrations: make sure that your tool will connect with your CRM, content management system, CMS, and other marketing channels. Generally, the more connections you require, the higher your costs will become and the more efficient you can make your connections. Estimating your total investment in marketing automation. Investing in a solution involves a large commitment of time, resources, and new processes. Many people underestimate some of these investments when investigating marketing automation. Most companies adopt new tools rather quickly and fail to notice the fact that marketing automation is as much a new way of thinking as it is a new tool. Marketing automation requires more than just spending money to buy a technology solution. The largest portion of spending happens through your time, effort, and indirect costs. The following sections outline the indirect investments that are the most often overlooked when preparing for marketing automation. Judging the time required to build campaigns. When a vendor tells you that one of his product's features is ease of use, it doesn't mean the same thing as no time required. Marketing automation is a platform requiring work to set up and run. Chapter 3: Choosing a marketing automation solution. Campaigns usually take a lot of time to set up initially and generally consist of multiple moving parts, each requiring differing amounts of time to create and manage. The most common parts of a campaign are forms, landing pages, emails, content, and reports. Here's some advice to help estimate the time required to set up the following items. Forms: most campaigns involve a form to collect email addresses. With marketing automation, you can generally build a form and use it multiple times. The misjudgment of time comes in when people start adding complexities to their forms. Proper planning will help you identify the appropriate complexity and help you judge the time required to build your forms. Basic forms can take 10 minutes, whereas complex forms can take an hour or more. Landing pages: landing pages are generally used in conjunction with a form. Most marketing automation tools allow you to build your form and landing page at the same time. Most tools offer a variety of complex features for landing pages, such as using dynamic forms, split testing multiple versions for maximum results, and offering personalized content. Make sure that you understand how your landing page and form builder work. If you are not HTML proficient, make sure to work in adequate time to play with the tool so that you understand the time and skill required to build what you need. These little features can make a big difference. Emails. Emails are the most overlooked asset in a marketing automation campaign, and they typically account for the largest misjudgment of time. Most companies think that marketing automation involves building one email at a time, but actually it's not uncommon to need to build 10 emails at one time for a lead nurturing campaign. Plan to invest 1 hour per email template when you begin. After you have a template set up, this time requirement should sharply decline. Before building your emails for lead nurturing, make sure to educate yourself on how to build an email for lead nurturing. That kind of email is very different from emails used for mass email blasting. Content, emails, landing pages, databases, and reports all require someone to create content. For example, if you have 10 emails in your lead nurturing campaign, you need a minimum of 10 pieces of content to send in those emails. Many companies cite this need for content as their biggest time sink in creating a campaign, as well as the biggest reason people hold off on marketing automation. Reports. Creating the appropriate tracking for each campaign is usually overlooked because it hasn't been included in all your marketing campaigns before. Estimate about an hour for each campaign to set up the proper tracking and reporting. Use your time to make sure that your links, forms, and emails will give you the required information to evaluate your effectiveness. 3738 Part I. Getting started with marketing automation. Judging other time requirements. You shouldn't expect to put more than a few hours a week into managing a marketing automation application after it is up and running. The major investment of time is all on the front end. In addition to estimating the time it takes to set up your campaigns, you should also estimate time for education, training, planning, and database cleanup as follows. Education. The best time to invest in educating yourself on marketing automation techniques is before you buy a solution. That way, you are more likely to find out what you need as you learn to think completely differently about everything from email to content. The time to read and attend seminars and webinars should be added to your time estimate. I recommend focusing your education on the topics of lead tracking, behavioral data, and modern lead nurturing. Having a grasp of these topics will save you countless hours in the future. Estimate at least 10 to 20 hours of learning before you evaluate tools. Training for you and all your stakeholders needs to be taken into account. Training yourself can range from 10 hours to a full week, even for the easiest to use tools. No matter how easy a tool is or how intuitive it may be, you and your stakeholders need to be trained to use it. You should plan time for training your sales team as well. Vendors should provide this training as part of your solution. If not, ask for training during your purchase negotiations. Planning. You should spend a good amount of time outlining and planning for your needs before you buy a tool. Estimate 5 hours of planning before you buy a tool, and 5 to 10 hours of planning for how to meet your needs with your specific tool after you have gone through your education. Remember the advice of this old house host Bob Vila, who always said, measure twice and cut once. Database cleanup. Most companies forget to consider time spent cleaning up their database in their planning. Your database is likely very bad if you have not cleaned it up for a few years. On average, most companies I see have a database with bad email addresses accounting for 30% or more of their database. This is especially true for companies that have bought a list of email addresses at any time in the past. I discuss database cleanup in detail in Chapter 5. 42 Part I. Getting started with marketing automation pages. For example, a 15-page white paper can be divided into 3 separate 5-page pieces targeted to a different step in the buying cycle. This breakdown will help you get more time savings out of a content effort and maximize your value at the same time. Teaming up for best results. You need a team of people to make your implementation successful. Following is an overview of each person or group you are likely to need, and a brief description of what that person will be doing over the course of the implementation. Marketing team, responsible for email creation, forms, landing page look and feel, lead flow process, nurturing program design, and PPC integration. Webmaster, responsible for placing JavaScript tracking code within the element of web pages and for implementing iframe code for your forms. IT admin, responsible for creating vanity domain records, as in www.toyourdomain.com, and implementing email authentication with DKIM, domain keys, SPF, and sender ID. I discuss setting up email authentication in Chapter 10. Marketing agency, if applicable, responsible for overall online marketing, lead management, and lead nurturing strategy, as well as for landing page and email asset creation. Sales leadership, responsible for coordinating sales training, adopting of email plugin, and working with marketing to set lead assignment processes. CRM admin, if applicable, responsible for installing the marketing automation module into your CRM, setting up custom fields and layouts, should they be required, and adding any other required integrations, which may include iframes and possibly custom code. Furthering your investment in online marketing. Marketing automation does not work without online marketing, and online marketing is not as effective without marketing automation. You need to continue to invest in both to ensure your success. You should consider investing time for testing new online marketing methods and continually creating new content. Before you ramp up your online marketing campaigns, do the opposite. Consider putting your online marketing efforts on hold for your first month with a marketing automation tool. This will give you the ability to create a baseline, from which you can measure future campaigns. Read Seth Godin's book Permission Marketing, as well as Peppers and Rogers' The One-to-One Future, before you begin. These books lay out the foundation for modern marketing for you. Chapter 4, Setting up a new marketing automation tool. Targeting efficiency in your implementation. Automating your marketing activities allows you and your company to remove many of the manual tasks performed on a daily basis. That way, you can become a much more efficient organization. The next sections show you how to identify your efficiency gains and include them in your initial implementation. I also explain how to identify quick wins and bottlenecks in your marketing funnel so that you can focus your implementation on the efficiencies your organization needs in return for the money invested. 43. Identifying your quick wins and major pain points when setting up your tool. Start by focusing on quick wins. Quick wins are the first 3 or more efficiency gains that will return the largest benefits soonest after implementing your solution. By focusing on quick wins, your implementation will gain the most efficiency in the shortest amount of time. The following list of quick wins contains the most common marketing activities that can be made more efficient through automation: lead qualification, lead scoring, list management, list cleaning, lead assignment, ROI reporting, lead nurturing. In addition to the aforementioned quick wins of marketing automation, there are also many benefits of automation to look forward to and to include in your initial implementation. Chapter 4, Setting up a new marketing automation tool. A form, a template, web content assets are the key for lead generation. Make sure that you understand the difference between assets you host and those hosted on other sites, and how you need to connect these assets. Uploading assets into your marketing automation platform is usually as simple as copying and pasting. The only difference is the fact that you might be asked to put some special automations on the asset. Although the steps you take after your asset is uploaded depend on your tool, it's usually easier than falling off a log. Assets such as white papers, videos, forms, and landing pages that are hosted on your site are uploaded into your marketing automation platform. Your marketing automation platform allows you to publish these assets and track individual leads engaging with them. If you are hosting assets on another site, one that you don't control, you still upload the asset to your marketing automation tool, using a custom URL to paste to the other site. The URL is the key item. Whether a site is hosted by you or by someone else, as long as you can obtain the URL and use a custom redirect, you can track the asset. You can therefore track many more assets than you can normally host on any given solution. 51. Integrating traceable content. Traceable content is any content that can be tracked when your audience engages with it. Tracking a user's interaction with your content allows follow-up automations to take place. There are many different types of content, including videos, white papers, podcasts, sales sheets, and so on. Treat all content the same to make this process easy. All content that you upload into your marketing automation solution becomes accessible through a URL and traceable back to each person who interacts with the content. You can use your content URLs as links on your website or as links in a tweet on Twitter to promote your latest white paper. Uploading content is as simple as uploading a picture to Facebook. If the content you want to use exists on a third-party site, your vendor needs to show you how to include that content in your tools with custom redirected URLs, as shown in Figure 4 to 6. 58. Part I, Getting Started with Marketing Automation. Chapter 5, CRM Integration 2. Diagram all moving parts. Diagram all the moving parts within each campaign. If it is an inbound campaign, begin with your search term or paid search ad. If it is an outbound campaign, begin with your list and how you obtain this list. From here, diagram each part of your campaign. Make sure to list every small detail, all the way down to each field on your lead capture form, and where that information goes in your CRM. 3. Identify data flow. Note how many different applications you are using and how the data is moving back and forth to and from each tool. Take note of issues you are currently dealing with and issues you are facing. 65. Cleaning up your database. Cleaning up your database is a must to protect your sender score and ending reputation. Your sender score is a numeric grade that spam filters put on your IP address. The higher your score, the better your chances of getting your emails delivered to a person's email inbox. One of the reasons people obtain a lower score is that they send emails to bad email addresses or spam traps. If you have been building your database for years, you likely have a large number of both in your database. While you're preparing your CRM system for marketing automation, it's a good exercise to clean your database so that your CRM integration starts out with a clean bill of health. You have two good ways to clean a database. One is by using tools to do it yourself, the other is by hiring someone to do it for you. Using tools to clean up your database. You can easily access many tools for cleaning up your database through online services. The cost of your database cleanup will be a direct reflection of how large your database is and what, specifically, you need cleaned. For the purpose of protecting your sender score, you need to be concerned only with the validity of the email address, not all the information in a record. Data brokers are another way to clean up your database. Companies such as Data.com, Dun & Bradstreet, and Equifax can help you to clean up your database in one fell swoop and help you augment your data at the same time, as shown in Figure 5 to 2. Chapter 5, CRM Integration in your database 5 times because that prospect used 5 different email addresses. This is very important if you have very complex data sets or have multiple email addresses on a single person. 67. Hiring someone to clean up your database. If you can't use an automated tool because of the size of your data or the specific nature of the data needed, you can find consultants or outsourced call centers who can clean your data for you as well as offer data augment services without the need for automated tools. Hire a consultant with specific industry knowledge to help expedite the process of data collection, cleansing, and augmentation. Hiring a consultant who knows how to use your chosen marketing automation solution would be prudent. Choosing a consultant who is not familiar with your industry is okay if you have to compromise, but do your best to avoid consultants who lack a working knowledge of your marketing automation solution. An outsourced call center is a more expensive option than a consultant, and it tends to take the most time. This option is generally the best option for companies that need to constantly augment and cleanse data as it comes in. A call center can be tied into the lead qualification stage and manually verify data before that data is passed on to the next stage. The call center can also obtain data via a phone call that cannot be obtained via online interactions. Connecting CRM data fields to your marketing automation tool. CRM integration eventually involves connecting data and database fields between your CRM system, marketing automation tools, and marketing process. Before all that can happen, you first need to take a look at the big picture so that your connections make sense and so that you can guide the technical details toward your business goals. Here's how you should be thinking about your overall plan. I explain all the details of each of the following bullets throughout this section. The early days, focus on planning and setting up the standard fields of your marketing automation tool using modules and existing data sources to assist you. Majority of work, focus on creating custom fields in your marketing automation solution that map over to your CRM system. These are fields that you were using before marketing automation as well as fields you think of during integration. 68 Part 2, Working with Data and Leads. Finishing touches, focus on uploading data and testing your integration. Without testing, you won't know whether your connection can run your marketing programs. Connecting default fields to your marketing automation tool. Default fields are generally standard fields common to all CRM systems and marketing automation tools. Examples include first name, last name, phone number, other basic information. Default fields usually represent the bare minimum of information needed to identify a record. It's highly likely that your marketing automation tool needs a set of default fields to function properly, so you need to connect those fields to the same fields in your CRM system, or create them if your CRM system doesn't already have them. Start by installing your module into your CRM system. I tell you where to find your module earlier in this chapter, in mapping out your CRM integration. The module will set up the standard fields that your marketing automation tool needs but which your CRM system does not currently have. After your module is installed to your CRM, you need to go into your marketing automation tool to map your default fields together with your CRM fields. The fields in your CRM and marketing automation tool will have different names at this stage, as shown in figure 5-3, because the name as it appears to your users is different from the field ID used by your CRM. Figure 5-3, field names are different when installing a module to connect your CRM. Chapter 5, CRM integration. Depending on your marketing automation tool, you may also be able to set up other field parameters during module installation. If the fields you are connecting are drop-down boxes, multi-select boxes, number fields, date fields, or radio buttons, make sure that you also set up these parameters in both your marketing automation tool and your CRM. These field characteristics can require a significant amount of time to set up. More advanced marketing automation tools include features to help expedite this task. 69. Inserting custom fields into your marketing automation tool. You likely already have and use specific data points for segmentation, qualification, or lead assignment among all your marketing applications. Your new tool will come with a basic database, which needs to be expanded to include these custom data points. This means adding custom fields by using the upcoming steps. Custom fields are fields that you need in addition to the ones that come standard with your CRM. They might be used in your CRM, or they might be used only by your marketing team, specifically for segmentation and reporting. Here are some examples of custom fields: technology used by prospect, product number, number of locations, any field which you added to your CRM after you have created and named your fields. Make sure to note the data type and parameters of the field. If you aren't sure of the needed parameters, ask your vendor. The parameters vary from vendor to vendor. Parameters dictate whether the information can be overwritten, used in email communications, or even automatically updated from third-party databases. Own your own fields. Fields used only by the sales team do not need to be synced with your marketing automation tool. The same goes for marketing fields that don't need to be used by sales. The marketing-only fields follow the same process as that used for all custom fields, but they don't need to map to a CRM field ID name. 72 Part 2, Working with data and leads. A CSV file is a spreadsheet file format that stands for comma-separated values. Most spreadsheet programs allow you to import and export using this file type. After your data is in a CSV file, you can easily upload your data into the marketing automation tool. The time it takes to upload your data will depend on the size of your database. The larger your database, the longer the upload time. Most tools can pull over all data upon your initial startup. However, I advise against doing so because this is also the best time to clean up your data. I discuss cleaning up your data in the previous section of this chapter. Some tools require you to fully deduplicate your database first, whereas others will handle deduplication for you during the import process. If your file size is very large and your tools support this feature, you can save time by using a file that contains only the minimum data, such as email addresses or CRM ID numbers. That way, you can import essential data more quickly and bring in the remaining information automatically over time. You need to ask your vendor which process you should use. When you are uploading your data set, the tool will either ask you to visually map the data points to your new database or it will do them for you automatically. If your tool does this automatically, make sure that you understand the required information needed in the header of each column. Testing and troubleshooting common CRM issues. Testing and troubleshooting shouldn't take much time, but it's an important step. With testing, you'll know whether your connection is correct before running programs and potentially sending bad leads or confusing data to sales. The majority of CRM connectivity issues can be summed up very easily in 2 words: bad processes. The next sections show you how to test and troubleshoot the process choices you have made and the outcomes you have produced. Testing your integration. Integration testing should focus on your data flow, lead flow, and reporting. Follow these steps to test your integration. 1. Create a dummy lead and campaign. A dummy lead is a made-up prospect or customer that you add to your database as if it is a real record. A dummy campaign is a fictional marketing campaign. For a little fun, use a famous person's name and attributes. Chapter 5, CRM integration inside the application who aren't sure of what they are clicking on. The main reason for the connector to come undone is one of the following: IP addresses become unverified in your CRM system, a cause for concern only when your CRM requires verification of your marketing automation tool. This issue is easily solved by adding your IP addresses to your CRM whitelist. Someone accidentally clicks the wrong button in the marketing automation tool. 2. Check your usernames. If you complete step 1 and salespeople still aren't receiving leads, you should check your usernames. You might have lead assignment set up but haven't connected your users between the systems. When you create custom fields, you should create users in each system. Creating users in each system allows you to pass a lead to a sales rep through the Rep CRM tool. If you didn't connect your leads when you set up your custom fields, your leads will be passed to your CRM tool without being assigned to the correct person. 3. Check your lead assignment rules. If steps 1 and 2 fail to solve your lead assignment issue, you are likely to find the reason to be your automation rules. Your lead assignment rule might be too complex, which could cause a condition to remain unmet. This is usually the result of a complex if/then statement. Remember, the simpler your lead assignment, the better. 75. Troubleshooting data mapping issues. A data mapping issue can be tricky to notice. It is one of the more frequent issues companies have, and it derives mostly from a misunderstanding of how the marketing automation system and the CRM function together. You need to understand the relationship between the master and the slave data to ease any future issues with data mapping. Master data is a data record that is in control. For example, if you have a CRM field and a lead record with a person's first name, your marketing automation tool will also have a matching record of the same person and the same name. Both solutions are talking back and forth to each other, so they need to know which system can override which data points. Slave data is copied data. The slave data can never override the master data. For example, if your sales rep keys in a new name for the person in the CRM, that name will flow down to your marketing automation tool, but if the marketing team changes the name, the person's name will not be changed in the CRM. 78 Part 2, Working with Data and Leads. Understanding the types of segmentations. Segmentations tend to be dynamic when using marketing automation. However, there are actually three main types of segmentations. Knowing your goal for each list helps you to determine how to craft your segmentation correctly. Consider the following model when determining your goal: one-time use, static segmentation, keeping track of a specific action, semi-dynamic list that needs to be regenerated every day, fully dynamic list. The next sections explain static, semi-dynamic, and fully dynamic segmentations so that you can approach your segmentation strategy with all three options in mind. Static segmentations and their use cases. Static segmentations are lists that are populated with names only once. For example, if you set up a static segmentation to find all leads who are VPS in New Jersey, your marketing automation system will find that list. But after a static list is generated, people will never be added to the list again. This is typically the only type of list that people are familiar with before using marketing automation. The most common uses for static lists are as follows: one-off campaigns, campaigns you don't run on a regular basis. Targeted sales support, if you are supporting sales, and sales is asking for a specific email to go out, static lists are great to make quick work of the job. Creating personas. Personas are a very common segmentation of people based on demographic information. They are based on data points and need to be run only once. You can get very advanced with these and make them fully dynamic, but to start, use static segmentations to create your personas. I discuss personas in more detail a little later in this chapter. Basic reporting. Segmentation can easily help you see how many people have performed a combination of specific actions, which can be helpful in reporting. Chapter 6, Creating Segmented Lists. Static campaigns are the lowest level of segmentations. As you look to increase your use of marketing automation, you should consider using static lists for the aforementioned specific purposes, as well as learn to use dynamic lists for your automated programs. 79 Semi-dynamic segmentations. Role in programs. Semi-dynamic segmentations are lists that can add more people to, but not subtract people from, the list. For example, if you set up a semi-dynamic segmentation of VPS in New Jersey, your marketing automation system will find all the people who meet the criteria and add the new people who meet the same criteria every day. Because semi-dynamic segmentation does not allow for subtractions from the list, if someone changes a job title from VP to CMO in your database, it will not remove him or her from the list by the same automation that put that person on the list. Removing the person would require another semi-dynamic segmentation. Some uses for semi-dynamic lists are as follows: high-level segmentation on engagement. For example, if you want to keep a list of everyone who's ever attended a specific webinar, a semi-dynamic list is a good choice because your follow-up marketing probably doesn't depend on whether those people attend another webinar in the future. Segmenting on product interest. A list of people who have shown interest in a specific product segment is a good example of a list that does not need the capability to remove people from it. The advantage of semi-dynamic lists over fully dynamic lists is the speed at which they can run. Depending on your marketing automation tool, speed may be a large concern. Most semi-dynamic lists use less computing power and can work larger sets of data quicker. This means that your segmentations can run more times per day. Fully dynamic segmentations use cases. Fully dynamic segmentation means that a person can be added and removed from the list based on the same data point changing. For example, a fully dynamic list of prospects who have visited your website in the past 30 days is a list that will grow and shrink every day, based on visits to your website. 80 Part 2, Working with Data and Leads. Case study with Beyond the Rack on email personalization using dynamic segmentation. Beyond the Rack, a private online shopping club, is dedicated to providing its customers with authentic designer merchandise at the lowest prices possible, sometimes up to 80% off retail. The company takes great care to learn about its members and their preferences so that they receive only the most relevant messages and exclusive offers. Challenge beyond the rack needed to send personalized messages to millions of customers and fast. As a flash sale retailer, it was incredibly important that the millions of messages reach customer inboxes quickly and provide dynamic content that was created using personalized information for each customer. Solution beyond the rack got straight to work, implementing dynamic email content to match daily offers to members' behaviors and geographic location. This dynamic content was critical to the success of Beyond the Rack's flash sale model. Also, the solution's scalability and speed helped support the company's double-digit growth, with up to 2 million personalized emails, sent twice daily. Plus, Beyond the Rack implemented a responsive design strategy, creating smarter and more engaging email designs optimized for mobile devices. With an increasing number of shoppers accessing the company's emails via smartphones, this simple change created a huge lift in revenue. Results: Beyond the Rack has proven the power of messages tailored to each customer. With personalization and responsive design techniques, the company achieved some phenomenal results, including the following: annualized run rate representing tens of millions of dollars, 18% increase in click-through, 12 to 15% increase in revenue, decrease in unsubscribe requests, increase in open rates. Subtracting people from a campaign is called suppression. For example, marketers who want to subtract leads in an opportunity stage from their email blast often refer to the subtracted list as a suppression list. CRM data is a very common data field to use for suppressing leads. Here are some good uses for fully dynamic lists. Drip nurturing: when setting up a nurture list, you should use a fully dynamic list. This allows you to add people to the list and to remove them after they no longer need to be nurtured. I discuss lead nurturing in Chapter 10. Chapter 6, Creating Segmented Lists. 83 Knowing when to kill a list. Many lists have a finite lifespan. When they have run the course of their life, you need to delete them from your database. Deleting them helps keep your system clean and keeps the clutter out of your list views. Your lists are just ways to look at your data. Deleting a list doesn't delete your data or the prospects on the list. Only the list itself is removed. So remember to keep your lists cleaned up so that you don't have to sort through hundreds of lists every day. Naming conventions are especially useful when you have multiple people on your team who are all creating lists for different uses. Some good things to include in your naming convention are the following: dates, the department that uses the list; campaign name, what the list is being used for; region, that owns the list; person who created the list; any specific data to help you understand what the list is. For adding people to your list, there are a lot of ways to add people to your segmentation lists, so I've included the most common ways in the following bullets. Mining your database: many times, you'll need to make a list from people in your database. You already have the data, so you just need to find the people who meet your criteria. Segmenting in real time: some marketing campaigns require real-time segmentation. For example, you may want to instantly segment someone who visits a web page into a campaign or list so that you can automatically initiate follow-up marketing campaigns. Adding people manually: just because you have automation doesn't mean you'll always use it. For example, your salespeople may need to add people to a list manually. This situation usually happens when your sales team needs you to run a marketing campaign to a group the sales team identifies. 84 Part 2, Working with Data and Leads. Removing from lists: sometimes when you add someone to one list, you need to simultaneously remove him or her from another list. Don't forget to add this action to your segmentations if a segmentation change makes a former segmentation obsolete. Exploring the many uses of segmentation: every marketing campaign should be relevant to the person you're targeting. The good news is that targeting your message through segmentation is the fastest way to be relevant. That's because segmenting your database based on activity allows you to find core groups of people with similar levels of interest. The next sections show you common uses of segmentation and explain how to make your segmentations as relevant as possible in the context of your segmentation. Segmenting from email actions. Email actions are a segmentation most marketers are familiar with. Email opens, bounces, and clicks are the standard email actions used for segmentation. Learning to use, or not use, The following email actions will help you understand how to segment correctly from these actions and increase the accuracy of your segments. Segmenting on email opens. Email opens are a very bad segmentation to use in most cases. Email opens are a false positive. It is better to segment on other email activity. This has been used mostly because there were not better metrics to segment from. Now you have better ones, so leave this one on the shelf. Segmenting on email bounces. Segmenting your list on email bounces is very helpful for cleaning your database. Many times, a bounce on an email requires a manual effort to determine the validity of the email address. Bounces may also signal sales to work other leads in the account. Segment your email bounces into emails that hard bounce, which denotes a bad email address, and emails that soft bounce, which denotes an out-of-office response, 4 or more times. For more information about what to do with bounced emails, read Email Marketing for Dummies, 2nd edition, by John Arnold, John Wiley & Sons, Inc. 86 Part 2, Working with Data and Lead Segmenting on Lead Score. Scores should be calculated based on a combination of activity and inactivity. I discuss lead scoring in more detail in Chapter 12. Consider these segments: leads with no scores, leads whose scores have gone up the most in the past 30 days, leads with the highest score over a period of time, leads whose scores have gone down in the past 60 days. Segmenting off of CRM data. Marketing automation makes it easy to access CRM data. Because CRM systems are usually central data repositories for a company, your marketing automation tool won't be the only system putting data into your CRM system. Any data that is in your CRM system can be used for segmentations by your marketing automation tool. Consider looking at data sets that are helpful for more targeted campaigns: segmenting on last purchase, segmenting on total purchase history, segmenting on lead stage, segmenting on opportunity stage, segmenting on a specific sales rep's lead. Sales activity is also recorded in your CRM and can be used for segmentation. Segmenting on sales activity helps you pick up the slack when sales reps are too busy to reach all their leads. Creating personas for personalization. A persona is a very effective way to segment your database. Personas are used to make sure your messages are as relevant as they can possibly be. Personas can be interest-based as well as demographic-based. There are two types of personas. Interest-based persona. This type of persona is based on actions people take, not just who they are. These may include the following actions: page views, number of or specific, length of time on site. 88 Part 2, Working with Data and Leads. Information gatherer. This is usually a lower-level person on the team. This person is tasked with getting all the information for the team to then review and decide. The information gatherer is usually a main point of contact, but he can't make any decisions. Champion. The champion can hold any job title in the organization. This person is a fan of your technology, company, or employees. This is your inside person who is fighting for you. Identifying champions is very hard by job title because they can be anyone. They are much easier to identify by their level of activity and engagement within the company. Your true champions are likely to be very active on social media and to frequent your blog. After creating your demographic personas, create your segmentation rules to build your lists by persona. You should start with a list for each persona. For example, if you have 3 personas, you have 3 lists. This should leave you with 3 specific lists. Creating interest-based personas. To create interest-based personas, you need to use a combination of segmentation and lead scoring methodology. I explain the details of lead scoring in Chapter 12. Use segmentation to track where someone is in his or her buyer's journey and then use a score to measure the level of interest. Interest-based personas should be broken down into 3 levels. The following score ranges are based on a 100-point scoring model: leads with low scores, 0 to 30; leads with mid-range scores, 31 to 75; leads with high scores, 76 to 100. Identifying existing personas in your database. You might not have enough information to create personas when you first set up your marketing automation system. Do the following to identify personas in a database with limited behavioral information. If you have a cold database, do some testing. You won't know the interest-based persona of people in your database if they have no engagement. Set up special campaigns created to test different types of messages and content tailored to people at each stage. This will help you identify people's personas based on their engagement. 90 Part 2, Working with data and leads. Use a single nurturing campaign to stay in front of leads you identify in your database. You can get more granular over time by breaking your campaign into many targeted campaigns for each buyer stage and persona, but a single campaign will suffice as a starting point. Creating advanced segmentations. After you have the basics of segmentation down, you'll quickly move into more advanced segmentations. Segmentations are automations. So understanding the key parts to advanced automations helps you to better manage your list and segmentations. Each tool runs automations in a different way, so make sure that you are fully versed on how and where you create your segmentations and automations. Many tools can do them in the same place, but not all tools allow for this. Understanding if-then statements. An if-then statement is an advanced rule that you can use to segment based on a true or false condition. For example, you can program your software to look at data in your database and apply the following if-then statement. If condition is true, then do action. Basic segmentations may look for a match on a single data point, as shown in figure 6-3, without the use of an if-then statement. In the figure, notice how the statement is asking for all VPS in New Jersey and has no other conditions for the segmentation. If you want to make a basic segmentation more granular, use an if-then statement. Figure 6-4 shows an example of an if-then statement added to the basic segmentation shown in figure 6-3. In this example, the if-then statement applies to all VPS in New Jersey who have also downloaded a specific white paper. Chapter 6, Creating Segmented Lists. The importance of minimizing the complexity of advanced segmentations. Advanced segmentations can become unwieldy very quickly. When you start using multiple if-then statements in a single segmentation, you run a high risk of human error. Human error is the number one reason that segmentation fails. So use the following advice to minimize your complexities and keep you sane. Minimize your risk of failure. When running very complex if-then statements, you need to monitor a number of rules based on the data in numerous different fields. Changing your database or a field in your database causes your segmentation to either work improperly or fail completely. Fixing these errors is easy. Finding which field to fix is more of a problem. Give yourself a hand. Use automations and related segmentations to help you, not to do everything for you. Some segmentations require a manual step or attention by a person. Overcomplicating your segmentation only wastes more of your time. Remove issues with turnover. You probably aren't staying where you are at your company forever, and neither is everyone else at your company. If you and your team make complex rules, consider the difficulty for the next team in managing those rules when you leave. Using simple segmentations minimizes the risk of having to start over from scratch. 93-94 Part 2, Working with Data and Leads. 96 Part 2, Working with Data and Leads. Working with sales to define fields in your CRM system. The main objective of connecting your marketing automation tool to your CRM is to allow data to flow freely back and forth between sales and marketing. Identifying your key data points on each record before you begin implementation helps you to make sure that you are selecting the correct tool and properly integrating your two tools. Start by defining with sales which fields are required for a lead to be marketing qualified. Marketing qualified leads are ones that have met all marketing criteria to be considered a lead and are then passed to sales. These fields will be the first fields you need to integrate. The fields you use for segmenting your list will be the second set of fields you need to list. Overlap is likely here, and that is okay. You don't integrate fields twice. Continue this process with each CRM object you use. Fields you don't use for segmentation and that are not required by sales for a lead to be qualified don't need to be integrated. Fields you don't currently have but that will be required for advanced automations generally are automatically set up when you install your marketing automation tool into your CRM. Some good examples are fields such as the following: prospect score, campaign of origin, marketing touchpoints affecting the lead, last time on website, last campaign engaged with, agreeing on sales ready lead, definitions and time frames. If you have a problem with communication between marketing and sales, it's usually a mismatch in definitions. For example, to sales, a lead may mean a person ready to buy. But to a marketer, a lead may mean someone who has an interest. Marketing automation gives you the ability to merge these definitions for a more cohesive team. The three main definitions you need to work on with your team are sales ready score. This score is the minimum threshold that a lead has to meet to get passed to sales. Both sales and marketing have to agree on a score at which a lead gets passed on. Having a minimum threshold. Chapter 7, Sending leads to sales is easy to measure and implement with marketing automation, and it removes the frustration stemming from a host of reasons that a lead may have been passed to sales. Service level agreement. Sales and marketing teams sometimes disagree over how much time is given to a sales representative to allow him or her to respond to a new lead after it has been passed on sales. The two-way communication between your CRM and your marketing automation tool will provide you the ability to track and automate an agreed upon time frame and align on the actions to take when this time frame has passed. Sales ready lead. A sales ready lead is a lead that is ready to make a purchase decision or have a conversation with a sales representative. Many actions can be signs of a sales ready lead, but without the context of other actions, they are not enough on their own to accurately qualify a lead as sales ready. Marketing automation gives you the ability to combine all sales ready actions across all channels so that you have insight into the true sales readiness of a lead based on the entire context of your marketing program. Tools within your marketing automation solution such as lead scoring and lead tracking provide you with the data points to determine when a lead becomes sales ready. The automation part of your solution helps you to nurture the non-sales ready leads up to that point and hand off the truly sales ready leads to your sales team in real time. 97. Identifying the important data points of a lead, contact, account, and opportunity. Engaging sales to create common definitions for all aspects of the lead life cycle is key to a successful integration. Engaging with sales to have sales staff help create the following definitions will foster buy-in to the concept and help them understand what is being passed to them and why. Lead. Define the information, activity, and score required for a person to become a lead. Contact. Define when a lead is converted to a contact. This includes what processes need to happen and by whom, and whether the lead needs to be tied to an account or an opportunity at this stage. Marketing qualified lead, MQL. Define when a lead is passed to sales, which includes defining what information is required by marketing to be attached to the record. 98. Part 2, Working with data and lead. Sales qualified lead, SQL. Define the process of sales accepting marketing qualified leads. This is usually called a service level agreement, SLA. The SLA should define how long sales has to respond to accept a marketing lead and the process for accepting and declining a lead. When the MQL lead is accepted, it becomes an SQL. Opportunity. Define when a lead or account is created into an opportunity. This should be qualified by a buying timeline and marked on the record. Collaborating with sales. You can run many types of sales support campaigns, but you should never run one without collaborating with sales in the following ways. Define goals together. You need to sit down with the head of your sales team and define goals for your campaigns. Defining goals helps to get cooperation with each idea as well as a clear idea of what the campaigns are supposed to help with. Obtain acceptance on ideas. Your ideas need to be bought into by the sales team. You might need to attend sales meetings to present your ideas, or do this via an email. I suggest meeting in person so that sales staff can ask you questions. I promise you that they will have lots of questions. Create a test group. Set up a test group if you have a tough crowd. The test group is the first to use the campaign and then share their results. A test group can be a great asset if your team is reluctant to change. Set a report date. You must have a defined end of your campaigns. Having an end allows you to obtain feedback. If sales doesn't want your campaigns to stop, you don't have to, but putting a defined date down on paper gives you a predetermined date for re-evaluation. It also allows you to push off sales comments until that date. Asking sales for content suggestions. Your salespeople may have a lot of good ideas. Remember that they are on the front lines, they get a lot of information and generally keep their ears pretty close to the action. They know what other companies are using, they see campaigns others are using, and they know what's working and what isn't. Asking them for content suggestions is a great idea, however, you need some structure around this process. Here are ways to create that structure. Use a form. You have a marketing automation tool that can make forms. You can use your form tool within your marketing automation tool to create a place where sales can give you feedback. This is in Chapter 7, Sending Leads to Sales. Outside the box use of your new form building tool, located within your marketing automation tool. Your form should have only a few fields. You might use a drop-down list for campaign type, such as email, white paper, and so on, and you should have a free text field in which sales staff can type an idea. Your form can also send an autoresponder back out to the sales rep saying thank you. Make it clear that not all ideas will fly. Have a dialogue with people about your idea creation process. They need to know that not all ideas make it to a full campaign. If you are not clear on this, many reps will think you don't like their ideas. This may well be the case, but you need them on your side to keep giving you ideas and to help push these campaigns. Playing a bit of politics helps keep the relationship between the two departments at its best. Put a bounty out. Another great way to get feedback on content ideas is to put a bounty on other companies' collateral. You can use any prize you want, but incentivize your salespeople to find other companies' content and send it to you. This approach eliminates their subjective input and just gets you what's happening out there in your marketplace. Sit in on sales meetings. This is the other best way to get content ideas. Your salespeople can voice their issues with deals and describe where they are stuck. Creating content to help them get around these issues is a big win for you and them. Just listening to their meetings can be a great source of information. Copying your best salespeople. Because any email communication you will be sending in a sales support campaign will appear to come from a salesperson, you need to make sure that they look as though they came from a salesperson. Many marketers cringe when they think about the emails their salespeople send. Their salespeople, however, usually know a thing or two about what they are writing. Learning to take tips from your best salespeople will greatly increase engagement with your emails. Ask for their best email. Every sales rep has his or her best email. I was in sales for years and I can still remember my best ones. They are the ones I'd use the most often, and they were usually tailored to a specific point in the buying process and were easily changed. The latter 2 points give you 2 big wins. Sales will give you the best messaging for a particular point in the buying cycle, as well as give you a template, which works very well with dynamic text. Figure 7:1 gives a good example of a great sales email, which is set up to be able to just drop in names and other information. 99 Chapter 7, Sending Leads to Sales. 101 Turning on Sales Enablement Functionality. Turning on sales enablement is the last part of your implementation between your marketing automation tool and your CRM. The reason to save this part for last is that everything else has to be done first before you can leverage any of the features for sales. Getting your sales enablement tool set up also is likely to require you to have very solid understanding of your tool because you are now the expert in your office, so be prepared. Some salespeople like to try new tools but others will never use them, so make sure that you share the potential impact with your salespeople. The impact to the sales organization is often so large that salespeople who sell with marketing automation won't sell without it again. They often become the champions for marketing automation when they move to a new company that is not using it. You shouldn't activate sales enablement without introducing these features to your salespeople. You should take the following 3 important steps just before or immediately after you turn everything on. 1. Have a town hall meeting. Get all your salespeople together and go over the changes they are about to see in the CRM application. Let them know that they do not have to change but that they can leverage these new tools to sell more. Show the CRM screen with the new features turned on, and explain what each feature is supposed to do. To demonstrate the process of the lead flow. During your town hall meeting, show a prospect record. Create a dialogue based on a salesperson who got a lead, saw the lead go cold, reconnected after getting a lead activity notification from a drip campaign, and then generated the closed ROI. Make sure that your demonstration shows salespeople how they now have visibility into all actions of leads, automatic nurturing, and instant reporting. 3. Conduct a training class. Set up a short training class online or in person. Most companies use either video tutorials or live trainings in a classroom setting. Getting your team trained saves you countless questions and hours of frustration. You don't need to have sales enablement functionality turned on to get your own marketing value out of your tool after you integrate your CRM system with your marketing automation tool. However, enabling sales functionality doesn't take any meaningful amount of time, and the value for sales is huge. So it really doesn't make any sense to leave it turned off. 102 Part 2. Working with data and leads. You also don't have to turn on all sales enablement technologies right away. Many marketing automation tools have various levels of sales support. Most tools have 3 levels: sales notifications, daily emails, and campaigns. They all work independently of each other, so I suggest starting with one and moving toward another later on. Start with daily emails and then move to more frequent notifications, followed by sales campaigns. Supporting campaigns for your sales team. Marketing automation can lend a huge hand when you're crafting campaigns to support your sales team. If you can get sales support campaigns down, you can greatly shorten your sales cycle and increase your salespeople's close rates very easily. Building automated campaigns for cold sales leads. The first campaign you should build for sales after turning on sales enablement should be designed to catch and nurture the leads that sales can't reach through the selling process. These leads usually fall through the cracks and are never heard from again. Many articles that cover sales effectiveness reference a statistic that says these unreachable leads will buy from someone over the next 24 months. If you aren't communicating with these leads somehow, it's unlikely they will buy from your salesperson. Creating this campaign requires you to first identify a few key fields for segmenting your campaign. I suggest looking at 2 fields. One is a lead stage and the other is the lead's last activity date. Lead stage. The lead stage is the prospect's place in the sales process. For example, a lead could be in the assigned stage or the accepted stage depending on whether the lead is assigned to a sales rep or assigned and also accepted by the rep. If you don't currently use a lead stage, you need to change that situation so that you can create a campaign to catch cold leads. The field is filled in by a sales rep manually, or you can use CRM automations to change it for you. Chapter 7, Sending Leads to Sales. 103 Last Activity Date. Last activity date is a custom field already in use by your CRM tool or a default field added by your marketing automation tool during integration. This field displays the last activity date of the lead in question, helping you gauge that lead's last interactions with any of your marketing activities. After you have the aforementioned 2 fields set up, use them to create your campaign by assigning the campaign to a condition. For example, if the lead has not had activity within 10 days, and the lead is in the assigned lead stage, your lead has been assigned but the sales rep hasn't accepted or started working the lead. To keep the lead warm, your marketing automation system can now add the cold lead to your cold lead nurturing campaign. The other big win is the fact that any activity the lead shows will go directly to the sales rep because the lead has already been assigned. That way, marketing is helping sales to stay in front of leads, and sales is helping marketing get more value out of the leads they created. Using lead assignments to drive leads to the sales team. Lead assignment rules allow you to pass sales-ready leads to sales in real time. You should be thinking about when to pass on a lead, and how to do so. Here are the most common scenarios and how to accomplish them. One person owns the relationship and sells multiple products. When your sales team is relationship-based with a large book of products, you don't need to do much work on lead assignment. Your leads are already assigned to your rep, and your rep gets updates on when his or her leads are engaging with the campaign. Figure 7-2 shows a lead notification tool that shows your reps in real time who is engaging with the campaign. Because you don't need to reassign the lead, you need only to set up an automation to let your sales reps know when a certain level of sales readiness has been reached. Your CRM tool can accomplish this for you if you choose to have it do so. CRM tools have the capability to create custom list views. So if you have your lead score synced with your CRM tool, your sales team can have a list of leads with a score over X. This allows the team to just check this list for any new leads. 108 Part 2, Working with Data and Leads. 112 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. Content for professional development or entertainment. This is content that is consumed on a daily basis and is not a signal of a buying process. Most people consume the same amount of professional development and/or entertainment on a daily basis. The blogs you read every day, or the Twitter followers you listen to daily, are good examples of this content. When designing content, you need to set goals for your content as it relates to your lead life cycle. Follow these pointers to help make sure that the goals for your content match up to its relationship to the lead life cycle. Early stage leads. Early stage leads don't need to hear from your sales team. They don't need to be prompted for a demo and don't want to read your press release. When crafting content to attract early stage leads, consider creating content to help leads be better at their jobs. Your goal for early stage content should be to build a relationship, not sell. Jay Bear, at JBear, said it best, helping is the new selling. Some good forms of content for early stage leads are blog posts focused on how to identify a problem, how-to articles, short video clips. Mid-stage cycle leads. Leads that are in the middle of a buyer's journey generally have a problem, or pain point, but not a way to solve it. Generally, buyers in this stage also do not have the budget, authority, or timeline to purchase. Content for leads in the middle of the buyer's journey should help explain options to solve their issue. You also need to show substantial social proof, that is, show how others have benefited from your solution. This proof can be in the form of an interview with a person who is a client, or a testimonial letter. This information helps prospects see how others solved a problem by using you. The goal for this content should be to help people identify the way to solve their pain as well as to get their team to buy in. Social proof provides validation from outside your company. Some good forms of content for mid-stage leads are blog posts focused on how to solve the pain points, webinars featuring client success stories, case studies. Late-stage leads. Leads later in a buyer's journey have already agreed on how to solve their problem and are looking at vendors. They are in the process of making a short list of vendors to vet. Your goal should be to get on the short list. Some good forms of content for late-stage leads are 116 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. Knowing when to use short-form content. Short-form content is a shortened version of a full document. A good example is a blog post created from a full white paper or industry report. The report is the long-form content, whereas the post is the short-form content. If you break the report up into sections and make each section a separate piece, this would be considered short-form as well. When using short-form content, the best place to use it is in outbound marketing efforts. Because of its length, short-form content is easy to engage with and easy to create, thereby allowing you to generate a lot of email content from very few long-form pieces of content. Use it for lead nurturing email marketing. Knowing when to use long-form content. Long-form content is a full version of a document. A good example is an ebook, a white paper, or a long industry article. The report is the long-form content, whereas the post is the short-form content. You typically use long-form content for inbound traffic. It is promoted via paid search and SEO and is found by buyers doing research. Site visitors are more likely to engage with long-form content than short-form content when you require them to fill out a form. The consumer finds more value in a larger document and is more likely to fill out a form in return for your content. Use long-form content for paid search, SEM lead generation, SEO lead generation, social lead generation. Creating content for lead nurturing. The number one complaint I have heard from people getting started with marketing automation is that they don't have enough time to create content. This is also the number one reason that I have seen companies delay their adoption of marketing automation. However, the real issue is that they are Chapter 8, Content Marketing and its place in marketing automation 117 thinking about content in the wrong way. When you are building content for lead nurturing, it is very easy. Take a look at some easy examples of content for nurturing programs. Short form, the opposite of long is short. Short form content should be easily digested within 5 minutes. In a recent research report I conducted, only 1.7% of respondents said that they prefer content over 5 pages long. To create short-form content, you can break down long-form content or create it from scratch. The content should consist of specific ideas that can then link to bigger pieces of content if the person wants to read more. Blog posts, you don't have to write them. 2 million new blog posts go up each day. If you want to be considered a thought leader, you should also consider helping people find information, not just creating it yourself. Other people's blogs are a great way to do this. Send emails with links to other blog articles by industry experts. You are sending a link to the blogs, not putting the blog content into your email. Being a thought leader doesn't always mean that the thought belongs to you. Raising awareness of good thinking is also a way to become a thought leader. If you use this technique, make sure to let readers know why you are sharing the ideas. Tell them the reason that a post is great, for example, and what they should try to learn from it. Videos. Video content is currently one of the most engaging forms of content. You can create videos quickly, easily, and with little expense. If you have not done videos before, I suggest going to wistia.com, @wistia, to find out how to do video well. Wistia.com also shows you how to shoot video with anything from your iPhone to a production camera. My first video was shot on a Sony Handycam with a microphone from a computer attached to it. You don't have to put the video in your email, and it is not advisable to try to embed video in email. Instead, take a screenshot and make the image a link to your video. Or just use a hyperlink to the video. Testimonials, these are a super great form of content as well. They are key to lead nurturing because they show social proof. Social proof is something all buyers are looking for before they set up demos with your company. I suggest having testimonials in different content forms. Consider having a few videos, a few interviews hosted on your blog, or a few case studies. A testimonial can consist of only one item, such as a single quote. Don't try to overproduce these elements at this stage. It is more important to have just one quote from 4 companies than to have one single case study with lots of quotes in it. Short research, proprietary research is a must. There are 294 billion emails sent every day. For your emails to be engaged with, they have to be fresh and relevant. The easiest way to ensure that they are fresh is to create new research. Research is interesting in lots of ways and can provide 118 Part 3, running automation campaigns you with tons of value. Consider using SurveyMonkey or LinkedIn to conduct short surveys. You can pay for survey submissions for about $3 each. Remember that you need just one metric, so don't go overboard with your research. Observations are a form of research, too. One of my best and most productive research projects was to chart the adoption of best practices for the marketing industry. I did the research by observing 150 websites and checking the basic items such as their forms, emails, and website. This was all observation-based, but it told a very compelling and powerful story. So don't always think that you need to hire someone for research or that it's outside your means. Survey. Send a survey to your prospects. This is a great form of content. You are asking for their input, which is not a typical form of engagement, It is, however, highly effective. You can survey their biggest pain points, their thoughts, or their opinions on how your company can improve. Infographics, the current golden child of many marketers, infographics have become a must for any company. If you don't have the means to create them, find your local design school and pay a cheap artist. I've paid $200 per infographic and driven tons of engagement through it. The infographic is a visual depiction of data. It's usually fun and uses graphics to showcase the data. Graphics are used frequently to take mundane topics and make them fun through good graphical layouts. Make sure that you have fresh data and then worry about making it pretty. This is where you can use your survey data or your research to drive increased engagement. Webinars. Conducting webinars is another great way to drive engagement in a nurturing program. ReadyTalk, at ReadyTalk, a webinar hosting company, suggests that hosting a webinar recording on your website can increase the lifespan of your efforts and increase your lead count. In a recent survey I conducted, I found that only 16% of consumers preferred to watch a webinar live. The largest majority said it didn't matter whether it was live or recorded. So consider putting links to your webinars in your nurturing programs. Managing your content. After you have content, it's time to learn to manage it. Tracking your content, knowing who is engaging with it and where it is being engaged with, helps you figure out how to present it better the next time. Marketing automation makes content management very different from how it used to be. Chapter 8, Content Marketing and its Place in Marketing Automation. 119 Hosting content in your marketing automation tool. Your marketing automation tool has a content repository, which is where you can upload content. The purpose of hosting your content here is to track it. When you host your content in your marketing automation tool, it records every person interacting with your content and allows you to run segmentations and automation based on content engagement. The content to host in your marketing automation tool is as follows: white papers, sales collateral, image files needed for email templates, PDF files, ebooks, case studies. Content you should not host in your marketing automation tool is the following: blog posts, these remain in your blogging platform. Videos, these are stored in your video hosting solution. Webinars, these are stored in your video hosting solution. When you host your content in your marketing automation tool, it gives your content a new URL. See Figure 8-2 to see the URL of the white paper I uploaded. You use this URL to promote your content. This is the URL that you will use in social media, as a hyperlink on your blog, and for your AdWords campaigns. When you host content in outside sources, such as video files, make sure to understand how your solution deals with tracking these. The reason you usually don't want to host these files inside your marketing automation tool is their file size. Generally, you have a limit on the amount of content you can host in your solution. A single video sometimes can eat up your entire storage space, so using an outside hosting solution for videos is recommended. Using outside hosting also gives you many other advantages that I cover when I talk more about videos later in this chapter. Chapter 8, Content Marketing and its Place in Marketing Automation. 123 Influence Report. Much of your content can now be tracked to see what influence it has. An influence report helps you see whether your content is helping to move people through the funnel. This is also easily seen in a stage-based report. A proper stage-based report will show the last content engaged in by a lead moved to the next stage. Both of these reports will help you identify which content to send to people and at which time. This allows you to easily build an automated program to send the correct content at the correct time. Tying webinars and video to your automation. We have been trained to love video. It's the status quo, so jump on board. The average American reads only one book per year and watches 40 hours of television each week. Learning how to engage consumers where they want to engage is key for the future of your marketing. The two most popular media are webinars and hosted videos. Both are very engaging and can be directly tied into your marketing automation tool to give you deeper insights into how people are consuming your content, how to improve your content, and how well it is driving revenue for your organization. In this section, I show you how to tie webinars and hosted videos into your marketing automation tool. Understanding webinars for automation. Along with all forms of video, webinars have become one of marketers' greatest lead generation tools. If you have been on the hosting side of a webinar, you can understand the difficulties of trying to engage with an audience you can't see. Webinars can increase their effectiveness when tied together with a marketing automation tool. Here are a few tips to keep in mind to get more out of both your webinar and your marketing automation tool when they are tied together. Integrate your tools. Integrate your webinar platform with your marketing automation tool. Doing so removes the need to import and export your lists. It also allows you to score leads based on their engagement with the webinar, in turn allowing you to easily segment attendees and score prospects on webinar engagement. 128 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. A case study for using video for marketing. The Paul Bradford Sugarcraft School offers online classes and instruction in cake decorating. Many visitors come to the Sugarcraft site and immediately purchase the courses. However, lots more visitors are interested in the content but are not yet ready to commit to a paid membership. To engage and connect with these prospects, the Sugarcraft team created a series of short, free videos. Importantly, Sugarcraft added a call to action at the end of the video to collect email addresses from those prospects who wanted more free content. According to Matt Barker, we know that email is by far our best marketing tool, so we wanted to create a piece of content with the sole aim of new email acquisition. This call to action at the end of the video gives the Sugarcraft team an opportunity to engage with prospects who are not quite ready to convert to paid customers. Prospects are added to an email list to receive regular updates and new videos, which helps Sugarcraft stay in touch with these leads. In the first month after implementing the video, Sugarcraft collected more than 7,000 email addresses and saw an increase in conversion to email from 3.4%, without the email form, to 8.2%, with the email form. The team is hoping to build out its free video series and continue to use email marketing to convert these prospects into paid members. 130 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. Identifying your questions. Choose the questions you want to ask in your form. Asking a lot of questions isn't necessary if your marketing automation system is set up to collect behavioral data on prospects. So consider omitting the following fields from your forms because you will get it from your behavioral tracking. How did you hear about us? Your marketing automation tool will tell you. Job title, you can easily get this information from a third-party source. Phone number, Marketing Sherpa states that 65% of people lie when asked this question. Company, you'll get the prospect's email, which has his company name in it. Last name, you don't need the prospect's last name to email her. Company size, consider using data augmentation to help with this. Placing fields in your form. Select the fields that map to your questions. For example, if you need first name, select first name from your data points. You need to have all your custom fields set up before this step. This setup should involve only a simple drag and drop process at this point if you set up the fields beforehand. When placing the fields in your form, start with the most logical ones first. These are usually name and email, with custom questions following. Custom questions are those outside the standard name, address, and contact information. Developing form look and feel. Many solutions let you control the look and feel of your form, either by controlling the CSS and HTML or by giving you a WYSIWYG editor to control the form styling. Some solutions let you create forms that automatically take on the look and feel of your website when placed on your site. Chapter 9, Creating Forms and Landing Pages. 133 Lower your engagement rates. The HubSpot study suggests that each question you have beyond 3 decreases your engagement rates. The engagement rates were at about 30% at only 3 questions and down to 10% by 8 questions. So keep your forms short. You can use progressive profiling to help you get the information you need. Progressive profiling is a technology provided by almost all marketing automation tools and allows your forms to ask different questions based on what your database knows about a person. Your form can change each time a person is asked to fill it out. The form using progressive profiling asks a limited set of questions each time, allowing you to increase your engagement rates by capturing a lot of information over many interactions. You must utilize progressive profiling as much as you can because it helps you to keep your forms short and increases your engagement rates. Publishing your first landing page. If you choose to build a basic landing page within your marketing automation tool, simply follow the instructions in your tool. Most applications walk you through a series of foolproof steps. This is the best approach for most people, but issues sometimes arise with building a landing page in a marketing automation tool. Limited functionality. Depending on your tool, your landing page creation and functionality may not be as robust as your current website solution. Limited SEO control. Some companies have very heavy SEO needs and optimize their landing pages for inbound marketing. Your marketing automation tool may not be able to meet certain special needs. You should investigate your marketing automation's landing page tool to see whether these issues might arise. Many landing page tools don't have limitations in these areas. If your marketing automation tool's landing page builder is not up to par for your needs, you should consider the following options for building your landing page. All the following options will still work with the rest of your marketing efforts, and having to use one of them should not deter you from choosing a marketing automation solution. Just understand that some additional amount of work is required. Chapter 9, Creating Forms and Landing Pages. 137 Using dynamic content to increase conversions. The concept of optimizing for a single goal is great, but you also need to understand the concept of relevance. If you're successfully driving lots of people to a single landing page, how do you make it relevant to each person with only a single call to action? The answer is, you don't. That is, you use dynamic content to make the single landing page different for each person. Dynamic content is a feature that reads a variable pertaining to each visiting prospect and changes the offer based on this variable. You have a few different ways to create dynamic content, as follows: embedding dynamic content blocks. The dynamic content block is something your marketing automation tool may have. If you have this advanced feature, you can take your landing pages and website to a new level. Using dynamic content will be the same for landing pages and your website. Here are a few things you need to know before adding dynamic content to your landing page. Data point. You need to have a data point that you want to use to change your content. This data point is the trigger to show different content. Good data points to use are lead score, job title, or stage in the buying cycle. Content created. You need to have your different content pieces created. Your dynamic content will render the correct piece of content based on the data point you choose. For example, if a VP shows up to your landing page, the page will show a different piece of content than it would to a manager. Content blocks and automations. You set these elements up in your marketing automation tool. If your tool allows for the creation of dynamic content blocks, your vendor can walk you through the steps of setting up these blocks. Make sure that your automation rules are based on the same data point to ensure consistent results. Figure 9-6 shows a dynamic content block on a landing page, which is based on the lead score as the data point. Notice how the content being shown is tailored to the early stage of the buying cycle. Figure 9-7 shows the same landing page with a dynamic content block running off of lead score as the data point. This time, the content shown is tailored to someone with a higher score. This is the power of using dynamic content, making your content relevant to someone at all times. Chapter 9, Creating Forms and Landing Pages. 141 Expert. This level uses the most advanced option offered by most technologies and is something for you to consider when you're looking to drive maximum engagement or test new techniques. This level combines dynamic content, video, and in-video calls to action and works as follows. Set up your dynamic content. Your dynamic content is in video form. Depending on your data point, a video tailored to the visitor pops up on the landing page. Use a form to protect the video. You may want to protect your video rather than play it automatically. This means that the form has to be completed before the video plays. Different marketing automation tools have this feature, so ask your vendor how to accomplish this. Consider just asking for the prospect's email address on this form. In video call to action, if you ask only for an email address, you might need more information. With an in-video call to action, you can have your video ask for a different piece of information after a set period of time. This approach allows you to gain more information as the video plays. Microsite landing page is another way to look at a landing page is as an experience in itself. Some marketing automation vendors allow for the creation of microsite. A microsite is a small website that sits outside your company's main website. Microsites are very popular for events, new products, or other offerings. If your marketing automation tool does not have a microsite feature, it likely has a landing page feature. The purpose of the microsite is to create a highly customized experience on a very specific topic. Here are some ways you can build a custom experience outside your website. Microsites. Microsites are a great way to give people a custom experience around a central idea without distracting them with other information. In fact, this is the purpose of the microsite. As with a landing page, you should optimize it for a single goal, such as announcing an event. Salesforce.com does a great job with this with its Dreamforce microsite, see figure 9 to 10. Dreamforce is a single website dedicated to an event. It does not talk about the software, only the event. If your marketing automation tool allows for microsites, use them, they are very powerful and functional. 144 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. Pondering Progressive Profiling. Progressive profiling is an amazing topic. Seth Godin first conceived it in his book Permission Marketing, Simon & Schuster, 1999. The technology, however, is only now reaching the mainstream in the marketing world. Progressive profiling is a form's capability to recognize an individual and ask only questions he hasn't already been asked. Not every marketing automation tool has progressive profiling. All such tools will have this feature someday, but currently it is reserved for the more advanced tools. It also may require different levels of expertise to set up, depending on the tool. Following are the basics of progressive profiling to help you determine whether using this feature will help you increase your conversion rates. Shorter forms have higher engagement rates. This is a basic fact that does not need much research to back it up. The question becomes, how do you know which questions to ask? Or how do you ask those questions? You can answer these questions by using progressive profiling on your forms or landing pages. Each time a person comes to your landing page, she is asked a few questions, and they are different questions each time based on what you know about the person. Good questions. For progressive profiling to work, you need to have a firm understanding of which questions to ask. Here are some good questions to ask and some to avoid. First name, this is the first question you should ask. You never need last name until you pass the lead to sales. Remember that you don't use the last name in any communication. Email address, requesting an email address is the only question you must ask. Usually you can use a data augmentation tool to fill in all the blanks based on a single field. Special questions, if there are questions whose answers you can't get from a data vendor and that you can't infer from a prospect's web page visits or content engagement, you need to ask these. Consider not making them mandatory. See the next item in this list for why. Bad questions. A bad question asks for information that people don't want to provide, such as their phone number. People also dislike any question that you make mandatory. If you require a field to be filled out, people will lie. Remember, bad data only hurts your marketing efforts. Your progressive profiling will look different to each prospect but will give you the best odds at having people fill out your form. Figure 9 to 13 shows a progressive profiling form in action. 146 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. Phone number. A recent study from Marketing Sherpa found that 65% of the time, people lied when asked to provide their phone number. If you want it, you'll probably have to get it by some other means anyway, so you might as well not ask to begin with. Company size. Company size is an easy question to gain from data augmentation, and most people don't fill out this question anyway. Location. Location can be tricky, especially if the prospect has multiple locations. Using an email address and a data augmentation tool, you can usually find this out. Revenue. This is a very invasive question to ask anyone. Just as you don't ask individuals how much they make, it is rude to ask someone how much money their company takes in. Creating better conversion goals. Many companies still base their goals on the number of people who fill out a form. This is a good way to gauge whether your changes made it easier for a person to engage, but it is not the best way to see whether you are converting the correct prospects. This section covers a few topics that you need to understand to take your form conversions to the next level. Quality versus quantity. Creating more quality rather than quantity is the basis of why you got marketing automation in the first place. You want better leads, not just more of them. This idea goes hand in hand with forms and landing pages. If you judge yourself on the number of conversions you have, you're seeing only half the picture. Read on for a few tips to help you ensure that you're getting quality, not just quantity. Your conversion rate is a leading indicator of possible future outcomes. It shows you what is possible in the future. If 100 people convert on your form, this indicates that you may have more quality leads in the future. However, it does not measure the quality of those leads, just the possibility of them. You should also measure the number of those 100 who closed as opportunities. This is a lagging indicator, which means that you can see it only after the fact. Consider looking at your form in two ways: initial conversions and percentage of total opportunities created. For each form, go back and evaluate your form based on how many of those leads were converted to sales. Some marketing automation tools contain this information as a built-in report. Chapter 9, Creating Forms and Landing Pages. 147. Be prepared for the big dip. If you are refining your forms for better quality and less quantity, you'll see a dip in the number of leads that come in. This is a standard effect that almost all companies implementing marketing automation will see. I've included this topic in the chapter because when you get into more advanced forms and landing pages, this dip becomes more apparent. Following are some tips to help you prepare for the inevitable dip. Prep stakeholders. You should set expectations about the big dip with sales and upper management before you implement marketing automation. If you are being measured only on the quantity of leads, your numbers will go down for a period of time. Make sure to let stakeholders know why, so that they don't think you are doing a bad job. Don't panic. If you panic during these improvements, you'll likely not do a lot of them, which can mean staying in the back of the pack. The biggest piece of advice I can give you is to remember that the elements you change can all be changed back to where they were. If you find out that your idea wasn't that great, just revert back to your old form. All marketing automation tools save your old forms, so you can easily just swap them in and out. Prove your value. To prove that the dip in the quantity of leads was worthwhile, make sure that you can look at the number of sales generated by the fewer leads. The number of sales is the only way you can demonstrate that your tactic was worthwhile, so make sure that you have set up reports to track your sales from it. This capability is standard with some tools, others require you to set it up. Make sure that you know which kind of tool you have. 148 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. 150 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. Problem by giving marketers the ability to have 100% personalized campaigns for every person in their database. This personalization is the main reason that nurturing has become the hottest topic in marketing, and it's the #1 reason that people adopt marketing automation. Nurturing is, however, a very different method of communication than anything you've used before, so the next sections explain how to use it correctly. Mass email sending versus email nurturing. Nurturing is an email technique using a marketing automation tool. Before running a nurturing campaign sending a lot of emails, you need to understand the high-level differences between email marketing and email nurturing. Here's a breakdown of those differences. Email is one-to-many, Nurturing is one-to-one. Mass emails, regardless of your segmentation, are not one-to-one communications. A mass email consists of one email sent to many people, which means that its message is not relevant to many of them. Nurturing, on the other hand, is a one-to-one communication method. New email templates are a must for nurturing. Because nurturing is one-to-one, you need to create completely new email templates that will appear to be one-to-one communication. I discuss building the templates later in this chapter, in setting up nurturing email templates. Nurturing uses automated execution. With email marketing, you have to create a list and send an email to the list. With marketing automation, you create many emails that are sent out automatically based on an automation program you have set up. So you are no longer the one hitting the send button because everything is automated. Nurturing gives your leads more visibility. With mass email sending, you generally can see only opens, bounces, and clicks. With marketing automation, you can follow each lead to a website and identify sales-ready leads from there. With more visibility, you don't weigh email opens and clicks as heavily as you do website page views. You create personalization with nurturing. With mass email sending, you send one email to thousands of people, typically with a generic subject line and copy. With marketing automation and lead nurturing, you send one email to one person, thousands of times, with much more personalized subject lines based on your new visibility and automations. Chapter 10, Sending Emails and Nurture Campaigns. 151 Nurturing Use Cases. Nurturing is an amazing communication vehicle. Even though nurturing campaigns are primarily used for moving leads through the sales funnel, nurturing has other benefits if you use it correctly. Table 10:1 shows the main use cases for lead nurturing and the benefits you should expect. Table 10:1 Main objectives: generating more leads, reviving cold leads, nurturing use cases. Use cases description: net new lead campaigns. These campaigns take leads from an online action and work them into a sales-ready state. Pre- and post-event follow-up: take some time back and automate pre- and post-event follow-up. This also helps to ensure that your follow-ups happen and that you generate more leads from your events. Upselling: if you have current clients and want to try to upsell them on other solutions, nurturing makes this easy to market to them and identify when they are ready for sales to call them. Cross-selling: cross-selling other solutions to your existing client base can be difficult with cold calling. Nurturing removes the legwork and allows you to focus on creating compelling campaigns, not just hitting the send button. Staying top of mind: if you have a very long sales cycle and need to stay in front of someone for a long time, nurturing fits this bill perfectly. Wake the dead: nurturing: not every lead is sales ready when it comes in, and many leads go cold over time. Forrester Research estimates that the best-of-breed companies convert 1% of all of their leads into sales. After leads have gone cold, revive them with a special nurturing program. Continued, Chapter 10, Sending Emails and Nurture Campaigns. 153 Defining your nurturing program's goal. Begin your nurturing campaign by creating a very clearly defined goal. Nurturing programs are made to accomplish one goal at a time. Here are some tips for crafting your goals. Get specific. The more specific you can be with your goal, the better your campaign will be. For example, if your goal is to create more marketing qualified, MQL, leads, it is not specific enough. You need to have your program specific to a persona, interest, place in the buying stage, or something else more specific. From there, you can have a much more relevant conversation and generate more MQLs. Know your next steps. Since your goals and timeline are specific, you need to know your next steps. Many nurturing programs tie together to build a full campaign. So consider having small goals that lead to next steps, which might be another nurturing program. It is much easier to move someone one step at a time than through all steps simultaneously. Account for all interactions. Nurturing isn't happening in a bubble, so remember to take all web interactions into account to determine which nurturing program you should have someone on. I suggest using a lead score to help you determine where someone is in the buyer's journey, Then map your nurturing programs to specific score ranges. Adding people to nurturing campaigns. You can place people on your nurturing campaigns using various methods. The way in which you add someone to a nurturing program depends on your overall campaign. In the easiest terms possible, you can think about adding leads to a nurturing campaign in two different ways, automated and manual. Automated: in an automated campaign, people are added dynamically, no one has to click a button. When you want to have a fully automated program and automatically identify a person who needs to be nurtured, this is the type of campaign to use. These campaigns are harder to set up and are not for all types of campaigns. Most marketing campaigns can be set up in this fashion. However, I suggest manual campaigns for your sales support nurturing campaigns. Figure 10:1 shows an automated program adding people to a nurturing program. Manual: a manual campaign requires a button to be clicked or some other manual action to add someone to the nurturing campaign. Use this type of campaign when you want a human interaction to add someone to a campaign. You will want a human interaction when you have a multitude of factors and many different scenarios, or when sales leads are involved and you want to give the sales team full control over who is added, and when. Figure 10:2 shows a nurturing campaign that has a static/manual option to add leads to it. Notice that this option is inside the CRM tool. 158 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. Building net new lead nurturing campaigns. The purpose of a net new lead nurturing program is to take a new lead from her first engagement to being a sales-ready lead. When building your first net new lead nurturing program, use the following checklist to make sure that you have everything you need to create a great program. Content: you should have both long-form and short-form content ready to go. Some great ideas to use in this program are as follows: blog posts from industry veterans, links to articles in popular magazines, industry studies put out by other people, your own blog articles, links to great videos related to a lead's interest, templates. Have your email templates ready to go. I discuss creating templates for lead nurturing emails later in this chapter. Segmentation: how will you add people to the program? For inbound campaigns, I suggest using a segmentation on your form or content. That way, when someone fills out a form, he is added to this campaign. You might also choose to have special content, to which you can add a segmentation/automation rule as well. For outbound campaigns, you can put people directly on your program. Or you can use a semi-dynamic rule to have them added automatically. I discuss creating semi-dynamic segmentations in Chapter 6. Building a sales lead nurturing campaign. You can empower sales reps with nurturing programs to help them be more effective with their time. Here are some items to consider before you create these specific nurturing programs. Segmentation/automation: you need to set up a way for sales to put the leads into the drip program in the CRM tool. I suggest making this a manual effort at first. Consider adding a field to your CRM, which your salespeople can check. Some marketing automation tools have a solution for this situation. Content: your content should always appear to be coming from the salesperson, so use links to existing content. Great content for the sales team to share includes articles they found while doing research. Chapter 10, Sending Emails and Nurture Campaigns. 159 blogs they like to follow. Sharing the blog is just as good as sharing a post. Also, the blog is an evergreen item, whereas a post might become dated quickly. An invitation to watch a webinar you have coming up. An invitation to check out your resource library templates. Get some of the emails that salespeople are currently sending out, and use those emails to help you craft emails that mimic their best practices. This approach can save you a lot of time in creating new emails for your sales nurturing programs. It also encourages sales to buy into the program. Dynamic signatures: all emails to a lead should appear to come from a lead sales rep. A dynamic signature is a standard feature in marketing automation tools, so make sure you are using it. This feature allows your nurturing emails to appear to be sent by their sales rep. Using this feature is usually as simple as clicking a button. No branching needed, Sales lead nurturing programs should mimic the follow-up cadence of your sales team. These programs do not need to branch, they are very effective with just a main nurturing line. You can therefore create these more quickly than traditional nurturing campaigns. Add phone calls. With a few marketing automation solutions, you can also add tasks for your sales team, such as to drop a phone call in between emails. This way, your emails appear to be coming from a real person. Building a cold lead nurturing campaign. Cold leads are a standard part of a marketer's world. With the pressure to generate more leads, marketers generate a lot of leads, and only a few make it to sales-ready status in a short time frame. The rest of the leads should be viewed as sales-ready in the future. Nurturing those leads using the following checklist helps you make sure that they turn into sales-ready leads in the future. Segmentation/automation. These nurturing programs usually have a trigger of time, or length of inactivity, before they are added to this campaign. It's good practice to have leads who make it all the way through your net new nurturing campaign added to the cold lead program. Use semi-dynamic segmentation, or an automation rule. Each term refers to the same thing, it just depends on what your vendor calls it. Consider these behaviors as triggers to add someone to this campaign. Lack of activity. Lack of activity is a good sign that a lead is cold. Lack of activity might include no website visits over a period of time, no interactions after finishing the net new nurturing program, or someone having manually marked the lead as cold. All these are good indications that you need to approach the lead differently. 160 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. Lead status. If the lead was passed on to sales, using the lead status field in your CRM tool is a great way to gauge whether the lead is cold. If you run a fully dynamic segmentation based on the lead status field, you can pull leads who never made it to a phone call with your reps back from sales. Content. Learn to mix up short and long-form content for these campaigns. There is no silver bullet, and because the leads are cold, use this campaign for testing a lot of new ideas with content. Many times, great content turns a cold lead around. Signature on emails. The emails should come from the last person the prospect had engagement with, either from sales or marketing. Either way, keep the signature consistent when possible. The only time the signature should change is when the prospect's main contact changes within the company. For example, if your lead becomes a closed deal, the signature should no longer come from the salesperson if the customer's main contact is now another person within the company. Templates. Mix these up as well. Try HTML with rich text. Testing a combination of rich text emails and HTML emails helps you to see which ones work better, and in what cases. Building a cross-selling nurturing campaign. If you sell multiple products, cross-selling with lead nurturing comes in handy. The goal here is to have short campaigns promoting other products that help salespeople know whom to call. Here are some things to keep in mind. Keep it short. These campaigns should be very short and highly targeted. The more you email about products a person isn't interested in, the more frustrated the person becomes with you. Don't use branching. If you have engagement because the lead is already a client, I suggest having sales place a call. Leverage tasks. Leverage your nurturing program's capability to schedule tasks in your CRM for sales. That way, when an action does happen, you schedule a task for a sales call. This approach helps you build your rapport much better than through an email. Put the right signature on emails. The signature should come from the person who owns the relationship, even if the rep will not be selling the solution. Introducing another rep via email hurts the rapport you already have. Figure 10-5 shows an actual cross-sell campaign. Chapter 10, Sending Emails and Nurture Campaigns. 161 Figure 10-5, a multi-touch cross-sell campaign used by the Legal and General Group. 162 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns. Case Study, Setting up upselling and cross-selling campaigns. The Legal and General Group, established in 1836, is one of the UK's leading financial services companies. The company was trying to figure out how to better use technology to increase its cross-sales and upsells efforts. The company approached nurturing very tactically and worked with a UK-based consulting company, Clever Touch, to come up with the following solution. Goals: staff at the Legal and General Group wanted to be able to have someone help them set up these programs but ultimately be able to run them on their own within 3 months. They also wanted to be able to have their programs work with their existing CRM, have an email preference center, be reusable, work with their lead scoring, follow existing routing rules, and help them identify more upsell and cross-sell opportunities. Cross-selling campaign framework. To start, Legal and General created a complete buyer's journey demonstrating the journey that an existing investor would take to encourage growth via cross-sell and upsell activities. The company decided that the buyer's journey consisted of 4 different stages. These stages helped the company offer the available content gradually, encouraging the customer to grow without being overwhelmed. The stages, combined with demographic data and other data already existing in the company's database, allowed the staff to have a very segmented list. This made it very easy for them to segment people into the correct cross-sell programs. The 3 stages are as follows: 1. Onboarding. 2. Engagement. 3. Upsell and cross-sell. Each of these stages consists of different campaigns that form the basis of the entire life cycle of the campaign. Onboarding. During the onboarding stage, a customer who qualifies is passed through the onboarding process. This includes all new customers, or any who have moved into a different tier by either lack of or increased investment. The purpose of the onboarding phase is to introduce the customer to his or her account manager and to help the customer learn how to use available options and set preferences for the journey moving forward. After the onboarding process, Legal and General began the upsell and cross-sell programs. Engagement. This stage of the life cycle is designed to educate the users on their currently invested funds. Using dynamic content to target each individual with the most up-to-date and relevant content, customers are guaranteed to read only the information that will be of the utmost interest and importance to them. Lead scoring begins to play a very important role during this stage, with individuals' actions and interests being logged in order to make every stage of the life cycle as personal to them as possible. This way, the journey develops into their own personal one rather than following a generic one-size-fits-all approach. Upsell/cross-sell. One of the key requirements for Legal and General was a strong focus on cross-selling and upselling. Each element of the framework is built with this stage of the life cycle in mind. From the moment the customer enters the onboarding stage, information is being collected and stored in order to build up the information. Chapter 10, Sending Emails and Nurture Campaigns. 163 That will form the content contained within the upsell and cross-sell phase, whether the campaign centers around a particular fund that may be of interest or an event program designed to bring face-to-face elements into the equation. In this phase, lead scoring indicates when a contact is engaged enough to be passed on to the sales stage, where the outcome of that stage determines what happens next for that particular customer. Continuing Professional Development, CPD, program. Alongside the ongoing marketing communications, those who have opted in can also participate in a monthly drip campaign focused entirely around CPD-eligible content. The company offers its customers knowledge and development throughout the life cycle of this campaign. Summary: the Legal and General framework focuses on the individual's interests, requirements, and activities. Using a combination of lead scoring and dynamic content, each stage delivers a personal experience, always with the added offering of a comprehensive preference center that personalizes the customer's journeys. The CPD program gives customers the added value of knowledge sharing and shows the individual that Legal and General cares about its clients' continuing development. The result is a very personal relationship that's precisely defined by the needs, interests, and requirements of each person, never by a collective. Nurturing leads who are using competitive solutions. One of the most effective sales support campaigns is a campaign to nurture leads who are using a competitive solution. For example, a sales rep may be working a lead who can't buy today because she is stuck in a 2-year contract with another vendor. Your sales rep still wants to build rapport over those 2 years, but he wants to minimize the effort in doing so because he has to close deals this year to make his quota. A nurturing campaign is a great way to help with this situation. You can follow 3 steps to set up this type of campaign. 1. Set up the segmentation by creating a custom field in the CRM or using a pre-existing field. Some tools allow you to set up segmentation without CRM manipulation. All you really need is a data point to read so that you know when someone should be added to this campaign. I suggest looking at the lead status and the field where you mark the tool being used if it's not yours. 164 Part 3, Running Automation Campaigns 2. Create the drip nurturing campaign. You should craft your drip nurturing campaign for competitive solutions with sales support. The sales team will know the cadence of the emails, what to say, and what pain point the person is likely to have if using that solution. All these aspects are very important. 3. Train your salespeople on the campaign. Before you launch any campaign, make sure to train your sales team on how to add people to the campaign, what the campaign does, and what they can expect to see as a result. I strongly suggest using this campaign if your industry uses contracts and you have competition. This campaign helps to remove the burden on sales to follow up every month and lets them focus on closing more business. Of all the campaigns I've created for my sales team, this is their favorite by far. Setting up nurturing email templates. Nurturing emails are very different from mass emails. Remember that a nurturing campaign works as a one-to-one medium, whereas email blasting is a one-to-many medium. To increase your engagement rates, you must start with the understanding of the one-to-one campaign. In this section, I break down the parts of an email and teach you how to create emails that engage prospects. Bringing in your first email template. If you have been doing email marketing for a while and you have a few email templates that you want to use for marketing automation, you can import them into your tool using the following steps as a guide. If you are brand new to email marketing and marketing automation, skip ahead to the next section, where I show you how to build assets in your tool from scratch. To import an email template into your marketing automation tool, follow these steps. 1. Open the email template source code in your former email tool. You can easily open the source code by accessing the raw HTML, which you can find in your WYSIWYG editor's options. There should be a button to click that opens the full HTML code. Figure 10-6 shows the raw HTML code you are looking for. Chapter 10, Sending Emails and Nurture Campaigns. 169 Learning the importance of the subject line. The subject line is one of the main reasons your email gets opened. People do not randomly open emails, they open only the emails that feel relevant to them at the time. The main reason they won't open them if they are not relevant is simple: people get too many emails per day to read them all. Here are the basic stats on emails sent per day: 294 billion emails sent every day, 12 billion emails sent every hour, 200 million emails sent every minute. A person can disqualify an email in 1/20th of a second. So if your subject line is not relevant, don't expect it to get opened. For your emails to compete with the volume of emails your prospects see in their inboxes every day, your subject lines have to be as relevant as possible. Behavioral tracking in marketing automation is one of the main factors that can help you create relevant subject lines. Using a stage-based tone and dynamic content, you need to learn to write in the correct tone and include relevant points of interest to your leads, so use the stage-based concept of lead generation. Each stage has the goal of getting the person to the next stage, and finally to the MQL stage. Stage 1, when working with early stage leads, try to keep the subject lines light and personal, with no company branding in them. Stage 2, in this stage, people are more educated about your product and have engaged with you before. Try to use subject lines that help reinforce their interest, but do not push your product. Stage 3, now people are about to set up demos, so you can push the reasons that your company/solution is better in your subject line. When nurturing a person through her interest in your product, you can add something of particular interest to her to make your messages even more relevant. You can use dynamic content to add words to your subject line or the body of your email. Dynamic content easily allows you to add specific interest based on a person's behavioral data. This feature works like a mail merge field, whereby the email looks at a specific field in the database and populates it with whatever lives in that field. Figure 10 to 11 shows an example of dynamic text within the email. Chapter 10, Sending Emails and Nurture Campaigns 171. Stop writing with the golden pen. My father was a used car salesman for part of his life, so I can talk about this profession with a bit of humor. If you were to ask people whether they trust used car salesmen, most would likely answer no. In fact, Gallup conducts a poll to see which professions are trusted and not trusted. Salespeople always fall at the bottom of the list, lower than lawyers and congressmen. Why is this? It has to do with the way they talk. Have you ever heard the expression "he can sell ice to an Eskimo"? It refers to a person who can talk anyone into anything, and this is the reason people are put off by salespeople. No one wants to be taken advantage of by fancy manipulation. People believe that salespeople speak with a golden tongue. The same holds true for mass emails. If you expect your single, perfectly crafted subject line to convert everyone who reads your emails, you are writing with the equivalent golden pen. Effective calls to action for lead nurturing. The call to action, CTA, is the goal of every email. The CTA is a very tricky thing, because you are asking someone to do something. This is one of the reasons content marketing has become so big. It disguises your CTA and makes it appear helpful to the person, when really it is serving your needs just as much. Good CTAs always do the following: include hyperlinks, never attach a file or embed a video. Instead, use a hyperlink to direct people to assets. This approach gives you the power to track engagement. Point to relevant information. Relevant information may just be a tweet you found. It might be a video, or anything. A great feature of the internet is that everything is accessible via a link. Use creative copy for your hyperlink. Having a click here link increases your odds of being trapped by a spam filter. Instead, try using techniques like the ones shown in the nurturing email in figure 10 to 12. The hyperlink is at the top of the message, is half of a sentence, and talks about something the prospect might like. Appear close to the top of the message. Traditionally, people put the CTA at the end of an email. They clutter up the first half of the email with a description of why you should click the link. Try reversing this order to increase conversions. Keep your copy short and your link high in the email. Chapter 10, Sending Emails and Nurture Campaigns 173. Ask for recommendations. If you are nurturing current clients, dedicate an email to asking people to recommend your company. This request can help you drive recommendations and give you other engagements beyond just sending content. Also, if clients do make recommendations, make sure to thank them. Survey people. Surveys are a great way to get new content for articles. Try sending an email with a short survey asking people to help. You can offer them first dibs on the new research you produce, or invitations to a webinar available only for those who give feedback. Increasing engagement by better targeting of CTAs. The number one mistake with CTAs is asking people to do something when you know they don't want to do it. That's an easy concept to grasp, but when you're mass emailing to large numbers of people, realize that the majority of them don't want to hear from you. In a nurturing campaign, a lot of them are not expecting to hear from you, either. Learn to increase your engagement rates with CTAs by focusing only on prospects who you know would like what you are sending. The easiest way to do this is to match your CTA with your lead stages. Stage 1, for early stage leads, try to keep the CTAs linked to helpful, short pieces of content. Remember that it's about them, not you, at this stage. Stage 2, at stage 2, people are more educated about your product and have engaged with you before. They also most likely need to convince others of the idea. Consider using social proof such as case studies and examples of how others benefited. Stage 3, people at this stage are about to set up demos, so go ahead and push why your company/solution is better in your subject line. Send the heavy buyer's guides to help them make a better decision. They want to know why you are best at this stage, So tell them. Following the concept of matching your CTA and content to your stage will greatly help you increase your conversion rate on your nurturing emails. Signature links may hurt sending rates. Putting hyperlinks in email signatures is very popular. It's a good practice for personal emails, but in mass emails or nurturing emails, these links can hurt your sending rates. Because I suggest sending short emails, be careful with the number of links you include in an email. Try to restrict yourself to one hyperlink for every few lines of text in your email. This ratio of text to hyperlinks helps ensure that your email does not appear spammy to spam filters. 176 Part 3, Running automation campaigns. Realize that a long sales cycle means long pauses. When you have a lengthy sales cycle, lasting many months or years, you have a long time to get the lead into a sales-ready state. Trying to force the lead to that state only damages your chance to build rapport. So pause for longer periods of time between each email if you have a longer sales cycle. The same concept goes for short sales cycles. If you have a short sales cycle, you have a shorter period of time to convert the lead, so you may have to take a more aggressive pace. Ending nurturing programs. A nurturing program ends in one of two ways: the lead either converts along the way or makes it all the way to the end of the program. Those two scenarios are the only options the lead should have. Here's how to deal with both situations. Leads who convert. If a lead reaches your goal, she should be removed from the nurturing campaign. You can remove the lead through an automation rule, and with some tools, the automation rule is built in combination with the nurturing program. Regardless of how you set up the removal of the lead from the program, just remember to remove people from the nurturing program after they have converted. Leads who don't convert. Leads who don't convert along the way will make it to the end of your nurturing program. You should deal with these leads in a very specific way, using one of the following basic techniques. Use a list. If the lead makes it to the end of the campaign, you can have a list that is auto-populated with a segmentation/automation. This should remove the person from the nurturing campaign and put him on a special list. You can then use this list as a holding pen, or as the beginning of another nurturing campaign. Create a task. If the lead is on a sales support program, consider letting your sales rep know that the lead has finished being nurtured. The sales rep can then decide what to do next with that lead. The rep may want to reach out with a phone call or add the lead to another campaign. The point is to let the salesperson control the next step. End with a nice note. You may want to have the last email in your nurturing program be a breakup email. This is a common practice for getting an engagement. Your email may read very much like the email in Figure 10-16. The tactic is similar to what magazines do when they put "This is your last issue" on the cover of the last magazine in your subscription. 178 Part 3, Running automation campaigns. Continued. Move latent leads through the funnel and re-engage them. Show that CTR can be increased through targeted campaigns. Step 2. Create a checklist. Before building out a drip campaign, you should create a checklist of all the necessary materials and steps. Kana's checklist looked like this: identify content and paths, create lists, create landing pages, tag URLs, using custom redirects and UTM parameters, draft email templates. Step 3. Identify content and paths, but keep it simple. At first, Kana Software created a complicated diagram to map the content that would be used in the company's drip campaigns, along with the paths that prospects could take. When describing their process, the team at Kana commented that they could have kept things a lot simpler. For example, did the prospect click a link? Yes. Have a sales rep call them and mention their interest. Step 4. Build drips. When it comes to actually building the drip campaigns, Kana Software provided the following tips. Choose names for your drips that are scalable and easy to remember. Think about your audience's time zone. Use tags for information such as product interest, language, and geography. Pay careful attention to the tone, style, and wording of actual drip emails. Know who your audience is and who it isn't. Use suppression lists to keep certain people from getting drip emails. Stagger start times of multiple drips to prevent sending too many emails to a single prospect. Consider pauses and how these match the pace of your sales cycle. Tag recipients who pass certain stages so that you can identify what kind of content they engaged with. Step 5. Review and tweak. After you've launched your first drip campaign, you need to evaluate it to see whether any areas need improvement. These are some of the questions that the team at Kana Software asked themselves when reviewing their campaigns. Why are click-through rates higher in one email than the other? Are pauses too long or too short? Where do people stop engaging or start to fall off? Are we meeting our goals and can we do better? The results after evaluating its campaigns, Kana Software was pleased to find that its targeted, lead nurturing campaigns had succeeded in moving leads through the sales funnel, increasing click-through rates, and driving engaged traffic. The company reported the following statistics. The average click-through rate on its drip emails was 3 times higher than its normal blast email click-through rate. Submission rates were higher than on the company's cost-per-click landing pages, 34.19% versus 2.63%, and drove more engaged traffic to its site. Site visits originating from drip emails lasted an average of 302 versus a 156 average visit time for all traffic. 182 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. Powerful when you leverage data across multiple marketing tactics to create individually targeted marketing campaigns that are relevant to each individual you're marketing to. This is how you drive a larger increase in engagement. The following list describes the most common channels that marketers use. If you're using these marketing channels, you are likely to have new data points available to you after you implement marketing automation. Paid ads give you data points on keywords and ads a person engaged with. With this information on the single prospect record, you can now track the lead all the way to a closed opportunity to prove the true ROI on any search term or paid ad. Email marketing gives you data from opens, bounces, clicks, and post-click activity. With marketing automation, you can track past the link click. So if someone clicks your link and then goes to your pricing page, you can easily identify this prospect as a sales-ready lead and even have your lead pass to sales in real time when this happens. Social media gives you the ability to include conversations and content in a person's scoring model. Use social media engagement to drive your next personalized email. Websites give you the specific pages and actions a person engages with while on your website. With a single prospect view, every web page is logged onto a record so that sales can call the leads who looked at the website. SEO campaigns give you data points on the specific search terms each person uses for a search. With a single prospect view and automation, you can segment and email the leads who searched for your competitors' keywords. SEM gives you data on the search terms people use. Marketing automation allows you to track the paid search terms that people engage with to find you. This information on prospects can help you segment incoming leads based on their specific interest because you know the exact SEM words they engaged with. By tracking search terms and tying them to specific prospects, you can find out what features they are interested in and what problems they have. This tracking can even let you know whether prospects were searching for a competitor when they found you. Video marketing gives you data on how interested a person is in a topic based on which videos she watches and for how long. Event marketing allows you to keep up with offline engagement and use data captured at your events in your follow-up campaigns. With marketing automation, you can also understand the influence of events on opportunities, as well as provide ROI for events. Webinars give you information on what topics a person finds relevant. Chapter 11, Combining Automation with Other Marketing Programs. 183 Case Study, Placing Marketing Automation at the Center of Your Inbound Marketing Strategy. Prior to implementing marketing automation, MediaCurrent had an inbound marketing strategy but no formal process in place for following up with leads in a timely manner. The company was also dealing with a fragmented reporting structure and an unfocused content strategy that didn't address buyer needs as well as it could. With marketing automation, MediaCurrent was able to begin creating a scalable inbound marketing strategy that cut down on manual processes and increased marketing and sales efficiency. The solution: the MediaCurrent marketing team uses inbound marketing to build trust, foster relationships, and drive credibility within the open source software community. But in order to achieve its long-term goals, MediaCurrent needed to produce and present the right educational resources to the appropriate audiences at exactly the right time. After defining its buyer personas and auditing its content, MediaCurrent started using lead scoring and grading to help the company focus on its most promising leads. Attributes such as title, industry, and revenue contributed to a lead's grade, while a scoring system was put in place to track and score leads with the greatest interest. Having a defined process in place to qualify leads helped to align MediaCurrent's sales and marketing teams, leading to more unique opportunities for collaboration. Leads that received a grade of A or a score of 100 were automatically turned over to sales for follow-up, whereas leads who didn't quite meet the 100-point threshold were placed on lead nurturing tracks. Prospect behavior was then tracked using the company's marketing automation lead tracking functionalities, which cataloged the pages that prospects were visiting and gave a clearer indication of their interests, the stage in the sales cycle, and the effectiveness of MediaCurrent's content. This helped MediaCurrent's sales team target their conversations accordingly. Based on the responses to its content, MediaCurrent began revamping all the calls to action on its website by offering similar resources that readers might be interested in, leading to a 129% growth in content conversions year over year. MediaCurrent also began combining its CRM reports, Google Analytics, data from custom redirects, and its marketing automation's life cycle reporting to pull numbers on lead generation, cost per lead, and sales follow-up activity, giving the company hard data that could speak to the success of its inbound marketing strategy. Results: within 12 months of implementing these processes and technology, MediaCurrent saw the following results: 53% increase in organic search traffic, which meant more white paper and ebook downloads, 40% increase in regular email subscribers, 23% increase in leads assigned to the sales team, 129% year-over-year growth in content conversions, 55% of viable leads closed on 184. Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. Each of these channels connects to your platform but may require additional integration. Finding a solution that natively accommodates most of your marketing channels and tools is best. The more direct integrations a tool has, the higher the cost is likely to be. Make sure to weigh the costs and benefits of having to import one or two data sets on a regular basis versus having it fully connected. Leveraging social media with marketing automation. Social media has recently taken on a new form. For the purpose of this chapter, and all future marketing, you should consider anything that happens online to be social. For example, your blog allows for social sharing, your Twitter feed is social, people are copying your white papers to LinkedIn, people are talking about your company on Facebook. The next sections show you how these social interactions tie in with marketing automation. Syncing social media with marketing automation. You have two ways to sync your social media with your marketing automation tool. Syncing social media: when your marketing automation tool can execute social campaigns. Some marketing automation tools have social media post abilities in their tool sets. Others don't. If your tool does allow you to execute social campaigns, you don't need to take any actions to sync your campaigns, the syncing should already be done for you. Syncing social media campaigns to marketing automation when using separate tools. If you're using different tools, you can connect the two by syncing the URLs, as shown in figure 11:1. In this figure, I created a custom URL in my marketing automation tool and pasted it into Hootsuite. This allows my marketing automation tool to track the link clicks but allows Hootsuite to send it out across its network. Chapter 11, Combining Automation with Other Marketing Programs. 187 Intermediate Integration. If you are a more advanced Facebook marketer, you might be using Facebook ads. If you are using Facebook ads, they integrate with marketing automation in the same way as any other paid search medium. You need to make sure that you're using custom URLs or driving leads to a specific landing page. Either of these methods allows you to track effectiveness. I call this intermediate integration because it requires you to know how to do paid placement ads in Facebook. This knowledge is not something most people have. Advanced integration: if you're an active marketer in Facebook, you can get into very advanced integrations. Facebook allows for the insertion of iframes into your pages. That way, forms created in your marketing automation tool can be posted to your Facebook page, giving you a lead capture form inside Facebook. Because a lead capture form is already native to your marketing automation tool, no integration is required for setup. I call this advanced integration because posting iframes into Facebook requires IT help if you're not familiar with the use of iframes. Integrating video into social media: video is a massive social media tool. It can be used on any medium. If you are not doing video now, you should be. Videos are the hottest engagement method currently online. You can read tons of stats on their power. Do you think your prospects watch more TV or read more books? Answer: they watch more TV. That's why video is such an awesome tool with social media. You have 3 ways to integrate video into your marketing automation mix. Basic: the most basic integration you can have between your videos and your marketing automation tool is to simply post video to your website. Because your marketing automation tool knows what pages a person looks at, you can easily see whether someone visits the page your video is on. This visibility allows for all automations such as scoring, routing, and nurturing. Posting video to your website is not the best way to use it, but it is better than nothing. It also is the easiest to set up, and you can do it with any video platform, from YouTube to Vimeo. Your call to action can be on the page or you can embed it at the end of the video. You can even have a form below the video without editing your video file at all. All these options are easy, and you can handle them without any technical knowledge. Intermediate: if you want a tighter integration between your videos and your marketing automation tool, you can embed calls to action within your video. This functionality depends on your video hosting tool. More advanced tools such as Wizata are very specific for B2B marketing and have simple tools to allow you to insert forms into your videos. These video hosting tools do not require you to have any special software or video equipment. 188 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. Advanced integration requires that both your video platform and your marketing automation tool allow for this type of connection. You can check with your vendor to see which video platforms the vendor integrates with. By connecting your video platform to your marketing automation tool, you can see how much of a video each person watched and then run automations and scoring based on a person's engagement with a single video. This technique is super powerful and not that hard to set up. Driving leads to an event with automation. Marketing automation can lend a hand in advertising and managing your event. You can market offline events without marketing automation, however, you'll have a harder time keeping up with registrants, and you'll likely lose valuable insights into who is coming from where. You'll also struggle with keeping your communication consistent across all marketing channels. Using marketing automation helps you save large amounts of time, gain valuable insights on people so that you know what is relevant to people, know where they came from, and be able to do a much better job at lead follow-up and reporting on the effectiveness of your event. The following sections show you how to use marketing automation to promote an event across multiple channels, send out email invitations, manage the event, and send post-event communications. Setting up event registration. To begin marketing an event, follow these simple steps. 1. Create the event registration page. I suggest using Eventbrite to manage your events. Eventbrite has connections to many marketing automation tools, making events very easy to manage. It's also free to use if your event is free to attend. Figure 11-3 shows Eventbrite's tool. 2. Build the landing page. After creating your event registration page, you need to put your registration form onto a landing page. Figure 11-4 shows an Eventbrite registration form on a website landing page. If you are doing a webinar, you need to use the webinar registration page given to you by your webinar platform. If you're not doing a webinar or using Eventbrite, I suggest creating a form in your marketing automation tool to capture registrations. 194 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. 196 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. In order for scores to tell you what you want to know, you need to first understand what a score represents and how scores can be associated with actions, behaviors, and data to identify leads with the characteristics you want to take action on. The next sections explain the most common scoring uses and how to combine scoring with grading. Understanding the basic concepts of lead scoring will also help you to craft a great scoring model. I discuss crafting a scoring model later in this chapter. Understanding what a score can tell you. You use scores to measure all kinds of engagement. The goal of lead scoring isn't to measure the engagement, however. The goal is to determine what the engagement means and how valuable the engagement is based on your company's sales process. Before you start scoring and building scoring models, make sure that you understand these three common lead scoring goals. Sales readiness. If you want to measure a person's sales readiness, score her based on interactions with sales-ready content. That way, each sales-ready asset she engages with adds to or subtracts from her overall sales-ready score. Set your overall score equal to a level of interaction that a prospect typically exhibits when she's ready to talk to a salesperson. Product interest. If you want to measure a person's interest in specific products or services, consider combining multiple scores, one for each product or service line of interest. That way, you can see the level of interest across multiple products. Cold lead indication. Scores show activity. So if no increase in score occurs over a period of time, you can pinpoint the score that identifies an inactive prospect as a cold lead. Scoring behaviors versus actions. Actions are engagements with your marketing assets. For example, clicking a link is an action. Behaviors are exhibited by a person but not expressed in terms of actual engagement with your marketing assets. For example, inactivity is a behavior but not an action, because an inactive person by definition does not engage in any of your marketing assets. Knowing the following behaviors can help you create and refine your scoring model. Lack of activity is a key reason for a salesperson to reach out. Inactivity might also be a good reason to lower a prospect's sales-ready score. Both of these automations can help you identify trends in behavior and appropriately take action. 198 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. Understanding account-based scoring is an especially large benefit of marketing automation for B2B companies with complex sales cycles. Taking action on lead scoring. You won't get the full value out of scoring unless you use your scoring model to recommend actions based on the scores. Here are the most common actions you can take based on your lead scoring model. Lead qualification. Using lead scores as data points for lead qualification is the most common use of scoring. To qualify leads based on a score, you need to have an automation rule to monitor lead scores, looking for those leads that match specific criteria. The leads that match the criteria are then assigned to the correct salesperson. Segmentation. A powerful use of segmentation is to sort your database by lowest lead scores. After you have the segment, you can give the segment a special campaign with the goal of driving more actions. Or, sort your database to find the leads with the highest scores and give them all a personal interaction on Twitter. Looking at score for segmentation opens your eyes to new possibilities in the future. Lead nurturing. Leads showing inactivity have scores that aren't increasing over a period of time. Use lead scores to identify cold leads based on inactivity so that you can place them on a lead nurturing track. Reporting. Scores can help you identify where a lead is in the buying process. Look at your database and track the percentage of your leads in each buying stage by assigning a score to each stage. That way, you can identify very accurately how many leads will convert to the next stage. Scoring leads over time. Scoring models aren't effective if you set them up once and then forget about them. You need to devote ongoing attention to your scoring model if you want your scoring model to give you relevant information over time. When setting up your scoring model, Keep the following points in mind: scores are a constant work in progress. You need to start with a basic scoring model. Some tools come with this feature built in, and be diligent about reviewing it and updating your scoring model over time. You need to be open to changing your scoring model frequently, especially at the beginning. The good news is that even an incorrect scoring model is more helpful than no scoring model at all, as long as you are willing to spend time improving it. Chapter 12, Scoring Leads. 199 scores can go up and down. An increase in score helps you to measure sales-ready actions, and a decrease in score helps you track a lack of engagement over a period of time. Remember to keep these uses in mind when setting up your scoring model. Scores are relative to time. Scores matter only at the time they are created. For example, a person who racked up a high score last year is not as likely to be sales-ready this year. Scores are timely and should reflect the time of inactivity in more advanced scoring models. Combining lead scores and lead grades. Lead scoring is often confused with lead grading, but these two models have different uses, as follows. A lead scoring model is the method for measuring interactions or behaviors. You use lead scoring to measure a person's sales readiness. Determining sales readiness is typically based on interactions with marketing material and campaigns. Common actions to score are page views, email clicks, downloads, search terms, campaign touchpoints, form completions. A lead grading model is the method for measuring demographic qualities of people. You use lead grading to measure a person's demographic fit. Grades are based on fields in your database and usually use an A to F scale, just like the grades you received in school. Common criteria to grade are job title, company size, company location, company revenue. Software used by company. Industry. Figure 12:2 shows a person's lead score based on her interactions with marketing assets, whereas her lead grade is measured from her job title and company size. 204. Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. 2. Give the asset a score. Give the asset the score from step 1 and record it in your spreadsheet. Keep in mind that you will need this spreadsheet to manage your scoring model in the future, so keep it handy. Scoring prospect actions and behaviors. You can attribute scores to just about anything in your database, which means that you have lots of opportunities to create scores. When learning to score, use the key actions, behaviors, and social interactions in the following sections to guide your scoring decisions. These include filling out forms, interacting with social media, accessing content, watching videos, and visiting landing pages. Learning to score form behavior. Scoring your forms depends on the form's role, the actions taken, and the questions you ask on the form. Here are several good ways to score forms that your prospects fill out. Forms for downloading content. When you score a form used by prospects to download content, the form should have a score associated with the completion of the form. Use the sales ready score of the content to determine the appropriate score for the action of filling out the form. Contact us forms. If your form asks a prospect for contact information, it should be scored as instantly sales ready when a prospect fills it out. Scoring answers to questions. You should use the questions you ask on a form to raise or lower a person's grade, not score. Questions should be considered qualifying questions that help you weed out the good leads from the bad leads. However, you should consider the completion of the answer form as a scored action. I discuss the difference between scoring models and grading models in the Combining Lead Scores and Lead Grades section, earlier in this chapter. Scoring complementary actions. When a form protects a piece of content that is emailed to a person after the form is filled out, you should score the content, the email open, and the click to retrieve the content. Ask your sales team for help to correctly score each of these actions separately. When crafting your scoring model, remember that many of these actions happen in succession, so make sure to understand the full scenario a prospect might go through so that you don't overscore prospects. For example, if a person downloads a document by filling out a form, you are likely to have a score for the form completion, the email being sent, the email being Chapter 12, scoring leads. 205 opened, the email link being clicked, and the white paper being downloaded. Overscoring causes you to pass on prospects who are not actually sales ready. You only think they are because you artificially bumped up their score without realizing it. Make sure you understand the steps a person will be taking so that you are not overscoring someone for a basic action. Scoring prospect interactions with landing pages. Landing pages are scored like forms because landing pages usually have forms that trigger an email to the person who fills out the form. The main difference between scoring landing pages and scoring forms is the fact that landing pages are accessed via a URL 100% of the time. This means that you can have two scored actions, one for accessing the landing page and one for filling out the form. You can also get more detailed by scoring the click on the landing page link, the viewing of the landing page, time spent on the landing page, and any subsequent actions. Here's how you should score the most common landing page actions. Score the landing page link based on the stage of the content behind the form or on the page itself. Score the page view as a very basic score, and the completion of the form as the highest score. Score any content served up from a landing page higher than content accessed from an email blast. Remember that your prospect went through a lot of steps to access your content, so make sure that you're accounting for the number of steps to determine the prospect's desire to read your content. Scoring using custom redirects. A custom redirect is a term given to a URL that directs you to another page. When your company, for example, has partnerships with different businesses that drive leads or traffic to your site, custom redirects are a very powerful tool to help you determine your best partners. They allow you to give a different URL to each partner and track all the leads from that single partner. For example, you might give each partner a specific URL but have each URL drive leads to the same web page. Then, if you ever need to change the URL or create another one for each partner, you never have to change your website to track where your leads came from. You may also have a link on another site that you control. For example, if you have a button on your YouTube page directing people back to your website, you can use a custom redirect to score someone who clicks the link, and you can create a special automation for when this happens. 206 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. Scoring on web interactions. Any URL can be tracked. Most web content has to be accessed via a URL regardless of who hosts the content. To score web interactions and identify sales-ready leads, you should break your web actions down into sales-ready actions and general actions as follows. Score any actions not related to a buyer's journey as a general action that does not increase the sales readiness score. For example, many people attach a score to every URL. But not all URLs visited are indicators of sales readiness in a prospect. Score any actions related to a buyer's journey as a sales-ready action that increases the sales readiness score. For example, the URL of a pricing page on your site and the URL of your product features and benefits page are good examples of pages that are probably indicators of sales readiness in a prospect. Scoring on downloads. When you score downloadable content, remember that your goal is to score the person interacting with the content, not the value of the content itself. Scoring the person involves looking at the proximate cause of the download and including that action in the download score. For example, a score for content downloaded from an email should be lower than a score for content downloaded from a landing page after a Google search. That's because a person who proactively searches for your content is probably more interested than a person who passively receives an email. Your marketing automation system can tell you whether someone was searching through one of your search engine marketing campaigns or one of your email campaigns, and apply your chosen scores accordingly. Scoring on email engagement. You can break down email engagement into two specific actions: email opens. An email open should never be scored. It is a false indicator of interactions. An email open is marked whenever the email is displayed, not read. This means that it can just pop up in the preview pane and be considered opened by an email tool. Having an email marked as read when it wasn't occurs because of how email opens are tracked by marketing automation applications, and every application uses the same technology for this tracking. So scoring email opens doesn't help you determine a sales-ready prospect. Chapter 12, Scoring Leads. 207 Email clicks. If you are using email campaigns to build rapport over a long period of time, a person is likely to click many emails. Each score you assign should represent a specific step in the prospect's journey. For example, clicks on emails sent to keep in touch with inactive prospects should be scored very lightly compared to emails sent to prospects who recently signed up to be contacted. In addition to clicks and opens, you should consider how each email was sent. For example, score an email triggered by a form submission higher than an email blast to everyone on your list. I discuss working with emails in detail in Chapter 10. Correctly scoring search terms. Start out with a general score for all search terms and move to a more meaningful scoring model over time. Your general scores tell you which search terms are predictors of sales readiness and which ones are not. For example, you might start out thinking that people searching the term pricing are at the end of the buying cycle, only to find through your general scores that they are at the beginning of that cycle. In that case, lowering the score for the pricing term makes sense. When asking your clients about their buyer's journey, make sure that you understand how their search terms change over the course of their journey. A recent survey conducted by ExactTarget, an email service provider, shows that people change their search terms 2 to 3 times during their buyer's journey. This means that you will likely need to score many different search terms. Scoring social media interactions correctly. Proving ROI on social media campaigns can be difficult. That is, it's difficult until you have marketing automation and it becomes very easy to see who interacts and where in the sales cycle the interaction occurs. Each social media post, such as a tweet, Facebook post, or LinkedIn post, contains a URL. Figure 12-6 shows a custom URL being used to attach this lead to a campaign. Adding the lead to the campaign will make it very easy to show ROI on the social channel I post this link to. The URL you should use for scoring is the URL your marketing automation tool gives you, as shown in Figure 12-7. Most tools also let you attach a piece of content to a campaign and a score for future automation. When you copy your social URL and paste it into your messaging application, it will be sent and tracked by your system. Chapter 12, Scoring Leads. 209. Keep in mind that social media likes, follows, retweets, blog posts, and other non-URL interactions should not be scored as sales-ready actions. They should instead be scored for other types of measurement, such as identifying your happiest customers. For example, score blog posts when your content points to a stage in the buyer's journey, but not when posts contain content about your company culture. Advanced scoring models. Many people use marketing automation to help determine sales-ready leads, but many advanced lead scoring models exist as well. I suggest waiting until you are capable with your tool before getting into advanced models. In fact, I suggest waiting until you have been running your tool for a minimum of 1 year. Learning to use advanced scoring helps you show a lot more value from your marketing automation tool, and it helps your company drive additional revenue from the same tool. The next sections show you how to leverage more of your marketing automation tools by using scoring models to identify your best customers, your most active people, and your unhappy customers. Using lead scoring for a Net Promoter Score. A Net Promoter Score is a modern way to identify your best customers and help focus your marketing on the best and worst customer attitudes. By identifying your happiest and unhappiest customers, you can easily focus your time on mitigating churn and encouraging the happiest people to promote your brand. You can buy special software to help you manage your Net Promoter Scores, or you can use your marketing automation tool for this purpose. To ascertain your Net Promoter Score, use the score field to determine how active someone is with your marketing over a period of time. For example, people who read your blog on a daily basis and read every white paper should score highly. You can also build a form in your marketing automation tool to ask the standard Net Promoter Score question, which is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you with our company? This information can go into a custom field in your lead record to score the happiest and unhappiest clients. 210 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. Scoring multiple buyers for sales readiness. If you are selling into a B2B account, multiple buyers may be involved. In these cases, you need to use account-based scoring to score every buyer associated with an account to determine the sales readiness of the whole account. You have a few different ways to score multiple buyers as one account. If your tool allows for account-based scoring, ask your vendor how to set up multiple buyer scoring. If your tool does not have account-based scoring out of the box, you can still set it up in your CRM using the following steps. 1. Create a custom field in the account record and name the field account score. 2. Populate the custom field with scores. Use the coding language of your CRM to set up an automation. That way, you can have all individual scores under the account summed together. You may need your CRM admin if you are not familiar with coding in your CRM. 3. Connect to your marketing automation tool. The field you created in step 1 needs to be connected to your CRM. I discuss connecting custom fields in chapter 4. Using tally fields for scoring. If you have multiple stages in your buyer journey, you can determine the score for each asset in each of your stages using tally fields. Tally fields are a type of number field that increases only by a single number each time, as in keeping a tally. You have to guess at first, but you can eventually count how many interactions a person has in each stage. That way, you can easily determine the correct lead score for each interaction within a stage, as shown in figure 12-8. When you have a sizable set of data, you can look for trends. For example, if you use 100 as your sales ready score and the average person engages with 5 pieces of content in stage 1, 3 pieces of content in stage 2, and 4 pieces of content in stage 3, you can break your scoring model into 12 equal parts. That way, you can easily score each action with a score of 8 points. You can then move the score up or down depending on the suggestion from your sales team as to the importance of the action. Chapter 12, Scoring Leads 213. When degrading a score, you should do it over a period of time. Some tools allow you to degrade a score over time by a percentage of the total score, or by a specific number. I suggest refraining from ever degrading a score to 0. A 0 score removes all past interest, which makes it hard to segment based on past activity. Instead of degrading to 0, create a minimum equal to 50% of the total sales ready score as a starting point. That way, you can still show activity while keeping leads out of the hands of your salespeople. Using a checklist for refining your scoring model. When you refine your scoring model, use the following checklist to ensure that you're evaluating the correct people, the correct amount of time, and the right assets. Look at the ratio of sales-ready leads being converted to opportunities. A low ratio of sales-assigned leads to closed deals can be an indicator of a bad scoring model. Ask your salespeople how they feel the leads are doing. If the sales reps don't like their leads, it can be an indicator of a bad scoring model. Ask salespeople how they feel about the actions the leads are exhibiting. Do they see a trend with specific actions? Salespeople can usually identify trends in leads, and they can become aware of new actions that need to be included or excluded from a scoring model faster than marketing in most cases. Your salespeople are a key to helping you to refine your scoring model. Marketers often pass leads to sales based on activity alone, but salespeople know which leads are the most sales-ready. Salespeople can help you confirm or deny your activity-based assumptions. 214 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. 216 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. Understanding appropriate reporting methods. Marketing automation allows for new ways of marketing and reporting. Following are 3 appropriate reporting methods that you can use to measure your results, evaluate how people move through your marketing stages, and track how effective your marketing is. ROI reporting, Return on Investment, ROI. Reporting tells you how much money your marketing campaign returned for each dollar spent. To use ROI reporting appropriately, use it only when money is spent at the start of a campaign and money is returned at the end. ROI reporting is usually a long-term report for lead sources. For example, if you paid $100 to acquire a lead with a paid search campaign, your ROI reporting could last for months if it takes months for a lead to make a purchase. I discuss ROI reporting in more detail a little later in this chapter. Velocity reporting. Velocity reporting tells you the speed at which a lead moves through your funnel. This is a very important metric, with no way of being tracked without marketing automation. Using velocity reporting appropriately allows you to increase the speed at which a lead converts. That way, you can increase the number of leads in a given time period and close more leads sooner. Closing more leads faster means having money in your bank sooner, which has more value than money in the bank later. This is especially true for software as a service, SaaS, based or recurring revenue businesses. Money in hand today is worth more than money in hand tomorrow. I explain velocity reporting later in this chapter, engaging future lead flow by tracking lead stage. Efficiency reporting. Efficiency reporting compares the number of leads generated to the number of leads lost as a percentage over time. For example, if you generate 100 leads today, and 50 leads convert to sales-ready leads while the rest are lost, your efficiency of leads is 50%. Using efficiency reporting appropriately helps you understand whether you're attracting the correct people as leads. Because good leads have a much higher efficiency than bad leads, your efficiency reporting helps by showing you whether you are wasting money attracting leads who never convert. 220 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. Understanding and SQL report. The SQL report tells you how efficient you are at creating leads for the sales team. Your MQL report lets you know how many you are creating, but SQL reporting lets you know whether the sales team agrees with your choice of leads. Because two teams are involved, the check and balance system has proven very effective at helping both departments work together. When measuring SQL, use an acceptance rate to measure your efficiency. Your acceptance rate is the number of leads that reach the MQL stage divided by the number of leads that make it to the SQL stage, as shown in figure 13:2. The closer you are to 100%, the better. Figure 13:2. Use an acceptance rate to determine the efficiency of your MQL stage. Setting up your first SQL report. Your SQL report uses some of the same data as your MQL report, but it can be a bit tricky to set up because it is dependent on data from sales. Here are the steps involved in setting up this report. 1. Figure out how many people make it to SQL over a period of time, and calculate the cost of generating each lead in the SQL stage. 2. Choose a field to use for tracking SQL in your CRM. I suggest using lead stage as the field for passing MQLs and asking sales to change the lead stage field from MQL to SQL. Use an automation rule. That way, when a lead is marked as sales ready, the lead stage field is also marked as MQL. This setup passes the leads to the CRM for the sales team to easily filter on, and then changes the field to SQL after salespeople accept the leads. Figure 13:3 shows a lead being marked MQL and SQL. 224 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting. Be aware of the core flaws in attribution modeling. Despite its wide adoption and good intentions, attribution modeling has not done marketers any favors. This sidebar explores why attribution modeling devalues your role, points out the major flaws in its assumptions, and suggests other ways to consider looking at your data. Attribution modeling assumes too much. Attribution modeling uses a linear progression of events to attribute value to each campaign in succession. If you saw this campaign and then bought the product, the purchase must have been a result of your previous marketing engagement, right? This is the basic premise of attribution modeling. It assumes that all other events are held constant and that the only impact on your decision was the marketing campaigns you touched. This is the model's first major flaw. The attribution model doesn't account for social perceptions, society's norms, personal beliefs, or any of the thousands of other influences we have in our lives. Marketers cannot and should not assume that a single campaign is the only reason a person engages. This truth has been proven with multiple bits of research. A famous example you may remember is the theory of 7 touches, which stated that after being exposed to an idea 7 times, it becomes a part of your evoke set. Being in an evoke set means that you would know, understand, and remember the stimulus or idea the next time you were exposed to it. If you asked people to list fast food places, they would quickly be able to ramble off a list from memory. This list would represent their evoked set of fast food places. However, if a person sees campaign number 8, and marketers attribute all revenue to this last campaign, they are neglecting the other 7 campaigns, which did the majority of the work for them. Attribution modeling does take multiple campaigns into account by suggesting that ROI should be shared across all of them. But this amounts to another giant fallacy because it assumes that each campaign had an effect on the prospect, or that she even noticed it at all. Marketers have no easy way to tell the effect of an ad on a person without asking that person, and even then, you never know, so you're making a lot of big assumptions on things that can never be proven. Attribution modeling overemphasizes ROI. ROI allows you to prove the direct return on dollars spent. In the marketing world, this means showing the value of any campaign by tracking its direct impact on revenue. Now you come to the second big problem with attribution modeling. The model's focus on ROI forces a marketer to look only at spending, which is an unactionable, lagging indicator that is not tied to any core business goals or representative of any real marketing value. ROI can be useful in planning, but only to the extent that it allows you to ask, do we do this again? ROI does not tell marketers what they should change within their campaign. It does not tell marketers why the campaign failed, nor does it tell the business anything about its future. ROI tells a company only about its past. Companies' main goals are usually tied to their future rather than their past, because they value things that can make them money faster, help them better predict future outcomes, or maximize efficiencies. ROI is not used to help accomplish any of these goals, yet it is the way we prove our value and is the only number attribution modeling focuses on. When attribution modeling attempts to break up revenue and attach it to a campaign to prove value to a company, it does so only by showing how well the money was spent, not how well it. Chapter 13, Generating Reports 225 helped accomplish business goals. This type of reporting keeps marketers from proving their real business value because it doesn't account for all the value marketing is actually producing, only how well marketers spent their budget in the past. There is a better way. A much better way exists to show the value of your efforts, you just have to look to find it. Consider matching your efforts to core business goals. This alignment will help you to be truly indispensable, rather than be viewed as a cost center. Here are some items to measure and consider when it comes to proving the value of your marketing campaigns. Know the time value of money, TVM. This basic economic principle should be one of your major marketing value propositions. The TVM principle states that a dollar that comes in today is more valuable than a dollar that comes in tomorrow. This is because it can be put to work much more quickly, yielding a higher return. As a marketer, if you can help speed up the revenue cycle and bring money into the organization faster, you are driving real value. To speed the revenue cycle, you need to track the average speed of a lead moving through your life cycle. Knowing that your campaign has shortened the sales cycle by days equates to serious dollars over the course of a year. Think about it this way: if you have a 30-day sales cycle and you shorten it by 2 days, you gain an extra month of revenue each year. That's a massive increase in revenue. Predict the future. Knowing what the future holds is another major business goal. CEOs pay a lot of money to get reports on future outlooks, and many people are dedicated to predicting future trends. You should be one of them. Instead of just reporting on current lead flow, report on future lead flow. You can easily report on future lead flow with modern marketing technologies. Having the power to predict and deliver will help you become a valued asset to your business, taking the focus away from your efforts and keeping the focus on your results. At its core, attribution modeling tries to answer some very complex questions quickly and easily. If you subscribe to the attribution model, make sure that you are aware of its shortcomings and consider investigating other ways to prove your value. Otherwise, you'll always just be looked at as a cost center and not a business driver. Limiting factors of influencing campaign reports. Many issues crop up with using influencing campaign reporting. If you are the department asking for this report, I suggest asking yourself what you really want to find. If you are trying to find a silver bullet, you are on a fool's errand. Statistical averages are great to see on a large scale, but determining whether a campaign had a direct influence is very hard to prove. If 100% of your leads all convert on the same campaign, I suggest running the campaign to everyone. However, that still does not suggest that it had any bearing on 226 Part 4, mixing, scoring, and reporting a single deal closing. Using influence to identify effective campaigns is not always the best way, and there are other ways to identify great campaigns, which I walk you through. The reasons I'm against using influence reporting to evaluate the effectiveness of your campaigns are as follows: people live in bubbles. This type of report lacks in accounting for outside influences. Such influences can never be accounted for. So you run the risk of attributing significance to a campaign that might not have been significant at all. Singular channels get the credit. You can tie this report to only a single campaign, but you're marketing across multiple channels at one time. What if a lead is affected by social media, email, and your website all in the same day? In such a case, the last interaction shouldn't receive all the credit. Attribution modeling doesn't work. A conversion is not a singular action, instead, it's a combination of many smaller interactions moving someone toward a final action. Attributing all the work to a single campaign neglects the effort of your supporting campaigns and may lead you to rely too heavily on your silver bullet campaign. See the Be Aware of the Core Flaws in Attribution Modeling sidebar for more about the problem with reading too much into one campaign's apparent effects. Gauging future lead flow by tracking lead stage. One of the best uses of marketing automation is gauging future lead flow. Marketing automation can gauge future lead flow because it gives you visibility into your leads, telling you where they are and the average time you can expect them to move to the next stage. Tracking by lead stage allows you to plan for resource allocation and future business direction. The following sections show you how to track your future lead flow by crafting a lead stage model and creating a baseline. You can create your lead stages at various levels, so I discuss the specifics. I also show you how to create a baseline to gauge your progress or failures. Creating lead stages. Start by creating 3 lead stages. According to a research paper I published, titled State of Demand 2013 and put out by ExactTarget in 2013, http://pages.exacttarget.com/n-state-of-demand-gen right parenthesis comma the average lead goes back to Google to research a purchase 3 times before talking to a salesperson. The research also states that the higher the price of your Chapter 13, generating reports 227 product/service, the more stages you are likely to have. So start with 3 stages, as explained in the following list, and move up or down from there as time goes on if you feel it is necessary. Lead Stage 1. No identified need. Use your first stage to identify leads who are just beginning their journey for a solution. This means that most of the time, leads don't have a refined pain point yet. For example, when searching for marketing automation, it's common to search first for email marketing or something other than marketing automation. Lead Stage 2. Identified need. No BANT. The second stage of a lead in your marketing cycle is a lead who knows what he needs but can't purchase yet. Remember, most B2B purchases happen with a committee, so a single person might push for the idea, but he has to have agreement from the entire team before he can set up demos or have the budget, authority, need, or timeline, BANT, to purchase. Lead Stage 3. The short list. Leads in Stage 3 have BANT and are ready to set up their demos. A great statistic to keep in mind at this stage comes from the Consumer Executive Board. Its research states that after a lead gets to a conversation with a salesperson, he is already 2/3 of the way to a purchase. This means that he has a short list of solutions in mind well before reaching out to set up a demo. So the last stage of marketing is used to prove why the prospect should set up a demo with you. Creating your lead stages is very easy. Either your tool is set up to run this report, or it is not. If it is not, you just need to create 3 custom segments to drive your reporting on lead stages. Ask your vendor before you start building anything to see how the vendor suggests accomplishing this report. Understanding how to measure velocity through stages. Measuring the velocity of a lead through the stages is very important because each lead moves at a different pace. Understanding the group average makes it easy to predict with a great degree of certainty what will happen in the future. This is how you will calculate your future lead flow. To create this report accurately, you need to set up the following criteria. Create lead stages. Your lead stages need to be set up prior to developing a velocity report. You can either create a special report in your tool, if you can, or simply use lists to keep up with this information. I discuss lead stages in the previous section in this chapter. Measure leads into each stage. The number of leads that move into each stage is the first step to generating the velocity report. You need to be able to look back on this number as well so that you can compare lead volumes from one time period to the other. Chapter 13, Generating Reports. 235 Keeping up with marketing sourced opportunities. Marketing sourced opportunities, MSOs, are opportunities that marketing can prove are 100% generated by marketing efforts. In other words, MSOs would not have happened if the marketing team had not been involved. Most companies have a minimum threshold of MSOs that they need to meet. MSOs are usually shared with the sales team so that each salesperson knows how many leads to expect to receive from marketing over a given period of time. MSOs can be tricky to keep up with but also very easy to keep up with if you know what you want to report on. The basic report for MSO leads can be very basic or a bit more complex, depending on your needs. Here are 3 easy ways to set up a basic MSO report. Using lists. You can easily set up an MSO report by using lists. Lists are the easiest way besides a pre-built report that your tool may or may not have. To set up a list, simply use an automation rule to add people to a list after they have been passed along to sales. This approach gives you a list of all sales-ready leads. Then you can get a list of all opportunities the sales team creates and cross-reference the two against each other in Excel. Having the lists in Excel helps you see the number and value of MSOs easily even if your marketing automation tool doesn't have this report as an out-of-the-box feature. Using CRM tools, because your CRM has all your opportunity information, you can easily set up a custom field in the lead record to help you with tracking your MSO leads. Figure 13-8 shows an opportunity in Salesforce.com that includes a lead source field. The custom field is marked marketing when any new lead is passed from marketing to sales. Having this field marked correctly means that the data will follow the lead to the opportunity stage, giving you the data in your CRM to correctly make your MSO report. Salesforce allows you to automatically populate fields in an opportunity record based on the contact record. Populating fields may require AJAX coding, or any special coding that your CRM may require, depending on your edition of Salesforce. Using automated methods, if your marketing automation tool is tied to your opportunities in your CRM system, you may have MSO reports automatically created for you out of the box. You should consult your vendor to see whether an automatic MSO report is possible and to find out what you might need to do to set it up. The good news is that this feature is available in most advanced marketing automation tools, so you should be able to have this report without too much work. Chapter 13, Generating Reports. 237 Form that 100 people converted on, and 90 of them were in your core demographic, you would have a ratio of 9 out of 10, or 90%. With marketing automation, you'll easily see which of your conversions are in your goal demographic due to your new lead tracking abilities. If you are close to 1:1, your offer and form are perfectly optimized for your goal demographic. Open to click ratio, your email open rate on its own tells you how good your subject line is. A click on a link on its own tells you how good your call to action is. Your open to click ratio tells you whether your call to action meets your prospect's expectation when the prospect opens your email. To get your open to click ratio, just divide the number of clicks an email had by the number of opens it had. This is a manual way to run this report. Many advanced marketing tools have this feature built in. The goal is to reach 100% of opens to clicks. The more congruent your two actions are, the better aligned your subject line and call to action are. The farther away you are from a ratio of 1, the more work you need to do in making sure that your subject line and call to action work together. Evaluating your cold lead nurturing campaign. Evaluating your cold lead nurturing campaign can be very easy or very complicated, depending on what you're looking for. I suggest that you keep things easy at the beginning of your implementation of marketing automation and evaluate yourself on only a few key goals. First, don't think ROI, instead, think value created. I talk more about other ways to prove value other than just ROI in Chapter 10, but to keep this section specific to nurturing, consider my suggestions for valuing your nurturing campaigns. More engagement than before. If you got more opens and clicks, and fewer bounces, you're taking a step in the right direction. Continue to strive to do better and your nurturing programs will be successful. 238 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting found new leads. Many times, nurturing cold leads will also help you uncover leads you may have missed, or who fell through the cracks. Finding any new leads or opportunities from this campaign should be looked at as a giant win. Many people might use these opportunities to prove ROI, but I recommend against it because you will be training yourself to always value a campaign on ROI, which is not always the best measuring method. Less work to manage your cold leads. You should also be working less now on managing your cold leads. This should have helped you to set up a process for identifying them, segmenting them, and keeping them engaged. If you can remove these items from your daily tasks, you can focus on higher priority issues. Looking at the results of your white paper campaign after you have made your list, sent out emails, driven people to a form, and completed a white paper campaign, you can choose among a few great and easy ways to measure it. You need to correctly track 3 basic engagements for your white paper campaign. Form completion rates. Form completion rates tell you how many people fill out your form after they have it in front of them. You can also track abandonment rates, but for B2B, I don't recommend looking at abandonment rates. Email open rates. Email open rates are very easy to track, and as I've mentioned before, they're not a great metric. They can, however, generally tell you some good things. You should have close to 100% open rates on a white paper campaign. If you are below this number, take a look at your subject line as the reason. Click-through rates. If you are sending a mass email, expect your click-through rates to be low, well below 5%. If you're sending an autoresponder email, expect these rates to be very high. It is not uncommon to see them above 50% because the lead asked for the email and is expecting it. Chapter 13, Generating Reports. 239 Tracking Twitter Engagements. Tracking Twitter engagements can be very helpful in tracking the effectiveness of your Twitter marketing efforts. Here are a few ways to specifically track engagements on Twitter. Basic. The most basic way to track engagements on Twitter and prove their value is to use a landing page. The landing page should have a form on it and a special automation rule so that anyone who fills out the form is marked as having come in from a Twitter campaign. Moderate. If you're more advanced and can use custom redirects, or Google UTM parameters, you can create a custom URL for each tweet. These URLs should be taking people to content or another web page that you are tracking. This is where landing pages can come in handy. I talk more about how to set them up in Chapter 9. Your marketing automation tool will be able to pick up the information from people clicking the links and report on where they are in the buying cycle, the effectiveness of your campaigns, and so on. Advanced. If you are highly advanced with social media and Twitter, you can get into more advanced options for tracking engagements. For example, you can use Twitter cards and connect them to your marketing automation tool. Currently, Twitter cards are not easily connected to other applications. I expect this to change in the near future, either through applications that make connecting easier or through Twitter opening a more robust API. 240 Part 4, Mixing, Scoring, and Reporting 244 Part V, Putting it all together. Finding your hottest leads first. The moment you get into marketing automation, your scenario is as follows: you have a database, but you do not know who is sales ready and who is not. Making this determination is the first thing you should tackle. Identify the most sales ready leads and get them to the sales team. This is the fastest way to prove the value of your new tool. Figuring out sales ready leads should be your first campaign. Identifying those sales-ready leads will help you to quickly show value with your new marketing automation tool, as well as help you reach your goal of generating more leads with your new tool. When you first get your marketing automation tool, work on your hottest leads first and then make sure that you can get them to the sales team, finding your hottest leads first. Finding the hot leads is easier said than done. To send a targeted email to your hottest leads, you first have to know who the hottest leads are. To find them, I suggest using the stage-based marketing approach that I discuss in Chapter 10. You craft different content for each stage of your buyer's journey. Next, send the email to your entire cold database. When sending your emails, be hyper-targeted. You send one email to an entire database. This is very similar to email blasting, which I advise against elsewhere in this book, but you must understand the difference. The goal here is to send hyper-targeted communication based on a buying stage to help you identify a prospect's buying stage. After you identify that stage, you change your communication to nurture the prospect's specific interest. So, for example, if you send an email to your database targeted to the first stage of the buyer's journey, and 10 people open that email, you should realize that those prospects are in stage 1 and take appropriate actions. You move those leads onto a nurturing campaign designed for prospects in the first stage of the buyer's journey because you now have a context in which to communicate with them. Make sure that you present clear differences between your communications in your stages. This technique is a way to fish for information when you do not have any to start with. People engage with emails that are relevant to them. A recent study I conducted highlighted the need to send fresh, relevant content. Of my 500 survey responses, 76% said that they want different content at each stage of their buyer's journey. By sending a series of emails targeted to each behavioral persona, you get some people to engage and tell you which behavioral persona they are at that time. Figure 14:1 shows the data from this report. To find your hottest leads first, you can easily target your first email to your database to the last stage of the buyer's journey. For this book, I have identified 3 stages in the buyer's journey, so this first email should be targeted to the third buyer's stage. I cover what type of content to use for this stage and what this email should look like in Chapter 10. 248 Part V, Putting it all together. Time between messages. The general rule is no fewer than 6 days between nurturing emails, and no more than 45 days. Length of campaign. Your initial nurturing campaign for a cold lead should not exceed 5 emails at the beginning. You can add more emails later, so begin with 5 and grow from there. Using branching in the campaign, lead nurturing is effective because you can set up if-then scenarios. If-then scenarios look like this: if condition is true, then do action. For example, if an email you send remains unopened, you can use your if-then rule to send a standard follow-up email. So if email is unopened after 3 days, then send email number 3. If, however, an email you send is opened, your if-then rule can send an alternative follow-up email. Content. Refer to Chapter 8 for more on content. For general nurturing emails, make sure that people can digest your content quickly. In the same research project I mentioned earlier in the chapter, only 1.7% of respondents said that they preferred their content to be more than 5 pages long. So keep it short. After you've set up your nurturing program to send emails to leads, you need an automation to identify sales-ready leads and pass them to sales. Ensuring that you have a plan to get the hot leads you find into the hands of sales is the most important step in mining your database of cold leads. Make sure that you follow all the lead scoring methods I discuss in detail in Chapter 12. Measuring your early campaigns. Evaluating your cold lead nurturing campaign can be very easy or very complicated, depending on what you are looking for. I suggest keeping your measurements simple at this stage and evaluating yourself on just a few key goals. Forget ROI, instead, focus on value created. I talk more about this topic in Chapter 10, but to keep this section specific to early nurturing campaigns, here are some ways to value your campaigns. Do you have more engagement than before? If you got more opens and clicks, along with fewer bounces, you should consider this a step in the right direction. Keep striving. Have you found new leads? Many times, nurturing campaigns help you uncover leads you may have missed or who fell through the cracks. Finding any new leads or opportunities from this campaign should be viewed as a giant win. Many people might use these opportunities to prove ROI, but I suggest that you don't. Otherwise, you train yourself to always value a campaign on ROI, which is not always the best measuring method. Chapter 14, Mastering Your First Campaigns. 249. Are you doing less work to manage your cold leads? You should be working less now on managing your cold leads. Your campaigns should help you to set up a process for identifying leads, segmenting them, and keeping them engaged. If you can remove these basic tasks from your daily activities, you can focus on higher priority items. Crafting a white paper campaign. Content marketing drives the majority of marketing efforts for most B2B companies. In the following sections, I use the term white paper as a general term for any marketing asset that is downloaded. You can use white papers for paid search campaigns, SEO campaigns, email campaigns, and nurturing campaigns. SEO, SEM, and any other paid placement campaigns are called inbound campaigns. When you reach out to people via email or social media, you're conducting an outbound campaign. Also, one white paper campaign might be part of multiple marketing campaigns. Before you start to build your first download campaign, make sure that you step through the following. Create your asset. You need to have the URL of the asset ready before you begin. I discuss creating assets and related URLs in Chapter 8. Set aside time to build a few emails. Make sure to set aside time to build your email templates. If you are running an inbound campaign, you likely need only one template. If you are creating a nurturing campaign, you need 3 email templates. For a basic outbound email campaign, you need 1 email template. I discuss building email templates in Chapter 4. Talk to your webmaster. You may need administrative access to your website if you plan to place a form on any web pages. To minimize your need for IT help, you can easily build a landing page in your marketing automation tool. I discuss building landing pages in Chapter 9. Set a goal. Whether your campaign is supposed to support the buying cycle, launch a new product, attract new leads, or support other efforts, your goal shapes how, where, and when you execute the campaign. I discuss goal setting in Chapter 10. Send sets of emails. I suggest building nurturing programs in groups of 3 emails at a time, or sets. At this stage, you don't yet know what works best for nurturing programs, so building any more than 3 emails is wasted effort because you are likely to have to redo them anyway. So building 3 emails, sending 3 emails, and then seeing what worked on those 3 emails before you build your next set is the best way to begin. Chapter 14, Mastering Your First Campaigns. 251. The importance of short forms with inbound marketing. The more questions you ask, the lower your engagement rates will be. HubSpot recently looked at 40,000 landing pages and determined that the more fields you ask users to fill out, the lower your engagement rates. The study suggests that each question beyond 3 decreases your engagement rates. The engagement rates were at about 30% at only 3 questions and down to 10% when you were asking 8 questions. So keep your forms short and use progressive profiling to help you get the information you need. Progressive profiling is a technology provided by almost all marketing automation tools, allowing your forms to change based on what your database knows about a person. This allows your form to change each time a person is asked to fill it out. It only asks 2 questions per time and allows you to increase your engagement rates by capturing a lot of information over many interactions. You must utilize progressive profiling as much as you can. This helps you to keep your forms short and increases your engagement rates. Outbound white paper campaign. When you want to promote a white paper to the contacts in your existing database, you have a few ways to go about it. You will typically use outbound campaigns via email as mass email or email nurturing campaigns. Either way, keep the following keys in mind with your first outbound white paper campaign. You don't need a form. You don't have to create a form or landing page. You already have the prospects' email addresses, so you do not need to require them to fill out a form. If you do, you're likely to decrease your engagement rates. Your subject line should match your content and the goal of your content. Compose a subject line that's very specific and tailored to each person's interest and level of interest, as shown in figure 14-3. Your content likely has one of 2 goals: to stay in front of a person and drive engagement over the course of a long sales cycle, or to nurture a current interest. Either way, make sure your subject line and content fit the goal. Chapter 14, Mastering Your First Campaigns. 253 How to increase the engagements in your white paper campaign. A white paper campaign is very different with marketing automation than without it. This is because marketing automation gives you a lot more visibility into the full campaign and allows you to optimize it in places you never could before. All these optimizations can also be automated so that you get more leads without having to lift a finger. Here are some simple ways to increase engagements with your white paper campaign. Check form completion rates. Form completion rates tell you how many people fill out your form when they have it in front of them. You can also track abandonment rates to help you identify those leads who don't instantly connect but do have some level of interest. You can follow up with an email to those leads later with a slightly different spin. Watch email open rates. Email open rates are very easy to track. Although they don't offer a great metric, they can give you some good information. The open rate can tell you who wanted your content but didn't get it. This information leads to an easy automated follow-up campaign to help you to increase engagement. Because you know these leads wanted your content, you can simply create an automation rule to resend the content to them, helping you drive more engagement from your white paper campaign that you couldn't have done without marketing automation. Upselling campaigns. If you sell multiple products, or have multiple levels of service, marketing automation is one of the best ways to upsell your products and services to your buyers. Marketing automation solves the problem of leaving all the upselling responsibilities to an account representative who is trying to manage the relationship. The next sections show you how using marketing automation for your upsell marketing campaigns can help your account representatives focus on developing relationships while still talking to customers who are interested in buying more of your products and services. Building your list of possible prospects. Because an upsell campaign is always sent to existing clients, create a target list using the client data in your CRM. Here are the best ways to create your upsell list. It is very similar to mining your database for hot leads, as described earlier in the chapter, yet also very different because all your leads 254 Part V, putting it all together, are existing customers. This means that the data points you look at are very different, and the type of communication you will have with your leads is very different as well. Here are some great ways to make your target list. Let the members of the sales team make their own list. Giving sales the ability to control who goes on and off of the upsell campaign is a good option when your sales team demands 100% control over the marketing sent to their leads. You can enable salespeople to make their own lists using the following methods: a field and a segmentation. By using segmentation on an extra field in your CRM, you can allow a salesperson to check a box and identify someone who qualifies for upselling campaigns. The downfall of this option is that it requires constant adding and changing of fields. It is not a dynamic solution, so you have to update your CRM system every time you want to change the option. A list inside the CRM. If you give salespeople full control over their lists, you remove the need to constantly update your CRM. Some marketing automation solutions allow salespeople to add prospects to lists directly in the CRM. Check with your vendor to be sure, but most mainstream solutions have this feature built in. The benefit of the sales team having full control is that they know exactly which communication their prospects will be receiving, and when. Use a segmentation rule to create your list for you. If you want complete control over your upsell list, I suggest using a segmentation or automation rule to create the list for you. This option is usually preferred because it gives the marketer the most control over who gets added to the campaign, and it does not require sales to do any work. I discuss segmentation rules in more detail in Chapter 6. Upselling with special content. The content for your upsell campaign needs to be very specific. I cover general content in Chapter 8, but this section offers some specific tips for creating content for an upsell campaign. There is a very fine art to building an upsell campaign so that you can get your point across without having a negative impact on your relationship with your client. To master this art, keep the following in mind when crafting your content. Emails always come from the owner of the relationship. If the relationship is owned by an account representative, each email should come from that rep. This approach creates a clear line of communication with your client. Emails from other people confuse clients about whom to speak with. This approach also makes reply to the email easy on the client and ensures that it goes back to the client's main point of contact. Chapter 14, Mastering Your First Campaigns. 255 Always use rich text format. Because your emails are being sent from a single person, the email should look as if that person wrote it. This is why you should use rich text as opposed to full HTML. Keep your emails short. Your goal is to gauge interest, not sell. If the client is interested, she clicks the call to action, CTA, or asks her account representative for more information. Make your CTA educational. If you are going to create content, make sure that it is helpful to the person. Try a video series on how to improve clients' workflow or how to eliminate a problem they have. This content is helpful, a one-page product description is not. Let your account representative send a one-pager later, if he feels it is appropriate, as a follow-up. Make it personal. Your email should read as though you're writing to a single person. Don't talk in generalities and don't use bullet points. These traits mark your email as marketing fluff. Driving leads to the sales team. The final step in the upsell campaign is to get the lead over to the sales team. The lead assignment rules that you use allow the leads to get passed on to sales in real time. You should be thinking about when to pass a lead on, and how. Most leads in upsell campaigns are already in your CRM and assigned to an account rep. Here are the most common scenarios for an upsell campaign. One person owns the relationship and sells multiple products. When your sales team is relationship-based and working with a large book of products, you do not need to do much work on lead assignment. Your leads are already assigned to your account representative, and your rep receives updates when the rep's leads engage with the upsell campaign. Because you don't need to reassign the lead, you just set up an automation to let the account rep know when the client has reached a certain level of sales readiness. You have the following options. Use your CRM. Your CRM can take care of alerting the account representative if you want. CRMs can create special lists. So, for example, if you have your lead score synced with your CRM, your sales team can have a list of leads with a score over X. The team can then just check this list for any new leads. Automate a notification. If you want your marketing automation tool to send out a notification, you simply create a basic automation rule that says when score for product X reaches a certain number, send an email to the assigned sales rep. 256 Part V, putting it all together. Sales support campaigns. One of the most effective sales support campaigns is a campaign to nurture leads using a competitive solution. For instance, maybe your sales rep has been working a lead who cannot buy today because she is stuck in a 2-year contract. Your sales rep still wants to build rapport over those 2 years but wants to minimize the effort in doing so because he has to close deals this year to hit quota. A nurturing campaign is a great way to deal with this situation. Here are the steps to build a competitive solutions campaign. 1. Set up the segmentation. To set up a segmentation, you can create a custom field in the CRM or use a pre-existing field. Also, some tools enable segmentation without CRM manipulation. All you really need is a data point to read so that you know when someone should be added to this campaign. I suggest looking at lead status and the field where you mark what tool the lead uses if it's not yours. 2. Create the drip nurturing campaign. Your drip nurturing campaign for competitive solutions should be crafted with sales support. The sales team will know the cadence of the emails, what to say, and what pain point the person is likely to have if using that solution. All these aspects are very important. 3. Train your salespeople on the campaign. Before you launch any campaign, make sure to train your sales team on how to add people to the campaign, what the campaign does, and what they can expect to see as a result. I highly suggest using this campaign if your industry uses contracts and you have competition. Using this campaign will help lift the sales team's burden of having to follow up every month and let them focus on closing more business. Of all the campaigns I've created for sales teams, this is their favorite by far. Staying relevant with lost deals. A lost deal happens to the best of us. Once when I was running my first startup, I considered buying 2 different pieces of software. I chose one and had to tell the other guy no. The funny thing was, the guy I said no to kept sending me nice emails every so often. I received one from him every 4 to 6 weeks, just checking in on me. I honestly felt as though I should have done business with him because of how attentive he was. I thought, if he's this great, imagine how great the rest of that company is. Chapter 14, Mastering Your First Campaigns. 257. I expect that something similar has happened to you, whether it was a company using an automated tool or just the world's best sales rep. Either way, marketing automation can do this for you and make all your sales reps look like the best thing since sliced bread. The reason that you want to nurture a lost deal is easy. You made it all the way to the end with a lead, and a lot of rapport was built. Just because that lead said no today doesn't mean that she won't say yes in the future. Keeping that relationship alive is very important to get to the yes next time. To craft a campaign for nurturing lost deals, follow the same steps outlined in the previous section for the competitive solution campaign. 258 Part V, Putting it all together. 260 Part V, Putting it all together. Auditing your performance for improved results. Auditing is a key to improving any process. Auditing marketing automation programs can be eye-opening. A simple audit can show you whether your scoring model is correct, your nurturing program has become less effective, or your lead qualification has gone bad. I cover auditing your lead scoring model in Chapter 12, so in this section I tell you about how to create a sustainable review process and benchmark your performance over time. Creating a sustainable review process. To put together a sustainable review process, you need to have a few tools already set up and ready to go, as well as enough data to make a review worth your while. This is why, earlier in this chapter, I recommend holding off on this chapter's techniques for a while. Before you begin to create a sustainable review process, make sure that you have the following ready to go. Spreadsheet. As much as we'd all like to do away with keeping spreadsheets, you need one for this review process. I suggest using an online spreadsheet, such as through Google Docs, on which you can collaborate with others. Or use an application like Dropbox so that others on your team have easy access to the spreadsheet. Data. You need data to do reviews. Without the data, you can't get much value out of your review. Have a minimum of 30 days worth of data for analysis. With your data and spreadsheet in hand, you can set up your spreadsheet as follows. Make your first column the name of your asset or program. The second column should contain your benchmark data. For your first time, this data should be the results of your first attempt at marketing automation. Figure 15:1 gives a good example of how this spreadsheet should look. Also, although I don't show it in the figure, consider having a column for keeping notes, such as what you changed for this campaign, or what came out differently than you expected. Keeping these notes helps you to quickly look back in time to see what you did to get the results you had, or come up with ideas as to why the results weren't what you expected. The date column headings in Figure 15:1 are to help you understand that this should be a living document, with revisions expected in the future. Having the dates here helps you note on your calendar the next time you need to review your program. 262 Part V, putting it all together. Follow these tips for keeping your review on track. Review timeline. Set up a standard review timeline and follow it religiously. Be diligent in your review to ensure that you are automating the correct processes. Remember that you are now speeding up and running more programs than before. If you fail to carefully monitor them, you're likely to automate some very bad processes. I recommend the following time frames for specific parts of your new marketing automation campaigns and supporting assets. Nurturing programs. For nurturing campaigns, the review timeline depends on the time frame of the full program. Evaluating every 90 days is a good practice. This gives you plenty of time to see results, compare, and tweak. Automation rules. Look at automation rules 30 days after you set them up the first time, and then review them every 90 days after that. Scoring rules. I discuss reviewing scoring rules in Chapter 6, but in general, you should make sure to review your scoring rules once a quarter to begin with, and taper off to twice a year when you have it dialed in. The only time you should do it more frequently than once a quarter is when you notice a high percentage of leads being qualified as MQL but not being accepted as SQL. If you see more than half of your MQL leads not being accepted, you need to re-evaluate your scoring as soon as possible. Lead assignment programs. Review these every quarter. Quarterly provides a good time frame to see how the leads are converting into sales. If you have a very long sales cycle, you need to review your programs less frequently because you won't have enough data until you've had time for leads to close out, giving you data to work with. So if you have a sales cycle of 6 months or more, consider evaluating your models only twice a year. Content. I suggest reviewing your content as a whole every 90 days. Lumping your content together into a single number helps you to see larger trends. Consider having a group for all webinars, emails, white papers, and so on. What to look for in your data. Your data can tell you a lot, and you want to look at both short-term and long-term trends, as follows. Short-term trends. Your short-term data reveals trends that you see very easily after you put in a new metric. Seeing that you had a gain or loss over the previous time frame is a good example of short-term data. When looking at short-term data, do your best to understand why the change happened. This is where the real 266 Part V, putting it all together, comparing forms, content, and landing pages with split testing. When considering how to improve your conversion rate on a landing page, split testing can easily show you the way. A landing page usually consists of the landing page itself, a form, and content that the form is protecting. You can test all three of these elements using the same type of split test, but not all at the same time. Here is how to split test the different parts of a landing page to increase conversions easily. Have your assets. To create your split test for a landing page, form, or content, start by creating the different assets. Use only one URL. To test your conversions, you need to have multiple possible outcomes. You want to drive people to multiple landing pages, but you also need to have a way to control traffic so that you spread the traffic to the multiple landing pages evenly, increasing the effectiveness of the test. To spread traffic evenly, you hold the lead source as a constant, which, in the case of a landing page, is its URL. By using a single URL and having your marketing automation tool sending the traffic to multiple pages equally, you can see whether you have a clear winner on conversions from your form, landing page, or content. Run your test. To create your test, you will most likely use a split testing feature within your marketing automation tool. Most major vendors include this feature. The steps involved to use it vary, but the basics are all the same. You'll create or have created the items you want to test already, and have them saved in the marketing automation tool. Your marketing automation solution will create a single URL to promote your content via social, email, online, or any other medium. The results of your test will be found in your marketing automation tool. Some tools can even automatically change your campaigns to optimize for the best outcome. Figure 15-3 shows a split test being set up in the Marketing Automation tool. I've covered how to split test landing pages, content, and forms in the same section because each item lives on the landing page. You just need to change the form on each one to test different form fields, call to action text, or colors. The content presents your offer, so this method easily allows you to test content delivery formats. For example, what do people do more, watch videos or download white papers? Finally, you can test the landing page layout itself with this method as well to discover whether a particular landing page layout works better than your standard website layout. 268 Part V, putting it all together. Execute. Often you have more to do than you have time in the day. Consider the total number of touchpoints you will have with prospects over time. Hundreds. Maybe even thousands. Putting the correct amount of effort into an idea is the only way to survive. Also, the truth is that you have no clue how someone will react to a new campaign. No matter how much planning you do, you never know how a campaign is going to work out until you hit send. But you have to test. This is the first part of being agile. Get into the mindset of executing small test batches and then sending the big batch. In his books Good to Great and Built to Last, Jim Collins explains the concept of shooting bullets and then cannonballs. Do your lining up and aiming with smaller, less expensive items, then, when you know you're on target, bet big with the big guns and fire away. Here are a few practical ways to put this idea into play. Split testing. I cover split testing earlier in the chapter. Split testing is an agile approach. The next time you want to send an email blast to your full database, take 10% of them and split test your emails. You'll find out which one is best and then you can fire that one to the remaining 90% for your best results possible. Surveying. Surveying is an agile approach as well. Before you create your next white paper, consider calling your current prospects, offering them 3 white paper titles, and asking them which they would rather read. You can even go so far as to draft the first 2 pages. Use your prospects' feedback to decide which option to move forward with. Beta ideas. Another great way to test ideas is with beta programs. Beta is a term frequently used in technology to identify an early-stage idea. Google is known for using the term beta on any new item it releases before launching the full version. Consider trying the same idea with webinars. Case in point, I was working for a software company selling marketing software and wanted to test the waters for a new webinar series on, oddly enough, the concept of agile marketing. So we tested the idea and did a light promotion with a small goal. If we hit our goal, we would spend more money next time on positioning the webinar. We did hit our goal, and our last webinar, the third one, had more than double the attendance of our average webinar. Had we not tried the idea, we would never have found those new leads. Chapter 15, Implementing Advanced Marketing Automation Techniques. 271 Maximizing trade show effectiveness with automation. Trade shows are one thing many businesses have in common. You have to go to them but would rather not. People stop by your booth, get some data sheets, and likely throw them away soon after. Your salespeople usually argue over whose lead was whose, and you can never really get them to put into the CRM the trade show where they found the lead. As a result, all the time you spend setting up and planning is for naught because you can't prove your ROI. Using marketing automation can solve all these issues with trade shows, and it's pretty easy. Follow these steps. 1. Buy a tablet for each sales representative. Any mobile touchscreen tablet will do. 2. Create a landing page/form. You need to have Wi-Fi access at your booth for this to work. There are other ways to do this without Wi-Fi, they require technical skill, however. 3. Create automations for your landing page/form. You want to set up a different form for each sales rep and create the following automations for each form to perform. Autoresponder email. This form automatically sends an email to prospects when they fill out the form. It also sends them the data sheet automatically so that they don't have to carry it around. You can also now track whether prospects read the data sheet. Mark lead with lead source. This form marks the lead with the event that generated the lead, so you don't have to rely on sales representatives to do this. Add to nurturing campaign. This form ensures that you add this lead to a follow-up nurturing program. Assign the lead to the sales rep. With this form, all leads that come through a specific salesperson are assigned to that person. 4. Load each tablet with the URL for the specific sales representative. Give all the salespeople their own tablet with their own landing page. Figure 15-5 shows a tablet with an example form and landing page. Chapter 15, Implementing Advanced Marketing Automation Techniques. 273. The URL www.companyname/Mathew Sweezey, and someone goes to this page, you can assume with a high degree of certainty that it was me. This is an older technology but is still useful in integrating the two technologies together. Do note that because this is an older approach, it's no longer a common feature in marketing automation tools. It has been replaced with one URL for the campaign itself and uses the form mentioned in the preceding bullet to track the individual. Direct mail-in automations. With more people using email, direct mail has little competition in the B2B space. You might want to consider the following options. Fully integrated solution. Only a few fully integrated marketing automation and direct mail tools exist. This means that the marketing automation tool is tied to a direct mail fulfillment house. So direct mail can be sent as one-off marketing pieces in the way that emails may be sent at triggered times. This fully integrated solution is usually an option only at the very high end of the marketplace. Semi-integrated. Many tools have a marketplace through which vendors can add on other technologies. This means that direct mail vendors can add features to your application. This option comes standard with tools that fall below the very high end, as well as on most major applications. Basic integration. The most basic way to tie in marketing automation with direct mail marketing is by using a list. This approach requires no integration with your tool, you just have to keep up with a list. When you want to send direct mail, you add the prospect to the list and periodically take the list to your direct mail fulfillment center and have the mail sent. This is by far the easiest for smaller companies. 274. Part B, Putting it all together. 278. Part 6, The part of 10 Skimping on content creation. Content is the lifeblood of online marketing. Marketing automation allows you to speed up how fast you can create and execute campaigns. The faster you can create and execute, the more content you need to create. Failing to understand this fact will limit the value you can derive from your tool. Here are a few tips to help keep you cranking out the content you need. Reinvest time. Simply look at the time you used to spend qualifying leads or importing and exporting CSV files before marketing automation. Take the time you save automating manual tasks and use it all for content creation. Never miss a chance for content. Creating content is something to keep in the back of your mind at all times. Keep a camera and notebook with you always. Take pictures to use in your blogs, and use your notebook to record quotes and interviews with people you meet. Consider anything as possible content as long as it can be made into something helpful to your audience. Budget for your content. Most companies don't do a good job at budgeting for content. Consider having a slice of your budget set aside for creating content. You might include sending people to trade shows to do interviews, or paying for coffee at your local coffee shop for interviews. Regardless, have a budget and use it. Having only one nurturing campaign. Nurturing is a skill that requires full understanding of the technique to maximize its effectiveness. Like email, nurturing is something you need to work at over time, and you need to learn new things all the time. Techniques change frequently, with new tricks to try popping up all the time. However, the biggest way to fail with marketing is simply in not thinking small enough about nurturing. Think very small. A nurturing campaign should be focused on reaching only a single goal. The smaller you think about these goals, the better your nurturing campaigns will be. The trick is something Teresa Amabile and Steve Kramer wrote about in a 2011 article for the Harvard Business Review blog. Years of research helped them prove that constraint is good for creativity. The more constraint you give yourself, the better targeted your content will be, and the better your program will be. Creativity is the key that sets your campaign apart from others. Thinking that you can just automate the emails you already have is the fastest way to fail. Remember, it's a one-to-one medium. If you're nurturing campaigns Chapter 16, the top 10 marketing automation mistakes 279 are natural, you will increase the odds of engagement. Keep in mind that a consumer makes a judgment call on your email in 1/20th of a second. So try to put a constraint on your nurturing programs to have a very specific goal, and you'll notice that your emails will be more specific and optimized for that goal and will generally help you reach your goal better than would a campaign with a less refined goal. Underestimating the impact of social media. Social media changed the way we engage with everything. If you're mad because your cable box is broken, you can tweet and get your cable box fixed faster. When the tsunami hit in 2011, it was first reported on Twitter by citizens of the towns using their cell phones. This was amazing because real-time news was being provided by citizens. Typical news channels usually have a lag between an event like this and the report. Social media is now a huge part of our communications, which means that it's a huge part of how people engage and how they engage with you, too. Failing to account for social media in your marketing automation mix leads to failure to correctly score your leads, and you'll fail to use a great medium to generate more leads. Remember, it's all about the URL. The URL is what a person clicks to access your content, and any marketing automation can track link clicks to allow for scoring, nurturing, and other automations. The buyer's journey isn't just for email. Consider having special tweets sent out and tailored to specific stages in the buyer's journey. Social media is one of your best places to distribute content. It also makes sharing your content very easy for your consumers. Looking at the wrong numbers. Marketing automation tells you how your marketing impacts your organization, but only if you know what you're looking at. Don't think you can just look at ROI for everything. This doesn't work. Consider looking at lots of different reports to determine different kinds of information. The following reports are the ones you should focus on most. Velocity. This tells you how fast leads are moving through your pipeline. Use the velocity of leads moving through your buyer's stages to see whether your marketing is helping to prove your marketing value. If you can prove that your marketing is generating more leads in less time, 280 Part 6, the part of tens you can show a tremendous value. For example, if you have a 45-day buyer's journey, and through your marketing efforts you shorten that by 5 days, you are actually generating another full month and a half's worth of revenue each year. You can show this fact only if you are looking at the velocity of the leads. Efficiency. Look at how many leads are created compared to how many are created to close deals. These numbers tell you whether you're creating the right kind of leads. Improve your efficiency in this area and you'll save money and generate better leads. ROI. Look at ROI on lead sources such as keywords or paid advertisements. It's impossible to look at the ROI of a lead nurturing campaign, so make sure that you're not trying to figure that out. Involving sales too late. Because marketing automation impacts many other departments in an organization, involving those departments at the correct times is key to using marketing automation successfully. The sales team is easily the second most impacted department when implementing marketing automation. Most companies run into issues such as the following when they do not engage the sales team early enough: missing key technology needs. If you fail to involve sales early enough, you find out very quickly that you bought the wrong tool. Many sales processes are highly customized, and your marketing automation tool must integrate correctly. If your tool doesn't support the way your CRM system is used, it will not work. Not using the best copy. If you fail to ask the sales team which of the team's emails are working with leads, you spend a lot of time trying to figure it out. Just ask them and save that time. Remember, the sales team members are the pros at one-to-one emails, so utilize them as such. Push back on new tools. If you fail to get the sales team to buy into the idea early, you face massive pushback on a new tool. Salespeople don't like change, and for good reason. They are process-based, and changing their process can wreak a lot of havoc for them. Mitigate this attitude by getting them to buy into the ideas early on, and then to the tool later on. Overbuying is an issue I see more than I like to admit. Many marketing automation vendors are out there these days. Some do a lot more than others, and some are ranked really well, others are not. A ranking should not matter to you as much as whether the tool actually works for you. Chapter 16, The Top 10 Marketing Automation Mistakes. 281. Many tools have awesome features. However, they may not be on your core list of features. A wonderful feature that's not on your core list is okay if it helps you meet your goal, and maybe you just weren't aware of that feature before. Be careful, though. Ask yourself whether you will have time to dig into using the feature over the next 12 months. If the answer is no, it's likely that other tools will have that same feature in a short period of time, so a tool you buy today without that feature is likely to have it one day. Be careful of overbuying for the sake of a single feature. You probably won't be able to use it for a while, especially if you are new to marketing automation. Also think about how you will use any whiz-bang features. Be honest with yourself, are you really at that level of complexity? If you're new to marketing automation, you won't be a pro for a few years, and many of those whiz-bang features are made for the pros understand everything involved with a feature. Many features are awesome but take a lot of time to set up. If you're strapped for time, you might not be able to use many of the features, so buying a tool for them is just a waste. Forgetting to audit. I used to have a boss who would say, if it's not measured, it can't be improved. I'm sure this is a saying from the great business writer Peter Drucker, and it is 100% true. If you are not tracking your progress, you cannot know whether you are improving. I suggest auditing. If you don't audit, you wind up with two main problems: proving value. You'll likely need to prove the value of a tool. Even if you've got great numbers now, think about 2 years down the road when you've used up all your massive gains. You're likely to have to talk about small increases year over year. Auditing shows your progress and helps you prove your value. Knowing whether you're improving, this is simple. Keep track so that you can get better. You can't argue with that. Underestimating the power of a website. Many companies look at marketing automation as a single way to solve all their problems. These problems may begin with not having a marketing department, not having a content strategy, or not having a good website. All these elements are must-haves to be successful with marketing. Marketing 282 Part 6, the part of 10's automation just makes marketing easier and opens new doors. If you're looking at getting a new website, you should look at marketing automation at the same time. If you don't have a website, you'll never get the value out of marketing automation. One of the main benefits of marketing automation is lead tracking. If you don't have a place to track leads, the tool has no value for you. Most marketing automation tools can build forms, landing pages, and other website features. If you build a new website without knowing how to use your marketing automation tool, you'll probably have to pay someone to build forms and try to tie them into your CRM system for you. These tasks are all done out of the box with a marketing automation tool. So, save yourself the trouble and money and do them together. Have your website administrator sit in on a demo so that the administrator knows what you're planning to do. Under training sales teams, you need to train sales teams on the tool they will be using, just as you need to get them to buy into its value early. If you give a salesperson a lead and show that salesperson the last web page the lead visited, the salesperson is likely to call the prospect and say, "I know you looked at my pricing page. The prospect is likely to find this call creepy and hang up the phone. Make sure that you train your sales team so that salespeople know how to use the tool they have, understand the data they are being passed, and know how to approach a lead they have intelligence on. 284 Part 6, the part of 10's ClickZ.com. ClickZ.com publishes information about nearly every marketing tactic and dedicates a section entirely to marketing automation. Many of the posts are written by marketing automation thought leaders. Put http://www. clickz.com/category/marketing/automation in your RSS feed because it offers a lot of high-level marketing automation strategies from many of the industry's best minds. Brainwriter. I've looked up to Scott, at Brainwriter, and Nolan, at Brainwriter for years now. Their blog at http://www.brainwriter.com/blog shows that their passion for marketing and marketing automation is second to none. Both are from Canada and are some of the brightest minds in marketing today. I look to them for the best in content and marketing automation theory. Joe Chernov, Helicopter to Work blog. Joe, at jchernov, is a unique man in the world of marketing automation. He has probably been more influential in the marketing automation space than any other person up to this point. He was the VP of Content for Eloqua, at Eloqua, the first true marketing automation solution, and he's now the CMO at Kinvey, at Kinvey. He has also been quoted in multiple best-selling marketing books, and he's a standard on the marketing automation speaking scene. Check out his blog at http://jchernov.com. Serious Decisions. Serious Decisions is one of the foremost marketing automation research firms currently in operation. The company's thoughts are regularly put into its blog, located at http://www.seriousdecisions.com/blog/new, where you can keep up with the industry and the trends that are shaping its future. If you're a deep thinker, this is a blog you'll enjoy. The company also hosts a few conferences every year that I suggest looking into as well. Chapter 17, the top 10 marketing automation blogs you need to read. 285 Velocity Partners Ltd. I'm a huge fan of Velocity's blog at http://www.velocitypartners.co.uk/r-blog because of the attention given to visual appeal. This is one of the best designed blogs I've read, and I'm not the only one who likes it. It was a finalist in the B2B Awards in 2013, and rightly so. Look to Velocity's blog to keep you up to date on new trends in content, design, and strategy. eConsultancy, at a consultancy, is one of my favorite research firms at the moment. The firm's blog at http://econsultancy.com/us/blog covers a wide swath of marketing techniques and topics. I put it on this list because it needs to be here. If you are not familiar with a consultancy's reports, you should become familiar with them quickly. The firm's reports are usually the talking points for most speakers in the coming months, and they drive the direction of many larger marketing firms. The insights and research are of the highest caliber, and I urge you to follow the company's blog and check out its events as well. Marketing Profs Ann Hadley writes the blog at http://www.marketingprofs.com. She is the Chief Content Officer of Marketing Profs, a columnist for Entrepreneur magazine, a keynote speaker, a mom, and a writer. She wrote the best-selling book Content Rules: How to Create Killer Blogs, Podcasts, Videos, eBooks, Webinars, and more, that engage customers and ignite your business, which was a New York Times bestseller. The Marketing Prof site is full of great content under Ann's guidance and is always a leader in the marketing world. Mitch Joel, at Mitch Joel, is known as a digital marketing visionary and is one of the top speakers on marketing topics in general. I suggest following him to keep up on what is changing in the marketing world and to get fresh perspectives on marketing. He may not be talking about marketing automation specifics, but you will definitely be able to create better campaigns from the knowledge you gain from his blog at http://www.chweistimage.com/blog. 286 Part 6, the part of TENS 288 Marketing Automation for Dummies. C cadence, 100 call centers outsourced, 67 calls to action, CTAs, better targeting of, 173 creative ways of increasing engagement, 172 to 173 in video, 139, 141 for lead nurturing, 171 to 173 outbound white paper campaigns, 252 upselling campaigns, 255 videos, 126 campaigns. See also specific types of campaigns. Dummy, 72 to 74 measuring your early, 248 to 249 sales support. See sales support campaigns. Time required to build, 36 to 37 upselling, 253 to 255 white paper, 249 to 253 cascading style sheets, CSS, 19, 54, 129, 130 catching leads who fall through the cracks, 107 cell phones, mobile marketing, 15 champion, 88 Chernov, Joe, 115, 284 choosing a marketing automation solution aligning with core marketing goals, 31 to 36 avoiding overbuying, 36 correct level of technology, 35 custom integration versus out-of-the-box connection, 34 to 35 estimating total investment in marketing automation, 36 judging other time requirements, 38 realistic expectations, 32 time required to build campaigns, 36 to 37 tips from Scotland's leading experts, 33 cleaning up your database, 65 to 67 click-through rates, 238 clickz.com, 284 closed-loop ROI tracking, 24 CMS, content management system, 118 to 123, 134, 138 name, 46 to 48, 174 cold lead indication, 196 cold lead nurturing campaigns, 159 to 160, 237 to 238 cold leads reviving, 151 working less on managing, 249 collaborating with sales, 98 comments in blogs, 172 competitive lead nurturing program, 152 complementary actions, scoring, 204 completion rates by goal demographic, 236 to 237 white paper campaigns, 253 conditional statements, advanced segmentation, 92 consultants, data cleaning, 67 contact us forms, 204 content. See also specific types of content cold lead nurturing campaigns, 160 committing to developing, 41 to 42 creating new reports, 122 to 123 distributed, tracking, 120 to 122 dynamic, 137 to 139, 141, 169 to 170, 247 feeding the need for, 10 to 11 hosting, in marketing automation tool, 119 to 120 for lead nurturing, 116 to 118 long form, 116 managing, 118 to 123 marketing automation campaigns and 37 nurturing campaigns, 158 short form, 116 split testing and 266 staying relevant after events, 193 suggestions, asking sales. 4. 98 to 99 types of, 111 to 113 upselling campaigns, 254 to 255 content blocks, dynamic, 137 content management system, CMS, 118 to 123, 134, 138 Content marketing. See also content feeding the need for content, 10 to 11 marketing automation and 9 people to follow on Twitter, 115 reinforcing investment in 26 to 27 short form content, 116 Content Marketing Institute, CMI, 283 Index 289 Continuing Professional Development, CPD, Program, 163 Conversions, Creating Better, 146 to 147 Copywriting, for Email Nurturing, 167 to 171 Costs of Marketing Automation, 18 Creepy Notifications, 106 CRM, Customer Relationship Management, Business Case for Marketing Automation and 21 Choosing a Marketing Automation Solution and 34 Cleaning up your database, 65 to 67 Connecting data fields to marketing automation tool, 67 to 72 Data mapping issues, 75 to 76 Default fields, 68 to 69 Defining wants and needs for marketing automation and 61 to 62 Diagramming campaigns and lead flow paths, 64 to 65 Influencing campaign reports, 223 Inserting custom fields, 69 to 71 Lead assignment issues, 74 to 75 Mapping out CRM integration, 63 Marketing sourced opportunities, MSOs, and 235 Sandbox environment for testing, 74 Segmentation, 163 Segmentation off of CRM data, 86 Testing and troubleshooting, 72 to 76 Uploading data sets, 71 to 72 upselling campaigns, 254, 255 CRM admin, implementation of marketing automation and 42, 63 cross-selling, 151, 160 to 162 crowdsourced data, 66 CSS, cascading style sheets, 19, 54, 129, 130 CSV files, 34, 71 to 72, 122, 278 CTAs, calls to action, better targeting of 173 creative ways of increasing engagement, 172 to 173 in video, 139, 141 for lead nurturing, 171 to 173 outbound white paper campaigns, 252 upselling campaigns, 255 videos, 126 custom fields inserting into marketing automation tool, 69 to 71 custom redirects event registration, 190 scoring using, 205D daily summary report, 106 to 107 data augmentation, 145 to 146 data brokers, 65 to 66 data cards, 229 data cleaning tools, 66 data flow, testing, 73 data mapping issues, troubleshooting, 75 to 76 data points dynamic content, 137 of a lead, contact, account, and opportunity, 97 to 98 for segmentation, 82. Database, cleaning up, 38, 65 to 67 database size, 35 data.com, 65 to 66 decision maker, 87 deduplicating upon sending an email, 81 default fields connecting to marketing automation tool, 68 to 69 demand generation strategy, 33 demographic personas, creating, 87 to 88 direct mail integrating with marketing automation, 272 to 273 promoting and tracking events, 192 disconnected marketing tools, 44 DNS, domain name server, 52 DNS record, adding tracking code to your website, 47, 48 domain keys, 53 downloads. Scoring on, 206 drip nurturing, 80, 164, 256 drop formatting, 166 dummy campaigns, 72 to 74 dummy leads, 72 to 74 dynamic actions for more engagement, 127 dynamic CMS, 138 to 139 dynamic content, 137 to 139, 141, 169 to 170, 247 dynamic signatures, 159 290 marketing automation for dummies early stage leads, 112 consultancy, 285 education, time requirement, 38 efficiency reporting, 216 eloqua, 62, 284 email authentication, 174 email clicks, scoring on, 207 email link clicks, segmenting on, 85 email marketing, in brief, 9, 182 email marketing for dummies, Arnold, 84 email open rates, 206, 238, 253 emails autoresponder, 250 best from sales department, 99 marketing automation campaigns and 37 nurturing. See nurturing emails ROI reporting and 230 scoring on email engagement, 206 to 207 segmenting from email actions, 84 to 85 sets of, 249 short research, 117 to 118 signature on. See signature on emails testing for, 265 upselling campaigns, 254, 255 engagement buyers life cycle, 13 high-level segmentation on, 79 engagement/time report, 122 enterprise automation, 35 entertainment, content for, 112 event marketing, in brief, 182 Eventbrite, 188 to 189 events multiple marketing channels to promote, 190 to 193 post-event follow-up, 151, 193 registration, 188 to 190 staying relevant after, 193 evergreen posts, 113 to 114 executive briefing, 17 executive sponsorship, for marketing automation, 33 executives, revenue prediction for, 22 Facebook building programs to connect to, 186 to 187 iframes, 187 promoting and tracking events, 190, 191 feedback agile marketing and, 269 asking for, 172 fields connecting data fields to marketing automation tool, 67 to 72 CRM system, 96 custom, 69 to 71 default, 68 to 69 informs, 130 tally, 4 scoring, 210 to 211 financial savings, 44 form completion rates, 238 forms advanced, 143 to 146 automations, 131 avoiding mistakes, 134 to 135 better conversion. Goals, 146 to 147 campaign, 37 contact us, 204 content suggestions, 98 to 99 data augmentation and 145 to 146 for downloading content, 204 event registration, 188 to 189 fields in, 130 lead capture, 131 to 132 long, 116 look and feel of, 130 progressive profiling, 133, 144 to 145 publishing, 129 to 133 questions in, 130 scoring behavior, 204 to 205 short, 116, 117, 132 to 133 split testing and, 266 Forrester research, 151 found new leads, 238, 248 fresh address, 66 full marketing automation, 8 to 9 fully dynamic segmentation, 79 to 81 future lead flow, 226 to 229 G Gartner research, 44 general actions, 206 global footer, 49 to 50 goals lead nurturing programs, 153, 162, 177 marketing, 31 to 32 white paper campaigns and 249 gotten, Seth, 24, 42 permission marketing, 144 golden pen, 171 Google AdWords, 12, 113, 231 Google Hummingbird, 11 H Handley, N, 115, 285 hot leads, mining your existing database for, 243 to 249 HTML, hypertext markup language, email templates, 164 to 165 live website placement, 131 to 132. Setting up a marketing automation program and 54 to 55 uploading an HTML template, 134 HubSpot, 132 to 133, 251 Hummingbird, Google, 11 hyperlinks to connect landing pages, 142 in email signatures, 173 for lead nurturing, 171 to 172 outbound white paper campaigns, 252 iframes, 187 if-then statements, 90 to 92 implementing a marketing automation program. C. Setting up a marketing automation program, importing assets into marketing automation tool, 50 to 51 inactivity, segmenting from 85 to 86 inbound white paper campaigns, 158, 249 to 251 influencing campaign reports, 123, 222 to 223, 225 to 226 infographics, 118 index 291 information gatherer, 88 inline split test, 265 integration custom, versus out-of-the-box connection, 34 to 35 mapping out CRM integration, 63 testing, 72 interest-based personas, 86, 88 investment, estimating total investment in marketing automation, 36 investments, not always strictly financial, 230 Ion interactive tool, 143 IT department, 40, 42, 44, 53 J Joel, Mitch, 285K Kana software, 177 to 178 keywords, search engine optimization, SEO, and 26L lack of activity cold lead nurturing campaigns, 159 scoring leads and 196 landing pages avoiding mistakes, 134 to 135 best of breed, 135 building from scratch, 134 content management system, CMS, 134 dynamic content, 137 to 139 in general, 37 microsite, 141 to 143 optimizing. For a single goal, 135 to 136 publishing, 133 to 143 scoring prospect interactions with, 205 split testing and 266 trade shows and 271 tying together, 142 language, vernacular, 100 late-stage leads, 112 to 113 lead activity reports, 105 lead assignment, 56, 70, 75, 103 to 104, 255 lead flow, 73, 81, 101 292 marketing automation for dummies lead funnel, 19 lead generation budgeting and 18 cumbersome, 44 marketing automation and 31 lead grading model, 199 to 200 lead notifications, 105 to 107 lead nurturing. Nurturing email campaigns. See also nurturing emails accounting for all interactions, 153 adding people to campaigns, 153 to 154 benchmarking your performance, 262 content for, 116 to 118 defined, 149 defining goal of, 153 knowing your next steps, 153 scoring leads and 198 lead qualification, 198 lead scoring. See scoring leads lead stages creating, 226 to 227 identifying key actions for scoring and, 201 keeping up with, 81 lead status, cold lead nurturing campaigns, 160 lead assignment issues, troubleshooting, 74 to 75 lead assignment programs, 262 lead flow paths, diagramming campaigns and, 64 to 65 leads content for, 112 found new, 238, 248 hot, mining your existing database for, 243 to 249 influence of a campaign on, 222 to 223 marketing sourced, 222 old, reaching out again to, 89 to 90, 246 to 248 sending to sales. 95 to 107 aligning sales and marketing teams, 95 to 100 catching leads who fall through the cracks, 107 collaborating with sales, 98 copying your best salespeople, 99 to 100 identifying data points, 97 to 98 sales enablement, 101 to 102 sales ready lead definitions and time frames, 96 lead scoring model, 199 to 200 Lecture, Nolan, 115 legal and general group, 162 to 163 life cycle, buyers, 13 LinkedIn leveraging with marketing automation, 185 to 186 promoting and tracking events, 190 list sampling, testing emails. For conversions, 265 lists adding people to, 83 to 84 generating, 81 to 84 marketing sourced opportunities, MSOs, and 235 naming convention, 82 removing from, 84 when to kill, 83 long forms content marketing, 116 lead nurturing, 158 staying relevant after an event, 193 long-term trends, benchmarking your performance, 263 lost, just stalled, 152 lost deals, staying relevant with, 256 to 257 lost deal nurturing program, 152 M. McRae and Company, 33 mainline, nurturing program, 155, 156 major pain points, 44 manual import and export, 34 manual nurturing campaigns, 153 marketing agency, implementation of marketing automation and 42 marketing automation advanced techniques, 259 to 273 business case for. See business case for marketing automation buyers life cycle engagement, 13 case study, 183 at the center of your marketing, 181 to 182 choosing a solution, 31 combining with other marketing programs, 181 to 184 connecting to Facebook, 186 to 187 defined, 7 to 8 index 293 full versus piecemeal, 8 to 9 integrating with offline efforts, 270 to 273 leveraging LinkedIn with, 185 leveraging social media with, 184 to 187 marketing sourced opportunities, MSOs, and 235 mobile marketing and 15 online marketing and 9 to 11 parts of 8 top 10 mistakes 277 to 282 marketing cycle, identifying key actions for scoring, 201 to 202 marketing goals, choosing a marketing automation solution, and 31 to 32 marketing qualified leads, MQLs, 217 to 218 marketing sourced opportunities, MSOs, 235 to 236 marketing teams, 21, 31, 42, 95 to 100 marketing pilot, Microsoft, 61 marketing profs, 285 marketing sourced leads, tracking, 222 master and slave relationship, checking, 76 master data, 75 mechanical Turk, 56 media current, 183 metrics in general, 215 smaller, for better campaigns, 236 to 238 microsites, 141 to 143 Microsoft Dynamics CRM systems, 62 Microsoft Marketing Pilot, 61 mid-stage cycle leads, 112 mistakes, marketing automation, 277 biting off too much, 277 forgetting to audit, 281 having only one nurturing campaign, 278 to 279 involving sales too late, 280 looking at the wrong numbers, 279 to 280 overbuying, 280 to 281 skimping on content creation, 278 underestimating the impact of social media, 279 underestimating the power of a website, 281 undertraining sales teams, 282 mobile marketing, introduction to 15 modern buyers, marketing to 10 MQLs, marketing qualified leads, 97, 217 to 218 MSOs, marketing sourced opportunities, 235 to 236 multiple buyers, scoring for sales readiness, 210 multiple column approach to scoring, 211 to 212 N naming convention for segments, 82 to 83 net promoter scores, 209 net prospects, 66 notifications lead, 105 to 107 upselling campaigns, 255 number of pages viewed, 197 nurturing emails, nurturing campaigns, adding people to nurturing campaigns, 153 to 154 after an event, 193 authentication, 174 automated execution, 150 branching out in nurturing programs, 154 to 156 building a campaign, 158 to 160 building your first programs, 156 to 164 case study, 157, 177 to 178 cold lead nurturing campaigns, 159 to 160 copywriting for, 167 to 171 cross-selling nurturing campaigns, 160 to 163 CTAs, calls to action, 171 to 173 drip, 80 ending nurturing programs, 176 to 178 formatting for optimized engagement, 166 getting started with, 152 to 156 golden pen, 171 hyperlinks, 171 to 172 leads who are using competitive solutions, 163 to 164 mass email sending versus 150 net new lead nurturing campaigns, 158 pace of 174 to 176 personal tone, 170 personalization and 150 subject line, 169 templates, 150, 158 to 160, 164 to 166 use cases, 151 to 152 visibility, 150 294 Marketing Automation for Dummies O Offline Efforts, integrating marketing automation with 270 to 273 old leads reaching back out to 246 to 248 reaching out again to 89 the 1 Future, Peppers and Rogers, 24, 42 one-off campaigns, static segmentations in 78 online marketing, furthering investment in 24, 42 open-to-click ratio, 237 opportunity, important data points of an 98 outbound campaigns, 158, 249, 251 outbound white paper campaigns, 251 to 252 over automating processes, 56 overbuying, 280 to 281 p pace of a nurturing campaign, 174 to 176 pages landing. See landing pages number viewed, 197 paid ads, in brief, 182 pain points 44, 45 par. Marketing automation tool, 70, 266 pardot.com, 22, 46, 49, 52 Paul Bradford Sugarcraft School, 128 Permission Marketing, Godin, 24, 42, 144 Personalization Nurturing Emails, 170 Outbound White Paper Campaigns, 252 Personas for, 86 Segmentation for, 81 Upselling Campaigns, 255 Personas, 78 Identifying Existing, 88 to 89 for Personalization, 86 to 87 Phone Calls, Nurturing Emails and 159 Piecemeal Marketing. Automation, 8 to 9 Planning, Time Requirement, 38 Plugins, Content Management System, CMS, 139 Polls, Webinar, 124 Post-Event Follow-Up, 151 Problem-Solving Content, 111 Product Interest Segmenting on, 79 What a Score Can Tell You, 196 Professional Development, Content for, 112 Progressive Profiling, 133, 144 to 145 Prospect Actions, segmenting from, 85 Prospect Inactivity, segmenting from, 85 to 86 Pulazi, Joe, 10, 115, 167, 283 Pearl, 272 Q-Click Tech, 200 Questions in Forms, 130 Progressive Profiling, 144 Scoring Answers to, 204 Quick Wins, Identifying, 43, 44 Our Readership, 115 Ready Talk, 118, 124, 167 Recommendations, Asking for, 173 Redirected URLs Automatic, 121 Custom, 190, 205 Event Registration, 190 Integrating Traceable Content, 51 to 52 Tracking Distributed Content, 120 to 122 Registration, Event, 188 to 190 Relevant Information, Nurturing Emails, 171 Report Date, 98 Reports, Reporting, Appropriate Reporting Methods, 216 Cold Lead Nurturing Campaign, 237 to 238 Efficiency, 216 Influence, 123, 222 to 223 Marketing Automation Campaigns and 37 Marketing Sourced Opportunities, MSOs, 235 to 236 Return on Investment, ROI, 216 Scoring Leads and 198 Segmentation and 78 to 79 Index 295 Segmenting for, 81 Velocity, 216, 227 to 229 White Paper Campaign, 238 Proving Value with ROI Reporting, 229 to 230 return on investment, ROI, reporting. See ROI reporting. Revenue, marketing automation, 23 revenue prediction for executives, 22 review timeline, benchmarking your performance, 262 reviewing constantly, agile marketing, and 269 ring lead, 66 risks of marketing automation, 18 roars, Jeff, 14 ROI calculator, 22 to 23 ROI reporting, or tracking, 216 attribution modeling, and 224 to 225 beginning with 230 to 233 limitations of 233 marketing automation, and 28 to 29 proving value with ROI reporting, 229 to 230 SaaS, software as a service. Solution, 20, 46, 74, 216 sales better intelligence for, 24 implementation of marketing automation, and 42 lack of alignment between marketing and 44 marketing automation, and 19, 20 sales cycles, nurturing emails, and 176 sales department, lead intelligence for, 22 sales enablement, 101 to 102 sales meetings, 98, 99 sales qualified leads, SQLs, 98, 219 to 222 sales readiness, 196, 202, 206, 207, 210, 212, 245, 255 sales support campaigns, 152, 153, 163, 164 asking sales for suggestions, 98 to 99. Automated campaigns for cold sales leads, 102 to 103 building, 256 to 257 collaborating with sales, 98 lead assignments, 103 to 105 sales teams business case for marketing automation, and 21 driving leads to 255 to 256 involving too late, 280 passing leads to 245 to 246 under training, 282 Salesforce.com, 19, 34, 62, 141, 235 sales qualified lead, SQL, 98 sales ready leads, 97, 103, 213, 244 sales ready score, 96 to 97, 202 salutations, nurturing emails, 166 sandbox, 74 savings, financial, 44 scope of marketing automation solution, 18 score degradation, 212 to 213 scoring leads account-based scoring, 197 to 198, 210 actions you can take based on, 198 advanced scoring models, 209 to 211 associating actions and content with your stages, 201 to 202 basic scoring concepts, 195 to 200 behaviors versus actions, 196 to 197 benchmarking your performance, 262 building scoring models, 202 to 204 combining lead scores and lead grades, 199 to 200 on downloads, 206 on email engagement, 206 to 207 identifying key actions for scoring, 201 to 202 landing pages, scoring prospect interactions with, 205 monitoring your scoring model, 211 to 213 multiple buyers, 4 sales readiness, 210 net promoter scores, 209 overtime, 198 to 199 prospect actions and behaviors, 204 to 209 score degradation, 212 to 213 search terms, 207 segmenting on lead score, 86 social media interactions, 207 to 209 tally fields for, 210 to 211 on web interactions, 206 what a score can tell you, 196 296 marketing automation for dummies scoring models advanced, 209 to 211. Building your first, 202 to 204 checklist for refining, 213 monitoring, 211 to 213 Scotland's leading marketing automation experts, 33 search engine marketing, SEM. CSEM search engine optimization, SEO. CCO search terms, scoring, 207 segmentation advanced, 90 to 93 defined, 77 demographic personas, 87 to 88 from email actions, 84 to 85 fully dynamic, 79 to 81 identifying existing personas in your database, 88 to 89 identifying key data points for, 82 if-then statements, 90 to 92 interest-based personas, 86, 88 naming convention for segments, 82 to 83 nurturing campaigns, 158, 163 off of CRM data, 86 for personal touches, 81 personas for personalization, 86 from prospect actions, 85 from prospect inactivity. 85 to 86 reaching out again to old leads, 89 to 90 in real time, 83 for reporting, 81 sales support campaigns, 256 scoring leads and 198 semi-dynamic, 79 static, 78 to 79 types of, 78 to 81 upselling campaigns, 254 uses of, 84 to 86 SEM, search engine marketing, benefits of, 24 in brief, 182 described, 11 to 12 marketing automation and, 9 semi-dynamic segmentation, 79 sender ID, 52 sender policy framework, SPF, 52 sender score, 65 SEO, search engine optimization, in brief, 182 described, 11 to 12 marketing automation and, 9 removing the guesswork from, 25 to 26 ROI from, 230 service level agreements, SLAs, 97, 98, 219 services department, activity reporting for, 22 setting up a marketing automation program bottlenecks in marketing workflow, 45 breaking down implementation into steps, 40 to 41 creating your alias, 46 to 48 developing content, 41 to 42 domain keys, 53 dragging and dropping IT out of marketing workflow, 54 to 55 financial savings, 44 first steps to activating solution, 45 furthering your investment in online marketing, 42 importing assets into your marketing automation tool, 50 to 51 integrating traceable content, 51 to 52 listing resources needed, 39 to 42 major pain points, 44 over automating processes, 56 removing IT from your marketing workflow, 53 single view of a customer, 57 single prospect record, 55 to 57 SPF/sender ID, 52 targeting efficiency, 43 to 45 team 4, 42 tracking code, 48 to 50 short forms, 116, 132 to 133, 251 short research, content for lead nurturing, 117 to 118 short form content, 116, 117, 158, 193 lead nurturing, 158 staying relevant after an event, 193 index 297 short-term trends, benchmarking your performance, 262 to 263 signature blocks, removing, 166 signature on emails cold lead nurturing campaigns, 160 cross-selling nurturing campaigns, 160 dynamic, 159 not appearing spammy to spam filters, 173 single view of a customer, 57 single prospect records, 55 to 57 serious decisions, 284 SLAs, service level agreements, 97, 98, 219 slave data, 75 slides, in webinars. 124 SMB automation, 35 social media in brief, 182 impact on bottom line, 27 leveraging with marketing automation, 184 to 187 marketing automation and 10 online marketing dominated by 14 to 15 ROI reporting, 230 scoring interactions correctly, 207 to 209 syncing with marketing automation, 184 to 185 underestimating impact of 279 videos, 187 to 188 software as a service, SaaS, solution, 20, 46, 74, 216 spam filters DNS record, 47 email authentication, 174 signature on emails and 173 SPF, sender policy. Framework, 52 split testing, 263 to 268 spreadsheets, auditing and 260 to 261 SQLs, sales qualified leads, 98, 219 to 222 stage-based concept of lead generation, 169 to 170, 244, 246 stage-based reports, 123 stakeholders, identifying, 21 static segmentations, 78 to 79 strategic options of marketing automation, 18 subject lines, email importance of, 169 outbound white paper campaigns, 251 to 252 reaching back out to old leads and 247 Sugarcraft, 128 summary recommendation, 17 summary report, daily, 106 to 107. Suppression, 80 surveys agile marketing and 268 content for lead nurturing, 118, 173 sustainable review process, 260 to 261 T tags, 229 tally fields for scoring, 210 to 211 templates for lead nurturing emails, 158 to 160, 164 to 166 test groups, 98 testimonials, content for lead nurturing, 117 testing nurturing program, 156 reporting, 74 split, 263 to 268 thought leadership, blogging and 114 time, ROI reporting and 233 time value of money, TVM, 225 timelines, LinkedIn, posting to, 186 town hall meetings, 101 traceable content, integrating, 51 to 52 tracking code, 48 to 50 trade shows, 9, 271 to 272 training conducting a class, 101 salespeople, 164, 256 time requirement, 38 TVM, time value of money, 225 Twitter engagements, 239 in general, 14 people in content marketing to follow on, 115 promoting and tracking events, 190, 191 298 marketing automation for dummies unstructured data, 229 upselling campaigns, 151, 162 to 163, 253 to 255 URLs custom, 51 parameters, 234 redirected, integrating. Traceable content, 51 to 52 for scoring social media, 207 to 209 split testing and 266 tracking distributed content, 120 to 122 usernames, 75 users, number of 35V velocity of leads, measuring, 227 to 228 Velocity Partners Limited, 285 Velocity Reporting, 216, 227 to 229 Verified Data, 66 Video Marketing, in brief, 182 Videos Autoplay, 139 to 140 Case Study, 128 Content for Lead Nurturing, 117 Dynamic Actions for More Engagement, 127 Embedding for Increased Engagement, 139 to 141 Forms to Protect, 141 Hosting, 125 Integrating Calls to Action, 126 Integrating into Social Media, 187 to 188 In Video Calls to Action, 139, 141 Length of Video Play, 197 Vine, Promoting and Tracking Events, 192 VMware, 157 W Wake the Dead Nurturing, 151 Web Interactions, Scoring On, 206 Webinars in Brief, 182 Lead Nurturing and, 118 Marketing Automation and, 123 to 125 Replaying Pre-Recorded, 124 to 125 Webmasters Implementation of Marketing Automation and, 42 White Paper Campaigns and, 249 Websites Adding Tracking Code to, 48 to 50 In Brief, 182 Business Case for Marketing Automation and, 21 Marketing Automation and, 10 Placing Forms in, 131 Underestimating the Power of, 281 Wennard, Anita, 124 White Paper Campaign, 238 White Paper Campaigns Crafting, 249 to 253 Inbound, 250 to 251 Increasing Engagements in, 253 Outbound, 251 to 252 Wizada, 115, 126, 187 WYSIWYG Editors, 19, 54 to 55, 134, 164, 165 Y Utility, Bear, 10, 162 YouTube, 192 About the author. Mathew is the head of thought leadership for B2B marketing at Pardot, a Salesforce.com company. A consummate writer, he authors a column for ClickZ.com on marketing automation, blogs for multiple companies, and has been featured in publications such as Marketing Automation Times, Demand Gen Report, Rethink Magazine, Marketing Sherpa, and ZDNet. Mathew speaks around the world on the topic of marketing automation and works with Fortune 500, mid-market, and SMB leading companies to help shape their future marketing plans. Dedication. This book is dedicated to my grandmother, Geneva Bryson, and my grandfather, Sidney Bryson. Author's acknowledgements. My name may be on this book as the author, but there are many people who should be given credit. As my good friend Nolan says, no great idea comes from just one mind. An idea may be hatched by one but is nurtured by many. This is very true with this book. I've been helped by some of the greatest minds in marketing over the course of my career, and the course of this book was set by those conversations of my past. I'd also like to acknowledge everyone who tactically helped this book come to be. There were so many good hands employed to bring this book to fruition, and if you helped on any level, this book wouldn't be possible without you. I want to give a special thank you to all those who supported this effort with their time, thoughts, direction, and guidance. Publishers acknowledgements. Acquisitions Editor, Amy Fondrier. Project and Copy Editor, Susan Christopherson. Technical Editor, Melanie Chrissy. Editorial Assistant, Annie Sullivan. Senior Editorial Assistant, Cherie Case. Project Coordinator, Patrick Redmond. Cover Image, copyright iStockphoto.com/2 Omis Kujinsuyo.